Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 551 Heaven Scolding Opera 2, Young Master, I've completed your instructions. Alright. Then it's time for us to attend the banquet. A crack appeared on the vine giant's body and the four girls were recalled. Then, he retracted the vines that spread nearby and took huge steps towards Granny Nether Mountain's residence. On both sides of the road, green-black ghost flames floated. Ahead, one could see an ancient graveyard. This graveyard had clearly been neglected for many years. Green stone tombstones were crookedly inserted into the ground. Thick black moss covered them, making the blurry words on them even more difficult to see. The vine giant stepped over, and the ground immediately crackled, producing sounds like beans being fried. A large number of ancient skeletons were broken by his foot after he left. On the ground that still had huge footprints, a tattered bone hand peeled off the black soil that was filled with yin qi and crawled out. The bone hand picked around and quickly used some relatively intact bones to put itself together. Then, he moved his long and short bone legs and pulled out his tombstone from the ground with the other bone demons, piecing together stone tables in the graveyard. This was the table used for this flesh and blood banquet. Jiang Li did not feel that it was taboo. He controlled the vine giant to gradually contract, and his footsteps became smaller and smaller. Soon, the tall purple giant of the small mountain turned into a vine humanoid that was only 10 feet tall. He weaved a vine chair for himself and sat down at the largest stone table in the center of the graveyard. There was originally a two-headed centipede demon here, and its two heads were gambling with each other. In the end, it was carried out by Jiang Li and thrown to the side after forming a ball while he occupied this good seat. Before the flesh banquet began, a huge pot was already set up in the center of the graveyard. White ghost flames rose from the pot, burning the thick soup inside and steaming. A few monsters with festering skin and unrecognizable original appearances were throwing some strange things into the soup. It made the pot emit a strange smell. However, with their tattered hands, Jiang Li felt that it was impossible for them to guarantee food hygiene. Beside the huge pot was a large steamer with 9 levels. Each level could fit 20 children. Not only did they have to eat this banquet, but they also had to eat in a ritualistic manner. They cooked and steamed at the same time. Of the more than 500 four-hand children hanging from the iron cage, half of them had already been hung on the iron pot. The other half was grabbed by a few bone demons and placed into the steamer. Jiang Li took a deep breath and did not let his anger towards these demons and ghosts get to his head. If he wanted to save these children, he had to find a suitable opportunity. Or rather, he had to create a suitable opportunity. Not far away, a fragrance of wine came. A few demons dug open a huge tomb and carried out jars of aged wine. Who knew which genius would come up with such a creative idea to brew wine in a graveyard? The seal on the wine jar was opened, and the fragrance of pure black yin wine floated for 100 miles. Jiang Li smelled a familiar smell. The work of the four maids was done very well. A portion of these ancient tomb wines had already been mixed with soul dissolution liquor. Jiang Li wanted to use the same trick again and get a group of guys drunk first. Shi Pan, you're actually hiding here. What? Not dead yet? Jiang Li was observing the situation of those children when a mountain-like stone demon walked over with an earthquake. When this big guy saw the purple vine demon, 2 intense rays of hatred erupted from its black crystal eyes. He clearly did it on purpose. He stepped on the vines that spread out from the feet of the purple vine demon. The huge weight broke the tough vines. The hatred between the two sides had accumulated over hundreds of years of fighting. Even under the nose of Granny Nether Mountain, the two sides would immediately fight when they met. The shrunken purple vine demon seemed to be much weaker. Jiang Li raised his head and noticed that there was an ancient well behind this stone giant. He could clearly sense that the ancient well was emitting a moonlight aura. Is that the moon well? Really lucky to be able to get such a thing. Jiang Li was naturally not someone who would not retaliate after being beaten. The purple vine demon sat on the spot and did not move. A large number of vines suddenly broke out of the ground and wrapped around the stone giant's feet from below. Powerful roots squeezed through any gap on the rock giant's surface. There was even a need to expand and grow in the gap. Rocks were peeled off the legs of the stone demon giant. The rocks fell to the ground, creating huge pits one after another, causing the originally passable graveyard to become even more chaotic. This rock demon, one of the 8 Nether Mountain demons, was actually stronger than the fused purple vine demon. However, he was the incarnation of a mountain rock and was naturally countered by the vine demon. The two sides had fought many times over the hundreds of years without a true outcome. Just as the conflict between the two sides was about to worsen, a gentle and plaintive song sounded from all directions. There's no reason to violate the law of death. You'll be punished if not careful. Your cries will shake the heavens and earth in an instant. The wandering souls will head to the hall first. Why don't you bury the world with resentment? The originally noisy demons and ghosts immediately fell silent. They stood on the spot obediently and listened, looking for the direction of the opera. Even the rock demon and the purple vine demon controlled by Jiang Li glared at each other before retracting their methods. This was because there was only one lord on this Bacchian mountain who liked to listen to operas. Along with this kind of song, it was often that Granny Nether Mountain whose might enveloped the entire Bacchian mountain range. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew over. The ghost flames in the graveyard suddenly swayed, and the light and shadow under the flames of the demons distorted. The tone of the opera became even more sorrowful and clear, as if that person was beside them. There is the sun and moon. There are ghosts and gods controlling life and death. Oh, heaven and earth. It's just enough to distinguish between pure and turbid, but how can it be compared to a thief? Those who are good suffer poverty and have shorter lives. Those who commit evil enjoy wealth and longevity. Oh, heaven and earth. You're afraid of bullying the weak, so you're also pushing the boat along with the flow. Earth, if you don't differentiate between good and bad, what's the point? Heaven, wrong and foolish. Sigh. You only shed 2 tears. Jiang Li's scalp went numb when he heard this joke. He looked up and could vaguely see lightning rolling in the distant void. The lyrics were actually scolding heaven and earth. If it was in the outside world, Jiang Li would definitely stay away immediately. If he continued to curse like this, he would definitely be struck by lightning. In this place of darkness, the netherworld fragment seemed to be far away and could not strike here for the time being. After the performance ended, there was an urgent cry that tore through the eardrums. Jiang Li rubbed his itchy ears. And then he looked at the ground in front of him. Something was about to come out. First, a few rocks rolled, and then the ground in front of him split open. A stage rose from under the ground of the graveyard. The stage was huge. The roof on all 4 sides was covered in thick black paint. There were 3 layers of black and red curtains hanging on both sides of the stage. It looked old, but it was sufficiently imposing. Figures flashed on the stage. More than 10 ghosts with heavy makeup were working hard to put on a show regarding the Yamanite judgment and Ghost Mother's reincarnation. On both sides of the stage, there were a few spider demons moving their 8 limbs at the same time. They were beating gongs and drums in a rhythm, making the atmosphere very good. As he looked at the few figures flying on the stage, the seriousness in Jiang Li's eyes grew. In his vision, those ghosts were all ghosts with extremely heavy resentment, bad luck, and yin qi. They were even worse than the few ghost kings he had subdued. This was especially true for the fellow who was acting as the tragic ghost mother. Jiang Li actually could not see through the other party at all. At this moment, the ghost show on the stage finally ended. The innocent mother was forced to separate from her child. and the child was thrown into tragic Death City. He had to accompany loneliness and hunger for 100 years. As for the mother, she was thrown into the cycle and reincarnated into cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks, experiencing the pain of constantly parting with her child. The curtain pulled down, and then a ghost in a white robe and a tall hat crawled out and shouted, "Granny is here." Chapter 552 Preconception 1. As he shouted, "Granny is here," the thick stage curtain was pulled open again, and the scene of the Yarmanite judgment had already disappeared. What replaced it was a simple black background. A woman with a red birthmark the size of a palm was lying on a rocking chair, swaying slightly in the middle of the stage. The group of ghosts that were about to sing had already returned to their original state. They stood beside the woman and held incense burners filled with black incense sticks. Thick smoke spread out, making the woman in the middle look even more mysterious. When the people below saw this, they hurriedly kowtowed and shouted, "Welcome, Granny." Granny Nether Mountain will enjoy eternal happiness and live as long as the heavens. As it turned out, the more it was in the nether world, the more it yearned for the words of the immortals in the 9 heavens. In the continent of the 9 provinces, only those martial artists who had never seen the world would always say such words. In the cultivation world, no one had said anything like this for a long time. Jiang Li was among them, and he could only sigh at the inferior cultural standards of this group of demons. After shouting the slogan, he raised his head and sized up that person. That Granny Nether Mountain did not look old, but her body gave people a feeling of vicissitude. Moreover, Jiang Li had a strange feeling when he looked at her. Granny Nether Mountain raised her hand and beckoned. A cold wind carried a 4-hands child over and she gently hugged him. Looking at the 4-hands child, the woman's eyes seemed to reveal some motherly light. Her palm gently rubbed the space between the child's brows, scattering the accumulated yin qi inside. This made the child's expression visibly better. Granny Nether Mountain's actions and expression made her look like a mother. However, when he saw her actions, Jiang Li's pupils slowly constricted. Jiang Li felt the smell of the 9 nether spiritual qi from the cold wind and the power of the woman's fingertips. The 4-hands child, who had not eaten anything for several days and was exhausted, slowly woke up. However, after the child woke up and was confused for a few breaths, he opened his eyes and saw the face in front of him that was mostly covered in a red birthmark. Granny Nether Mountain smiled at the child, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow teeth. The child had never seen this before and cried in fear. The cries were reappearing and could not be stopped. As if stimulated by the resisting cry, the motherly light in Granny Nether Mountain's eyes quickly extinguished like a candle in the wind, replaced by disgust. "This child is really ugly." The palm that was originally stroking gently suddenly grabbed the child's neck. Bit by bit, it exerted strength, and the crying stopped. It was not until the child's face became redder and darker that Granny Nether Mountain seemed to have lost interest and casually threw him to the side. A ghost beside him grabbed the child and stirred him twice. Realizing that he was not completely dead, it carried him and stuffed him back into the steamer. Because the 4-hands had 2 heads, the other could still breathe, so it was not so easy to die. This was a blessing in disguise. Granny has given us blood and flesh. All the demons will now offer their gifts. At this moment, the white figure at the beginning shouted again. The demons below immediately understood and carried the things they had prepared in front of them. There was no need to mention those small demons that he could not name. What they could take out could only be considered trash. Only when hundreds of reputable demons stood in front could the things they took out barely enter Granny Nether Mountain's eyes. Green Capital Ghost King sends 12 heart-refining ghost beads. 8-legged Demon King sends a traceless yin thread. 1,000-eyed Demon King sends a pair of flying tiger leopard golden goo. Poison Heart Corpse King sends the 5 flavors poison earth over. One powerful monster after another walked closer. One after another, natural treasures unique to the netherworld were sent to the stage and placed in front of Granny Nether Mountain. All kinds of precious items were usually only seen in the words of ancient books. Now that they were finally seen, they were wasted in the hands of these unintelligent demons. However, he finally knew why Granny Nether Mountain liked to treat people to a meal so much. Every time there was a banquet, she would receive these good things. If it was Jiang Li, he would definitely hold one every now and then. However, when he looked at the sinister natural treasures, his heart ached. When these demons and ghosts plucked these genius places, their methods were too rough, and the way they were stored was speechless. After they ruined the effects of those treasures, it was already fortunate that there was only 6,070% left. However, in comparison, the thing they took out was still slightly better than the 500-year-old ginseng that Shi Pan had originally prepared. This vine that only knew how to sunbathe was really too poor. Next is the barbarian stone demon king. Soon, it was the stone giant's turn. The barbarian stone demon king still carried the ancient well forward. Then, the rocks on its body wriggled strangely and moved along the arm with the ancient well, finally landing on the ground. The ancient well landed on the ground as if it had originally been there. The nearby demons approached and saw that there was still nearly 30 feet of depth in the well. Under the reflection of the moonlight, the well water inside emitted a mercury-like luster. Chapter 553 Preconception 2. The Barbarian Stone Demon King sends a moonlight well. This moonlight well was indeed different. Granny Nether Mountain, who had been lying on the rocking chair and not expressing anything, was also attracted by this well. She got up and took a look. Evil spirits like them had always absorbed the power of the moon to cultivate. With the help of this moonlight well, the speed at which she absorbed the moon yin could at least increase by 10 times. No matter who held it, it was a rare treasure. Granny will reward you. The barbarian stone demon king will go up 30 steps and drink with her. The white ghost shadow shouted again. The barbarian stone demon king was overjoyed. He tried his best to shrink his body and climbed onto the stage to sit at a table beside the granny. On it was a small cup containing a muddy yellow spring water. This cup of spring water looked like it was casually picked up from the roadside. However, the dignified demon king looked at the cup of spring water excitedly. This was the water of the yellow spring. Thank you for your wine, Granny. As the barbarian stone demon king thanked her, it did not forget to sneer and glance in Jiang Li's direction. After drinking the yellow spring water, he could reconstruct his demon body and completely escape the restraint of the purple vine demon. Jiang Li did not know what grudges these two fellows had previously. However, this stone demon was clearly impatient to end this 100-year-old feud. Just as he raised his hand to send the yellow spring water into his mouth, several stone cracks on the barbarian stone demon king's body suddenly exploded. More than 100 ghosts started out from inside. A layer of pale white flames suddenly ignited on their bodies, and they pounced on Granny Nether Mountain, who was sitting not far away from them. The flames on those ghosts were called the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. In this place surrounded by demons, the risk of Jiang Li taking action himself was too great, so he naturally had to make some other preparations. Previously, when this stone demon came to him, Jiang Li had done something to it. While using the roots to open the stone crack, he stuffed something in. How dare you? Seeing this abnormality, the demons and ghosts attacked one after another, directly blowing up many ghost soldiers in the air. However, this stage was only so big. The barbarian stone demon king, who was praised for being able to get close, could be said to be very close to Granny Nether Mountain. Nearly half of the ghost soldiers had already approached Granny Nether Mountain. They reached out and wanted to touch the other party with the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. Jiang Li's eyes that were hidden under the vines stared fixedly at the stage. Although there was still a thin layer of energy membrane protecting her entire body, the membrane of light that looked as fragile as a soap bubble was enough to make the methods of an Earth Immortal expert fail. However, Jiang Li was filled with confidence in the white flames that had no temperature. Facing this kind of flame that countered nature, even that Granny who was above the Demon King would not be so easy to deal with. As expected, the moment the cold flames on the ghost soldier were tainted by the membrane of light, The white flames suddenly increased by 100 times. Flames instantly covered the entire stage. Most of the stage was filled with ghosts. After being ignited, they immediately felt the pain of their souls being burned. They howled and fled the area of the stage, rolling around in the black soil of the graveyard outside. However, although they looked miserable, they were actually not so easily burned to death. Although ghosts were also countered by the ghost lantern cold flame, they were far from being suppressed like the 9 nether wood. Without outsiders causing trouble, he could still use some other energy to strip away the cold flames. However, now that the demons were surrounding him, Jiang Li naturally could not attack while they were down. His eyes were still staring fixedly at the figure sitting in the middle of the stage, enveloped in flames. These ghosts were not his main goal. As long as he could deal with that Granny Nether Mountain, the Bakian Mountain would instantly fall into chaos. At that time, Jiang Li could completely destroy them one by one and slowly deal with the other monsters. However, unlike what he had imagined, Granny Nether Mountain was still sitting there. It was as if even her expression and movements did not change much from before. The white flames that entangled and bit her body did not seem to hurt her at all. How is this possible? She had clearly used the 9 nether spiritual chi just now. Jiang Li was certain that he had seen it clearly. Although it was mixed with ghost chi and yin chi, he could not be wrong about the 9 nether spiritual chi inside. The purity and quality of the spiritual chi surpassed his own. The explosive flames just now also proved this point. However, why was she, this Granny Nether Mountain, indifferent to the burning of the ghost lantern cold flame? There's no temperature, only flames that burn the soul. Interesting. In the next moment, Jiang Li watched helplessly as the other party dispersed the 9 nether spiritual chi in her body and replaced it with the power of a vicious ghost. Without the 9 nether spiritual chi as fuel, the pale flames weakened. Then, it was forcefully gathered by the power of the evil ghost. The surging flames were compressed by the pitch-black energy bit by bit, turning into a crystal that froze the flames inside. Oh no! He had made a mistake due to preconception. This guy's main body was definitely not the 9 nether wood. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to do this. Since this Granny Nether Mountain was not that broken root, what was she? What did she have to do with that root? Jiang Li took a deep breath, and his eyes focused as he controlled the purple vine demon to attack brazenly. However, his target was not Granny Nether Mountain, but the confused Barbarian Stone Demon King standing not far away. Barbarian Stone Demon King, how dare you attack me? Die. With Jiang Li inside as a spiritual chi battery, he provided an endless stream of top-grade spiritual chi, allowing the purple vine demon's strength to rise to a higher level. Powerful attacks at the Demon King level could also be easily used. Vines that were comparable to profound rank artifacts bound the rock giant tightly. The teeth under the vines began to bite the hard rocks, desperately trying to make some cracks appear on the rock surface. Then, tiny roots took advantage of the gap and continuously squeezed into the cracks, causing them to split open layer by layer. If Jiang Li used the power of the 9 nether azure to amplify the purple vine demon, he could still allow it to unleash stronger strength. However, those would undoubtedly be discovered by others. However, this was enough. With the purple vine demon under Jiang Li's control leading the way, the surrounding powerful demons finally reacted. Since the ghosts burning with flames came from the Barbarian Stone Demon King, he was clearly the culprit. Just now, he had even taken the initiative to offer something as good as the Moonlight Well. There was indeed a conspiracy here. Who would they beat up if not him? Jiang Li's vines had long sealed every hole in his body, causing this stone demon to have no chance to defend itself. The other 7 of the 8 Nether Mountain demons attacked together and quickly beat the stone demon until it could not take care of itself. The 36 nails were nailed into his body. The dignified Demon King lay on the ground like a dead dog, no longer able to resist. In the stands, Granny Nether Mountain was still sitting on the chair. Her posture had not even changed. However, Jiang Li seemed to have noticed that the birthmark that covered half of the other party's face seemed to have changed a little. Jiang Li carefully compared it to the scene in his memory. The birthmark seemed to have faded a little and become smaller. Granny Nether Mountain seemed to have sensed her change. She touched the birthmark on her face and observed the flames frozen in the crystal with interest. Those flames were not burning freely. As long as Jiang Li was willing, he could control them to be forcefully extinguished. However, that might allow her to capture his mental fluctuations. He had seen the outcome of the barbarian stone demon king just now, and Jiang Li did not want to be the second. Jiang Li stood on the spot and thought for a moment before putting away the gift he had prepared. It was a tree that could continuously grow human flesh. It was one of Galanfran's works. Jiang Li seemed to have suddenly recalled something and temporarily replaced the gift with a long white wooden board. It was a death token from Tragic Death City. Chapter 554. Well done. 1. This Granny Nether Mountain was actually not formed from the root of the 9 nether wood. Her main body was most likely an old ghost. The sudden discovery disrupted Jiang Li's original plan. Originally, the ghost lantern cold flame that he had high hopes for only caused a small commotion at this moment. It did not even hurt a single hair on the other party. However, this situation was actually not difficult to understand. In fact, it should be said that this was much more reasonable. If the broken root that the Bacchian Earth Spirit mentioned was really from the 9 Netherwood source branch, it was actually even more impossible for it to develop intelligence. This was because the will of the spiritual root, the 9 Netherwood, had been erased by an ancient mighty figure. After so many years, even the main body could not develop intelligence again and could only survive on instinct. Moreover, it was the last root in the Bacchian Mountain. At the same time, it was not only the 9 Netherwood that could control the 9 Nether spiritual chi. Jiang Li himself was a living example. When he did not use the 9 Nether spiritual chi, the ghost lantern cold flame was also useless. He even relied on the blood tattoo of the ghost lantern fish to control this talent spiritual fire. It could be seen that the other party had probably obtained a portion of the power of the 9 Netherwood by chance. He shook his head helplessly. Since he could not rely on his fatal weakness to directly deal with Granny Nether Mountain, Jiang Li could no longer attack openly. That was no different from courting death. At this moment, he recalled the scene when Granny Nether Mountain appeared. One had to know that this Granny's hobby was not listening to opera, but singing. At that time, this Granny Nether Mountain was not watching from the side. Instead, she acted as a flower and personally acted as the tragic female ghost who had been sentenced to the path of reincarnation. The redness on her face that could not even cover the stage colors made it easy for her to be recognized. Coupled with her performance towards the four-hand child at the beginning, Jiang Li felt that this Granny Nether Mountain, who was most likely a powerful ghost, might have an obsession with children. Unlike humans who could let go of their desires, ghosts were condensed from their obsessions. If they completely saw through all their obsessions, this ghost would probably dissipate. Therefore, regardless of whether they were powerful or not, ghosts were basically paranoid. After asking around in private, Jiang Li discovered that the probability of that scene of throwing a child into the cycle of reincarnation was very high on Granny Nether Mountain's stage. That scene should have happened in ancient times, when the reincarnation cycle still existed. None of the characters inside had a chance of surviving until now. However, similar stories were indeed possible again. Moreover, Granny Nether Mountain seemed to have been using her strength to find the whereabouts of Tragic Death City. However, because the Netherworld was still in a fragmented state, it was impossible for her subordinates to find it no matter how they searched. However, while others could not find it, Jiang Li, who held the key clues, might really be able to find it. It was only a death token of the Tragic Death City. Now, Jiang Li's Fengdu city had the reincarnation of Xitagaba, Kushui. He had tried it before. He could already create a large number of death tokens himself. After casually cutting a piece of wood and writing down the key information, he could be guided by Tragic Death City. Jiang Li still had a custom-made token in his hand. Even if he gave away this death token that he had seized from Tragic Death City, he would not lose anything. Soon, because the barbarian Stone Demon King suddenly attacked, the commotion returned to normal. Apart from the unlucky guy lying on the ground after being pierced by the morning nails, this was just a small episode for the others. The flames without any temperature did not even cause any damage to the stage. After casually cleaning up the battlefield, it was the purple vine demon Sheepan's turn to give his gift. A long white wooden board was squeezed out from the gap between the vines. He held it in a pair of vine hands and handed it to the white ghost that had already extinguished the cold flames on its body. Lord Sheepan. This is? The white ghost shadow was stunned and asked for the first time. The knowledgeable white ghost did not recognize the wooden board. In his eyes, although this wooden board had a slight yin-chi fluctuation, its strength was not even comparable to casually breaking a branch on this Bakian mountain. There were no runes carved on the surface. However, there seemed to be some words written on it before it was erased. However, he did not believe that anyone would dare to patronize Granny Nether Mountain like this. He only thought that he was blind and asked Jiang Li. He did not hide it and explained. This thing is called the death token. It's used by the souls of the dead in the netherworld. As long as you write your name on the wooden tablet, you can guide the ghosts who have yet to die and head to Tragic Death City. Jiang Li had just finished speaking when he saw a cold wind sweep past. Granny Nether Mountain, who had been sitting on the rocking chair since she appeared, suddenly appeared before him. What you said, is it true? This powerful ruler of the Bakian mountain was so fast that even the current Jiang Li could not react. She grabbed the wooden sign and asked Jiang Li excitedly. This granny was not good looking and her voice was very unpleasant. When the hoarse throat spoke, it was as if it was using two millstones to grind an iron nail. There were also hundreds of different voices mixed in. It was as messy as the 1,000 faces of the divine statue clone. Chapter 555. Well done. 2. If not for the fact that Jiang Li cultivated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, he might not have understood what she said. This is absolutely true. I don't dare to lie at all. Granny Nether Mountain stared at the vine figure in front of her as if she wanted to see through it. However, the slowly wriggling vine did not have eyes. The wisp of flames covered Jiang Li inside very well. Granny Nether Mountain looked for a long time but could not tell if Jiang Li was lying. Then, she began to use her sharpened black nails to scratch the wooden board. She scraped off a pinch of powder from it and rubbed it carefully in her hand. Inside, there was indeed an aura that she had never seen before. At the very least, it proved that this wooden board did not come from this netherworld fragment. This made her believe it even more. At this moment, Granny Nether Mountain formed a strange seal in her hand and stabbed it into the ground. Immediately, the ground shook again. Something was crawling out from the depths of the mountain range. In the end, what broke out of the ground was not a huge thing, but two roots. The patterns on the surface of the roots looked like fossils, and they revealed the smell of age. However, it was precisely the layer of fossil-like skin that sealed off the aura inside, causing Jiang Li to be unable to clearly sense it. The roots reached out of the ground, and one of them wrapped around a child in the steamer. On the other side, Granny Nether Mountain casually grabbed a ghost from below and wrapped it around another root. As the two roots wrapped around each other, a strange thing was pulled out of the four-hands child's body and poured into the ghost along the roots. Although that thing could not be seen or touched, Jiang Li knew what was happening in front of him. The thing that was extracted from the child and poured into the ghost's body was lifespan, or rather, Yang lifespan. A long time ago, in Kinshuman's ghost market, there were many peddlers who often tricked travelers who passed by and used their Yang lifespan to trade with them. Of course, the methods of ordinary ghosts could only strip away the Yang lifespan of ordinary mortals. Moreover, the methods were very crude. Sometimes, after only taking away a few years or even a few months of lifespan, mortals would die of illness after returning home. Later on, Jiang Li obtained the broken bowl of the beggar ghost king in Fengdu City. That thing could extract the lifespan of cultivators below the earth immortal realm and turn them into copper coins. Jiang Li even used this to open a rather lively casino. Therefore, Jiang Li did not find it strange when he saw this method of extracting lifespan. However, The efficiency of converting lifespan seemed to be shockingly high. It was far greater than the broken bowl in Jiangli's Fengdu city, and it was even more powerful than his two 9 netherwood clones. Although it did not emit any aura or spiritual chi, Jiangli was 90% sure that this was the root of the 9 netherwood. Therefore, Granny Nether Mountain had used some unknown method to awaken and control this root. Through this, she had grasped the 9 nether spiritual chi in her current strength. As his lifespan was continuously extracted, some wrinkles gradually appeared on the child's face, and his skin and muscles became relaxed and weak. There was no change in the ghost. Yang lifespan was considered precious. However, if it was used on ghosts, without special methods, it was actually very difficult to unleash its true effect. In ancient times, unspent lifespan would still hinder reincarnation. However, Granny Nether Mountain did not care about this. She grabbed the ghost that had been injected with decades of lifespan and stuffed the powder of the death token in her hand into its body. Then, she grabbed the ghost with both hands and rubbed it repeatedly. She crushed this unlucky guy into ashes on the spot and threw him into the air. Ghost powder scattered everywhere. As the soul fragments scattered, they emitted specks of fluorescent light. In it, an illusory city appeared. It's true. It's really tragic Death City. The excitement on Granny Nether Mountain's face was obvious. She reached out to grab the illusion. However, it was only an illusion after all. When she grabbed it, it stirred into chaos and disappeared. After verifying the authenticity of the death token, Granny Nether Mountain looked at the wooden board in her hand as if it was a treasure. Some things did not have to be made of precious materials. This was especially true for official documents. Even if it was just a few black words on a piece of white paper, it might surpass priceless treasures. Good. Purple Vine Rock. You did well. Granny Nether Mountain, who had recovered from her shock, looked at the purple vine demon that was controlled by Jiang Li. Her eyes filled with admiration. She took out a small basin from somewhere and placed it beside the two roots. A few breaths later, two turbid yellow streams flowed out from the two roots. After filling a basin, she handed it to Jiang Li. It was an entire basin of yellow spring water. When Jiang Li had just attacked the barbarian stone demon king, he had secretly put away the cup of yellow spring water that the other party had yet to drink. He had been smug just now, but now, he felt that his poverty was being looked down on. Moreover, the other party was using what Jiang Li had been looking for to look down on him. The shrouded 9 heavens in the sky showed no moon, and the 9 nether beneath had the yellow spring water. Extracting the yellow spring water from the 9 nether was simply the ability of the 9 nether broken root. Jiang Li was determined to obtain everything related to the 9 nether wood. Now, the root of the ancient connate spiritual root was controlled by others, which really made him a little unhappy. However, on the surface, Jiang Li naturally could not show it. He had to thank Granny Nether Mountain. Jiang Li was carefully putting away the yellow spring water. Granny Nether Mountain spoke to the evil spirits below. This full moon banquet is cancelled. Purple Vine Chi Pan. You can take away 10 of them. This person did not care about the mood of the demons and ghosts on the Bakian Mountain. Because she still needed the lifespan of these children, she directly cancelled this banquet. Although she had already received the gift, so what? However, Jiang Li, who had offered the death token, still had a special treatment. He was allowed to take away 10. Thank you, Granny. After Jiang Li thanked her reluctantly, he thought for a moment and continued. Granny left these children behind for their lifespan, right? These children can't live on Yin Mountain for long. It's even more inconvenient to bring them across the mountain. I have a method to convert lifespan into copper coins. Granny, please take a look. Jiang Li walked to the side of the iron cage and stretched out his vines to grab 10 children. The vines on his body wriggled and swallowed the 10 children from every corner of their bodies. In fact, he only sent these children into the coffin space. Another wave of vines rubbed against each other. A moment later, dozens of lifespan copper coins appeared in Jiang Li's hand. The quality of this lifespan copper coin was naturally far inferior to the quality of lifespan absorbed by the 9 nether wood. However, to Granny Nether Mountain, The quality of the lifespan was not important at all. As long as she could regain Yang lifespan and return to Tragic Death City, it was enough. It was naturally best if Jiang Li could turn the lifespan into copper coins for convenient storage. She immediately waved her hand and threw the remaining children to Jiang Li. The purple vine demon transformed into a vine giant again. Under the envious gazes of the other demons, it put away all 500 children. More than 2,000 lifespan copper coins fell from his hand. These lifespan copper coins were all obtained from Fengdu City's casino some time ago. It was fine if one used this kind of low-quality lifespan for the first time, but the more he used it, the worse the effect would be. If he used it for a long time, it might even cause a hole in his life and cause his lifespan to flow away for no reason. Jiang Li looked down on such things, but he still brought quite a few with him. This was a good time to put on an act. He heaved a sigh of relief. His goal of saving these children had finally been achieved. He would find an opportunity to secretly send them away. Next, he would cross the Bakian Mountain and become a dead person. With this Granny Nether Mountain leading the way, he might be able to make a trip to Tragic Death City. Chapter 556 Monk Kushui 1. The next day, a large ball of black chi wrapped in a cold wind rushed down the mountain. In the black chi, there were mayflies on the shore, mountain demons at the bottom of the mountain, ghosts in the cave, and evil souls at the bottom of the stream. The monsters hiding on the Yin Mountain surged out at this moment when they were summoned by that granny. In fact, the ghosts and monsters that lived on the Yin Mountain all year round had adapted to the reversal of everything on the Yin Mountain. Instead, they could not adapt to the normal rules of heaven and earth. Most of the natives of the back Yin Mountain would be unable to move normally like ordinary people after leaving the region. Moreover, this phenomenon was even more inexplicable, because the rules of heaven and earth were not ordinary human domains. It was impossible to break. This was also the main reason why those four hands lived near the Bakian Mountain all year round and were not eaten by the greedy demons. However, this time, the situation was clearly different. Before they set off, Granny Nether Mountain scattered a green light at them, temporarily maintaining the effect of the Bakian Mountain's inverted domain on them. As long as they did not leave the Bakian Mountain too far, the reversal power would not disappear. They could move freely in the outside world like they were on the mountain. After rushing out of the Bakian Mountain, all the ghosts and monsters rushed excitedly to the Four Hands village. This time, they had to work, and the benefits were huge. Although they were tasked to capture those four hands alive and could not kill, the vitality of the four hands was tenacious. As long as they stopped the bleeding properly and ate the hands, or even one of the heads, they would not die. In the previous full moon banquet, they were already craving for it, but they did not even get a mouthful of soup. They were already about to go crazy. Now that there was a chance, it was naturally a chaotic situation. If they really rushed into the village, after a storm of blood, what was left would only be a pile of people begging to die. Delicious Four Hands, quickly contribute your flesh and blood. I want to eat your fingers one by one. Eyes. I love the smell of your eyes exploding in my mouth. The black clouds formed by demons and ghosts covered the sky and pressed down on the first village. Before they arrived, the cold wind that was stirred up had already blown away the roof like a hurricane, blowing down the house. The ghosts and demons rushed in excitedly, but after searching left and right, they did not find even a single person. This was simply an empty village. I smell people. They are walking that way. The other demons looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, there were panicked hand seals outside the village that spread in a distant direction. Wherever his footsteps passed, there were many miscellaneous items of the Four Hands. Clearly, everyone in this village had fled not long ago. They fled. Interesting. Interesting. This is the feeling of hunting prey. How can a group of mortals escape from us? Little ones, do you know that the flesh that shakes in panic is the most delicious? If they are afraid to the extreme, the flesh will even twitch when it is swallowed. Seeing the Four Hands escape, the demons and ghosts did not panic at all. Instead, they laughed wildly. With the strength of mortals, Where could they run to? Their noses could clearly smell the lingering human smell in the air under their pursuit. Those humans could not escape no matter what. Following the smell of humans, the evil spirits transformed into a dark cloud and chased after the handprint. In just a moment, they arrived at the next village. They stirred up a cold wind and destroyed the village made of rocks again, leaving only the statue of Granny Nether Mountain built by the Four Hands. They did not dare to destroy that. They ran away too. What a group of stupid guys. If you don't eat more in the last few days and grow some fat, you'll lose the meat we want to eat if you run around outside. All the monsters did not suspect anything and continued to ride the surging black clouds towards the direction where the people were getting stronger and stronger. There were less than 10,000 people left, and there were only a dozen villages. After destroying all the villages, they could already hear the chaotic voices of the Four Hands fleeing. It was right ahead. The stench of sweat made these monsters drool. However, when they flew over, they did not see anyone. They saw a ghost door standing alone in an empty space. Around the door, there was a large number of footprints. Clearly, those Four Hands were still here. However, they did not see a single one, as if they had disappeared into thin air. At this moment, this door looked very suspicious. What is this? Those Four Hands are gone. If we can't bring them back, Granny Nether Mountain won't let us off. Someone must have captured them in advance. Should we go in and take a look? Look, Sumion's coming out. Thero indeed inside. While a group of ghosts and demons were discussing in a disorderly manner around the gate of hell, a human suddenly appeared from the gate as if he had walked in the wrong direction. Seeing the black mass of demons and ghosts in the sky, his face turned pale and he crawled back. Ha ha, you still want to run? Those Four Hands are hiding inside. Let's rush in and eat them. After being seduced by the figure that ran out, how could these monsters with little brains remain calm? Chapter 557 Monk Kushui 2. The most anxious group directly rushed in. Even if the remaining people were still a little suspicious, they panicked when they saw others running in front of them, afraid that there would be nothing to eat. If they ran late, they did not dare to fall behind and chased after the group into the gate of hell. After they entered, they disappeared from the netherworld fragment where the Bacchian mountain was, crossing the gate of hell to the other side. Although it was still the netherworld, the environment had already changed drastically. As soon as they passed through the door, they saw a red sea of flowers and a golden grassland. The unique fragrance of flowers and grass made the monsters who had been in a crazy state feel calm for no reason. The rolling black clouds quietened down at this moment. How did you become like this? Wait, I've changed too. This face. Is this my face? Yes, it's my face when I was alive. The demons and spirits on the Bacchian mountain did not feel much about this. However, the most numerous and various strange ghosts changed one after another. From a pitch-black twisted shape, they gradually returned to their human forms and even slowly recovered their original appearance. The cold pain that was torturing them all the time seemed to have quietened down at this moment. The ghosts touched their chests. Although there was still no heartbeat inside, the spider lily sea and carefree grassland made them feel as if they had recovered their body temperature. Unlike the harsh environment of the Bacchian mountain, this sea of flowers and grassland was simply a paradise in the netherworld to them. Bastard, what are you guys doing? Have you forgotten my orders? At this moment, a ghost king shook its head and woke up. It roared at the ghosts lying in the spider lily sea. Only then did those guys walk out reluctantly. Do you smell it? There's a lot of people ahead. Those Four Hands must be hiding in that city. What's more delicious than blood food? At this moment, the demons and ghosts also saw the huge city at the end of the road. They transformed into a black cloud again and flew over. However, compared to the previous madness, they were much quieter this time. After everyone left, the gate of hell behind them silently disappeared into the ground, cutting off their only escape route. Woo 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 woo. Halfway through the small path in the city, two crows flew over from the city and circled above the monsters. However, The demons and ghosts ignored them. In the middle of the road in front of them sat a thin youth. Not long ago, the youth was still a pitiful person trapped in the dungeon. However, compared to his previous miserable appearance, at this moment, the youth's originally messy hair had already been shaved off, and his skin was clean. He had also changed into a plain white monk robe. Only the deformed and shrunken leg was still the same. It was unknown if he could not recover or if he was unwilling to heal it. Ha ha. I finally found you, kid. Your clansmen abandoned you, right? Tell us quickly, where are the other 4 hands? If you're obedient, when we eat you, we can move faster and make you suffer less. Surrounded by so many human-eating monsters, the youth in the white monk robe was completely fearless. He had a faint smile on his face and did not mind these sinful fellows at all. Amitabha, suffering is boundless. Repent and gain salvation. Benefactors, you are trapped in the sea of bitterness. Since you have seen me today, it is your fate to be saved. I, Kushui, am willing to save all of you from your suffering. Under the guidance of the divine statue clone, Kushui had already stepped into the door of Buddhist cultivation. His comprehension and wisdom were so strong that it completely defeated the divine statue clone who had comprehended Ananda's blood tears. Unfortunately, Kushui's kind words did not move these cruel demons. This group of monsters stayed in the Bakian mountain all year round. They did not know what monks were. They only felt that this kid was deliberately mystifying things. A ghost came up and wanted to bite off Kushui's right hand. However, that bite directly shattered a few of its ghost teeth. This was not the end. Immediately after, a circle of Buddhist light appeared and turned the ghost into ashes on the spot. The other ghosts who wanted to rush up and snatch the food were also screaming in pain from the floating light and hurriedly retreated. The benevolent travel temple's secret technique, palm meditation, was indeed very compatible with Kushui. Once he used it, if he did not use those earth-rank artifacts, even Jiang Li would find it extremely difficult to injure him. Seeing that these demons were stubborn, Kushui chanted the Buddhist scripture Amitabha Dana Paramita, Sila Paramita, Ksanti Paramita, Virya Paramita, Dhyana Paramita, Prajna Paramita, Mahasa, void, formless. Scripture and Sanskrit chanted from Kushui's mouth. They immediately transformed into golden words that flew into the air and blossomed with brilliance. Behind the youth, the shadow of Bodhisattva that could no longer be seen was faintly discernible in the Buddhist light. The Vajra scripture broke through the momentum first. Under the illumination of these Buddhist lights, the cold wind and ghost chi that enveloped the front immediately melted like snow meeting spring. Chapter 558 Monk Kushui 3. The monsters with terrifying and twisted faces began to roll around with their heads in their hands when they heard the Buddhist chants. Those voices brought them immense pain. A large number of monsters wanted to rush up and kill this culprit, but every time they approached, a Buddhist light would sweep past and turn them into ashes. The monsters' thoughts were very simple. If I can't beat you, I'll run, alright? However, as the words void, formless sounded, all the demons suddenly discovered that they could no longer control their bodies. If they wanted to advance, they would retreat. If they wanted to fly, they would fall. Their bodies were completely different from their thoughts. After passing through the gate of hell, they were already too far away from the Bakian mountain. The reversal power in their bodies was quickly exhausted and could not be maintained for long. Now, with the stimulation of the targeted Buddhist voice, it completely dissipated. This was going to be fatal. The group of monsters from the Bakian mountain were trapped on the spot by the normal rules of heaven and earth. They could only roll around randomly. The Buddhist chanting of Kushui continued. All the different types of sentient beings, whether they be born from eggs, born from a womb, born from moisture or born spontaneously, whether or not they have form, whether they abide in perceptions or no perceptions or without either perceptions or non-perceptions, I save them by causing them to enter nirvana without remainder. When these are measurable, countless, infinite number of sentient beings have been liberated. In actuality, no sentient being has attained liberation. As he did so, A large amount of black chi emerged from these demons and ghosts, dispersed by the Buddhist light that filled the sky. The monsters that came this time were not at the Demon King level. Although there were many of them, with the power of Fengdu City, it was not a problem to eat them. However, even Jiang Li did not expect that this new Hall Master of the Northern Profound Hall would actually have such strength in a short period of time. In the distance, Jiang Li was watching all of this through the divine statue clone with a helpless expression. In order to eat this batch of monsters, he had gathered the 13 Ghost Kings, the Changla Guards, and dozens of demons from the 10 Directions region. A large number of combat strength was waiting solemnly. However, they did not expect that the vanguard, Kushui, had already stopped them all. Why else would he be called the reincarnation of an immortal or Buddha? Golden scales were not something that could be found in a pond. He could transform into a dragon when faced with a storm. The trials and difficulties faced by mortals could not stop him. If Jiang Li had not discovered the Kushui by chance, according to the original trajectory, he should have stayed in the sewer forever, or even turned into a skeleton. However, even so, that kind of death was not the end. In the future, when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth recovered enough to support the existence of immortals and gods, there was a high chance that the dry bones of Kushui could directly reconstruct his golden body, or even step over the threshold of immortality and surpass the mortal world. Perhaps it was not only him. In the continent of the 9 provinces, there might be other reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas quietly waiting for the opportunity to come. To these existences, the cultivation path generally recognized by the cultivation world might be dispensable. Those big shots liked to play. Generally, they would undergo tribulation and ascend. After becoming an immortal or Buddha, their cultivation would begin. The more Jiang Li knew about those ancient immortals and Buddhas, the more pressure he felt. Who knew how those immortals and Buddhas would treat the current cultivators when they revived? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was recovering faster and faster. He had to obtain enough power to speak to those existences before that. What he did not know was that after the Four Hands group entered Fengdu City to settle down, another mysterious thread was pulled to him. Chapter 559 Crossing Life and Death 1. After the monsters of the Bakian Mountain, who were not used to the rules of the outside world, had the reversal power in their bodies removed, their remaining combat strength was less than 1%. They became lambs waiting to be slaughtered outside Fengdu City. With the Northern Profound Hall Master Kushui holding down the fort and a large number of experts from Fengdu City coming out together, they took down all these monsters without any bloodshed. When the dust settled, all the demons and ghosts were put into the Fengdu dungeon. Jiang Li's main body, who was still on the Bakian Mountain, opened his eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. If not for the fact that he was staying in the enemy's headquarters to gather information, he would not have dared to open the gate of hell. If this Granny Nether Mountain passed through the gate of hell and directly arrived at Fengdu City, Jiang Li's human emperor's inheritance might gain a different owner. Not long ago, after Granny Nether Mountain cancelled the full moon banquet, she immediately issued an order to send out most of the ghosts controlled by her to capture those Four Hands. Needless to say, her goal was to hunt the Four Hands and store more Yang Lifespan copper coins. She definitely wanted to bring her subordinates to attack Tragic Death City. However, now, her plan was probably going to fail. Forget about capturing all the Four Hands. The monsters of the Bakian Mountain that she had sent out had all been captured on the other side of the gate. Unless Granny Nether Mountain could directly cross the Netherworld Void and find the Netherworld fragment of Fengdu City 44,444 kilometers away. Otherwise, it would take a long time for the Bakian Mountain to recover to its original state. Long ago, when those ghosts crossed the gate of hell, Granny Nether Mountain should have already sensed it. He did not know how angry that person would be now. Jiang Li was still wearing the purple vine shell. He pushed open the stone door in front of him and walked to the outside world. The place he was in just now was a tomb. After all, this was a graveyard. It was already quite good to have a clean and tidy tomb to rest in. When they saw Lord Purplevine come out, the two ghosts standing at the entrance of the tomb immediately bowed to him. However, Jiang Li felt that it would be even better if they had a little more respect on their faces. For some reason, Granny Nether Mountain did not allow the remaining 7 demons to leave the Bacchian Mountain or even this graveyard. They even specially sent out ghosts to monitor them. If not for that, how could Fengdu City deal with the power of the Bacchian Mountain so easily? This was because they, who had reached the Demon King realm, had the ability to escape the Bacchian Mountain and move freely. If he really faced these guys head-on, even a high-grade Divine Judgment faction might not be able to withstand it. It seemed that Granny Nether Mountain did not really trust the 7 of them. After the barbarian Stone Demon King attacked her, this suspicion became much deeper. Even Jiang Li was very careful when he sent away the 4 Hands children. He separated a trace of the flames from them and was not discovered. Jiang Li walked out of the tomb. On the stage in the distance, the sounds of the opera had long stopped. What replaced it was an ugly and angry voice, saying that 30,000 ghosts and demons are gone. They only went to capture a mere 8,004 hands. Not only did they not succeed, they even disappeared under our noses. Under her anger, Granny Nether Mountain's voice overlapped like waves, making it harder and harder to tell if she was male or female. However, the different voices mixed and the voices were all furious. Grandma, I'll go look for them again. I'll definitely find them this time. In front of the stage, a black robe floated in the air. It was like the sound of a wind blowing through the canyon, and it could not help but tremble in fear. However, what answered it was only a black light. The black light pierced through the chest and back, and a huge hole immediately appeared in the middle of the black robe. Inside, a black wind spread out, leaving only the tattered black robe on the spot. It was no different from a piece of trash. On the side, there were already several black robes lying there. A whirlwind surged, and black fog covered the surroundings. These black-robed figures were the monsters formed from the whirlwind on the Bacchian Mountain, known as Rush Feet. This kind of demon was very fast and was the best messenger scout. However, these Rush Feet followed the human Chi and Yin Chi in the wind and had already run through all the places where the 4 Hands and the Yin Mountain ghosts might appear, but they found nothing. The aura that disappeared into thin air made it impossible for them to find it. However, their master, Granny Nether Mountain, would not understand their helplessness. After hearing this information, Rush Feet were sent out one after another and were killed in anger after failure. Coupled with the one who had just died, 7 of the rare Rush Feet had already died in front of the stage. Jiang Li, who was watching this scene from afar, felt a little heartache. If she killed more of these rare spirit monsters, they would go extinct. After a total of 7 times, Granny Nether Mountain finally accepted reality and no longer sent scouts to investigate. At this moment, another black robe that was filled with whirlwinds flew down from the mountain. This Rush Feet was not sent down the mountain to search, but to scout the way up. The Rush Feet landed in front of the stage and quickly muttered something. Granny Nether Mountain's expression finally eased a little. Chapter 560 Crossing Life and Death 2. The lucky whirlwind spirit was not slapped to death. A moment later, dense gong sounds sounded on the stage. It was Granny Nether Mountain summoning them. On the 6 tombs near Jiang Li, the stone doors opened one after another, and the other 6 Demon King-level monsters walked out. They looked at each other. These monsters who could trample a mountain with a stomp of their feet had solemn expressions. Nothing good would happen at this time. However, they did not dare to disobey the call of that Granny and could only gather in front of the stage again. Well, cross the Bacchian Mountain with Granny. Although the other 6 demons, who had long guessed it, were already mentally prepared, their faces were still pale. They all looked at Jiang Li with anger and helplessness. If not for this guy being so meddlesome and sending himself to the doorsteps of the tragic Death City, how could Granny Nether Mountain have nothing to do and pull them over the mountain? After crossing the Bacchian Mountain, they would be dead. No living being would like to experience the feeling of death. Moreover, death that crossed the Bacchian Mountain could be reversed by crossing in the opposite direction. However, It was easy to go from life to death, but difficult to go from death to life. This was the rule of heaven and earth. It was not so easy to crawl back from the other side of the Bacchian mountain. There were still conditions to cross the boundary of life and death to revive. If they died this time, they might not be able to come back alive. However, they could not reject this. Granny Nether Mountain was not asking for their opinion. She shook a bell beside her hand, and the stage in front of her seemed to come alive as it directly rose from the ground. A figure below broke through the ground and stood up. The person holding the stage was the barbarian Stone Demon King, who had been captured by everyone. At this moment, 18 of the 36 nails on his body had been taken out. That did not mean freedom. In its place was a root that covered his entire body like a nerve network. A dignified demon king, a monster that was comparable to an earth immortal expert, was being controlled like a puppet. When the remaining 7 demons saw this scene, their expressions were ugly. If they dared to refuse now, they would probably end up like this. After crossing the Bacchian mountain, there was still a chance to revive. If they died here, there would really be no chance. The 7 of them, including Jiang Li, jumped onto the barbarian Stone Demon King's body and rode this rock giant towards the highest point of the Bacchian mountain range. On the Bacchian mountain peak, at the boundary of yin-yang and life and death, today, a rock hand suddenly climbed up. Immediately after, a huge rock head with a stage above it poked its head out from the mountain top that was tens of thousands of feet high. The barbarian Stone Demon King was very large. It could cross a mountain in 2 steps. This Bacchian mountain was originally occupied by them, so it was naturally impossible for anything to happen along the way. In less than half a day, they had already arrived at the highest point of the mountain range and saw the boundary between the 2 worlds. The yin-yang chi that rose from both sides of the Bacchian mountain collided with each other in front of him, forming a belt of light that was like an aurora. On the other side of the belt of light, countless eyes seemed to be staring at them in the darkness. At this moment, the barbarian Stone Demon King's half hand had already crossed the line of light, and the half hand that crossed it visibly turned grey. Even if it was a rock, one could clearly see which side was filled with vitality and which side was deathly silent. What are you waiting for? Cross over. She was already a ghost, so Granny Nether Mountain was naturally not afraid of this. He shook the bell in his hand and urged the rock giant to continue forward. The barbarian Stone Demon King was controlled and could not refuse the order. The other 7 demon kings lying on the stone giant also had solemn expressions. They could only helplessly close their eyes and wait for death. On the other hand, from the tips of Jiang Li's fingers, 10 black lines had already spread from his hands to his chest. They were only a hair's breadth away from intersecting at his heart. What followed was a dense aura of death. Facing imminent death, his body was involuntarily trembling violently. It was the instinctive fear of death as a living creature. However, unlike the instinctive fear in his body, a large amount of spiritual chi was surging endlessly in Jiang Li's chi, and he was extremely excited. He sat cross-legged in the vine demon's body. The 9 Nether Dao scripture that was the foundation was circulating crazily. The 9 Netherwood was originally a spiritual root of the Nether world. The 9 Nether Dao scripture naturally contained the mystery of life and death. If one cultivated such a cultivation method and did not die once, how could they truly comprehend its profundity? He took a deep breath and pressed it in his stomach. As the stone giant took a step forward, the light belt that was the boundary between life and death, Jiang Li and the 8 demons of the nether world shook at the same time. The 10 black lines on Jiang Li's chest completely intersected. It was like a chain that bound his life, instantly tightening. The powerful heart stopped beating at that moment. Jiang Li only felt that the temperature in his entire body was quickly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, it was already cold. His skin turned grey, and his pupils were dim and turbid. It was difficult to see any signs of a living person. Even his mental world had withered. It was like the end of the world, without any vitality. The chains formed by the 10 black threads firmly bound Jiang Li's vitality, stripping away everything that his life should have bit by bit. Then, Jiang Li felt as if a certain part of his body had been cut by a large pair of scissors. A tearing pain caused all his vitality to completely disappear. At the same time, he seemed to have lost something very important. After recalling the terrible experience of death, Jiang Li looked around blankly for a moment. Soon, he understood what he had lost. Under the moonlight, there was no longer a shadow under the feet of the 8 nether mountain demons. 8 shadows were floating away from them. The shadow of the purple vine demon was formed by the shadows of countless vines. They were not a complete life. When they were alive, they could still snuggle up and cooperate. Now, they had become shadows and were about to fall apart. In the gap of the growing long shadow, a shadow that was completely identical to Jiang Li's figure was vaguely revealed. All of Jiang Li's vitality was hidden in his shadow. This was what he had to experience when crossing the Bakian mountain. That life and death boundary could cut off the vitality of the living and even tear apart their souls and shadows. The shadows no longer followed the people. Instead, they parted ways and lingered in this huge mountain range with the original lives of the living. The things that looked at them on the other side of the line were shadows left behind by the people who had crossed the Bakian mountain in the past. If the travelers who died after crossing the Bakian mountain wanted to revive, he had to find his shadow on the Bakian mountain and cross back to the Yang world with it to take back his life. However, the shadow that had left his body would no longer wait for him obediently like before. The Bakian mountain was so huge. If he wanted to find his shadow inside, it was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. During this process, if his shadow was killed and swallowed by other shadows, he would really have nowhere to cry. Moreover, the longer it took, the more independent the shadow that left the main body would be. It was even possible that it would eventually develop into an independent life and permanently separate from the traveler. At that time, the dead would forever be dead. Taking such a huge risk, Jiang Li was still willing to cross the Bakian mountain. It was not only because of the temptation of benefits. Most importantly, he still had something to rely on his fingertips. The 3,000 broken-wing black mosquitoes lying on the ground died the moment they crossed the Bakian mountain. At the instant they died, Jiang Li's last parallel mind seized the opportunity to devour the tiny souls of the 3,000 mosquitoes in time, causing them to really die completely. This most special parallel mind also returned to Jiang Li's consciousness. The pain of his soul being torn apart was immediately soothed by the rapidly circulating Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. At this moment, Jiang Li did not have the time to comprehend the memories of the broken-wing black mosquitoes brought back by his parallel mind. After randomly intercepting a portion of the memories, he sent out this parallel mind. It directly entered the shadow that had just been torn apart. Chapter 561 Spirit Essence Absorption 1. In the physics theory of his previous life, shadows were an optical phenomenon where light was blocked by objects and projected onto the surface, forming the outline of a bright and dark boundary. In theory, the shadows of ordinary objects were no different from the shadows of humans. It was not corporeal and could not be used as a parallel mind carrier. However, this was the cultivation world. There was spiritual chi circulating in everything. No matter what they encountered, they could not be too superstitious in materialism. In this world, the appearance of humans was originally created by Nuwa to imitate the images of the gods in the world, secretly conforming to the Tao here. Although the shadow only had an outline, it was still in human form. Jiang Li's shadow had followed him for many years as he cultivated and meditated. It was nourished by the dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth in his surroundings. In fact, it had long become a little strange. If one walked on the road and carefully compared it, they would discover that Jiang Li's shadow would be slightly darker than the shadow of an ordinary mortal. At this moment, after being torn apart by the life and death division of the Bakian mountain, his shadow could be considered to have ascended to the heavens in a single step. He possessed a small portion of the soul that had been torn off from his main body, and Jiang Li's enormous vitality. It could already be completely satisfied and transform into a new life condition. If he still possessed Jiang Li's cultivation method, it was not impossible for him to cultivate a shadow earth immortal in the future. Such a shadow was naturally enough to carry a parallel mind. What was in the shadow was his own soul fragment. He entered it side by side and no longer needed to engage in a mental war like before to forcefully possess it. There was no resistance at all. The sixth parallel mind directly fused with the soul fragment that tore down. The shadow that had just been torn out immediately emitted two divine lights. When Jiang Li's main body looked at the shadow through the vine shell, they were already mentally connected. He did not have the time to feel the wonderful feeling of observing the world from the shadow perspective. With a thought from Jiang Li, the shadow Jiang Li attacked from the inside. He pulled the countless vine shadows on his body and did not let them scatter, continuing to maintain the shape of the vine man. On the stage, Granny Nether Mountain seemed to have sensed something and looked over. However, the overlapping shadows could not be seen with the naked eye. On the other hand, Jiang Li, who was hidden inside the withered purple vine demon and had already died, had his aura become even thinner under the envelopment of the unknown flames. Even she was unable to discover it before, let alone now. Granny Nether Mountain only took a glance at the twisted vine phantom. When she turned around, the twisted vine shadow had already floated into the distance. No, it was not that they did not want to capture the shadows and keep them by their side. Instead, grabbing the shadow was like picking up the moon in the water. It was not that no one in the world could do it, but at the very least, they did not have such methods. They could only watch as the shadow floated into the distance. Among the 8 demons, the most unlucky one was this purple vine demon Shipan. Everyone else had one shadow each, but he had tens of thousands of shadows. Once they dispersed, it would be extremely difficult to survive. The demons watched as their shadows floated further and further away. They could only sigh helplessly and walk down the mountain under the urging of Granny Nether Mountain. Black shadows flickered on the surrounding ground, like sharks that had smelled blood, quickly gathering a large number of other shadows. The new shadows were still in a daze and usually had no ability to resist. The monsters that were transformed from shadows liked to bully these new fat sheep. Jiang Li's shadow had just floated out when hundreds of pitch-black shadow monsters that were stuck to the ground followed. They could sense that this shadow contained an extremely terrifying vitality, making the shadow monsters extremely greedy. It was the plan of all the demons to eat this shadow before it awakened. However, when the twisting shadow floated far enough into the shadows, the countless vine shadows outside the shadow's outline suddenly began to shrink. Hundreds of twisting vine shadows disappeared, gradually revealing the human figure inside. At this moment, the shadow Jiang Li was tightly hugging the thickest vine shadow and biting it. Then, as if it was sucking noodles, it swallowed the shadows that belonged to the purple vine demon. Those were tens of thousands of shadows that contained all the vitality of an entire group of purple vine demons. In just a moment, they were sucked dry by this shadow. After eating so much, the shadow Jiang Li's abdomen swelled up like a ball. Clearly, he had eaten a lot. Fortunately, this shadow seemed to have a good appetite. It patted its stomach, and the circular outline of the ancient city quickly recovered to its original state. After absorbing tens of thousands of vine shadows, Jiang Li's shadow seemed to have become even denser. Even if he was in the shadows, his outline could already be vaguely seen. At this moment, he noticed the other shadows that surrounded him with ill intentions. How do you know I'm not full? I have to thank you for your hospitality. Not only did the shadow Jiang Li have intelligence, he could actually speak. Chapter 562 Spirit Essence Absorption 2. Before the surrounding shadow monsters could react, the shadow Jiang Li smiled strangely. The shadow figure suddenly shattered, turning into 3,000 black dots that danced under the moonlight. If one looked closely, they would discover that the black dots were the shadows of 3,000 black mosquitoes. The shadow Jiang Li had just eaten an entire shadow of the fused purple vine demon. At this moment, the energy accumulated was long enough. Under the moonlight, the 3,000 mosquito shadows split into 2, then into 4, quickly splitting and expanding. Then, a large number of black dots flew towards the surrounding shadow monsters that did not react. The shadow monsters could only stick close to the ground and could only escape up, down, left, and right. Coupled with the fact that they did not have much intelligence to begin with, they were immediately pounced on by the scattered black dots. Then, a strange scene appeared under the moonlight. Hundreds of shadows that had nothing to project suddenly appeared on the ground and began to shrink inexplicably. In less than 10 breaths, they had all disappeared without a trace. As for the mosquito-shaped shadows, their numbers split again and increased. After flying for a while, they gathered back to their original form. Just from that outline, it could be seen that the owner of the shadow was extraordinarily heroic. Before Jiang Li's sixth parallel mind died, although it only controlled 3,000 broken-wing black mosquitoes in the end and was not stable, it could not be considered a mature clone. However, in the end, the sixth parallel mind still successfully swallowed the souls of those small mosquitoes. Under the deduction and digestion of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, it successfully obtained a portion of the talent and characteristics of the broken-wing black mosquito. At this moment, this parallel mind fused into Jiang Li's shadow again, and it brought over this innate divine power called spirit essence absorption. The terrifying ancient mosquito was too dangerous to control. Now that it was his shadow, there should be no problem. Jiang Li had a deep understanding of this extremely domineering divine ability, spirit essence absorption. At that time, if not for the legendary flame human fire, he might have failed in the 5 banishment city of the 10 directions region. Be it spiritual chi, vitality, artifacts, or strange objects, this divine power could be said to absorb everything. Even the power of chaos of the Azura that was completely different from the continent of the 9 provinces was not a problem as long as he adapted a little. Such a domineering and unreasonable divine power. Jiang Li was already drooling over this. Now, relying on the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, he finally obtained something between life and death. After a long time, Jiang Li's main body, who was sitting upright in a pile of withered vines, opened his eyes. Earlier, his will did not land on the shadow Jiang Li. Instead, he was pushing the great carefree Bodhisattva Heart Sutra with all his might to comprehend the memories left behind from the 6th parallel mind. It also contained the souls of 2,000 mosquitoes. Just like the shadow Jiang Li, after Jiang Li ate the souls of those broken-wing black mosquitoes, an innate skill called spirit essence absorption appeared on the interface. However, this ability was quite compatible with the shadow Jiang Li. He could use it as soon as he obtained it. However, perhaps because of race, it did not seem to be so suitable for him. On his status panel, the name of that skill was Gray. Jiang Li carefully sensed it and already had some understanding of his new talent skill. The shadow, Jiang Li, was a myriad of shadows and would not be restricted at all. However, he was a purebred, or perhaps not such a purebred human. Just like how sword cultivators did not have flying swords, the current him did not have an organ suitable for using the sword cultivator absorption. Nor did he have an organ that could store and digest the spirit essence absorbed. If he wanted to do that, he had to undergo a complete transformation and fundamentally change a portion of his body structure. That would be a very difficult thing. The body modification and organ transplantation of medical cultivators would undoubtedly fall behind. If he wanted to be reborn without any side effects, he even had to grow a special insect organ. It would probably take at least 20 alchemy grandmasters to spend nearly 100 years designing and customizing a medicinal pill that was at least Earth rank for him. This was under the premise that he had a large number of broken-wing black mosquitoes as research materials and alchemy materials. The expenditure was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Or perhaps, he could use the innate skill cocoon break that he had obtained previously. This ability that any completely abnormal insect knew could directly allow one to be reborn, optimize their body structure, and even increase their talent. Jiang Li had tried countless times to raise his spiritual root talent to the level of a top-grade spiritual root. He could be considered to be familiar with it. The only problem now was whether he could still use cocoon break when he was dead. Looking at the cocoon breaking skill that was also in a dark state, he felt that every part of his body was silent. Clearly, A dead insect could not break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. Jiang Li could only helplessly suppress the excitement in his heart. However, it might be a good thing to have such a buffer period. This was because he had never treated himself badly since the day he started cultivating Dao Foundation, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Every step he took used good things that even ancient immortals and gods would covet. He had just reached the nascent soul realm and already had the flair of a true immortal. At this moment, the quality of his spirit essence was extremely high. If he could immediately use the spirit essence absorption, he might not be able to resist the temptation to suck it everywhere. The innate divine power he obtained was only a weakened version of the broken-winged black mosquito after all. It was not like the blood-winged black mosquito that could even absorb the 12th grade merit golden lotus. It was hard to say how much benefits he could obtain. He might even pollute his foundation because of this. With so much time to calm down, he could calmly pick up good things and absorb them. Of course, this kind of worry was not so particular with his shadow. He could completely open his stomach and suck desperately. Behind him, on the dark side of the Bakian mountain, the shadow Jiang Li had already begun to play the game of Pac-Man. This mountain was destined to cause a storm of blood. The 8 sorrowful demon kings still did not know that their shadows were about to face a huge crisis. After descending the shadow-filled Bakian mountain, an endless void cliff appeared not long after. This was the border of the netherworld fragment of the Bakian mountain. From here, if he wanted to move forward, he could only jump into the netherworld void. However, in the netherworld void, even they could not fly. Once they entered, no one could guarantee where they would fall. He was very lucky to reach the other shore he wanted. Those who were unlucky would be shattered by the chaotic netherworld. Or would he continue to drift like this? Even with Jiang Li's luck, he did not dare to rashly give it a try. No matter what, he had to make more preparations. Shi Pan, how's the preparation? If this succeeds, he'll appoint you as the city lord of Tragic Death City. Granny Nether Mountain looked at Jiang Li and promised him an illusory and huge benefit in an ugly voice. Jiang Li now increasingly believed that she was a ghost. Otherwise, why would he lie to him like this? Promising something that he had yet to obtain was really an attractive offer. As for the preparation she mentioned, it was actually to imitate the death token. Earlier, after Jiang Li discovered that this Granny Nether Mountain wanted to bring them to Tragic Death City, it was obvious that the other party did not have full confidence in crossing the netherworld void. At that time, there was a high chance that this Granny Nether Mountain would only write her name on that wooden board and bring everyone to jump into the void to try their luck. Wasn't this playing with their lives? Jiang Li did not want to risk his life for her. Therefore, he could only take the initiative to increase the other party's success rate. At that time, he suggested that he could use his vine talent to imitate the death token. It was also because of this that he had more freedom than the other demon kings and could send the Four Hands children out. Otherwise, if he kept them in the coffin, once they crossed the Bakian mountain, they would all become dead. Granny, everything is ready. Chapter 563 Harmony between Master and Disciple. 1. Jiang Li took out the death token that he had prepared long ago. It was stuffed through the gaps in the vines around him. A large number of death tokens fell to the ground. This efficiency made Granny Nether Mountain very satisfied. She gave him another gourd of yellow spring water on the spot. She also released the 2,000 ghosts she had chosen. Although many of her subordinates had been captured by Jiang Li earlier, there were naturally not only so few left. Unfortunately, the demons and ghosts that he had sent out earlier did not successfully capture the other Four Hands. As a result, there were only so many lifespan copper coins. One had to know that ghosts without Yang lifespan would not be attracted by Tragic Death City even if they held a death token. Therefore, they could only bring 2,000 ghosts this time. Soon, every ghost, including the 8 demon kings, received a death token and a lifespan copper coin. Then, a black thread stretched out from Granny Nether Mountain's hand. It passed through all the ghosts and weaved them together. There was a way to connect them together. The black threads constricted, and the 2,000 ghosts were pulled together. A total of 2,000 death tokens pieced together seamlessly, forming a white wooden ship. This was the method that Jiang Li had tested with his ghost soldiers in Fengdu City. It was easy to get lost when a single ghost entered the void. However, if a large number of ghosts gathered together, the safety would greatly increase. Since everyone was on the same boat now, Jiang Li also needed a powerful existence to scout the way for him in Tragic Death City. He took the initiative to provide this key suggestion to that granny. For a time, the overlord of the Bakian Mountain trusted the Purple Vine Demon greatly. If this continued, it was not impossible for the Purple Vine Demon's ultimate dream of marrying Granny Nether Mountain to be realized. Every time he thought of this, Jiang Li's scalp went numb. After pushing the wooden ship into the void, Granny Nether Mountain and the 8 demons also jumped on. Soon, they felt a mysterious pull on them and all the ghosts holding the tragic death token. The power of attraction was indeed insignificant. Any wind might blow them elsewhere. However, now that more than 2,000 forces were gathered together, not only was it much safer, but the speed was also much faster than when Daist Xing jumped into the void alone. The netherworld fragment behind was quickly out of sight, leaving only a wooden ship made of death tokens and 2,000 ghosts floating in the void. There was no reference object around them, so they could not even tell if they were moving forward. This made the wait longer. At this moment, Granny Nether Mountain actually did not forget to bring the stage. It just so happened that he had nothing to do. The sorrowful song sounded again, floating in the air. The 8 ghost kings who had just died could not embarrass that granny. They could only sit on the deck obediently and watch the show. The already long days became much harder to endure. Only Jiang Li, who was hiding inside the vine shell, could cover his ears and hide. He was also busy at this moment. Compared to the lifelessness of his body, the spiritual chi in his body was unprecedentedly active. Circulating the 9 Nether Dao scripture, his cultivation speed increased more than 100 times. The nascent soul in his body became rounder and fuller. Not only did this death not cause Jiang Li's nascent soul to wither, but it instead revealed a different expression under the state of death. The comprehension from life to death caused a qualitative change in his 9 Nether Dao scripture. Cultivating at this moment and converting comprehension into gains was a rare opportunity for ordinary cultivators. Now, even if Granny Nether Mountain distributed Earth-rank artifacts outside, he could not guarantee that he would be interested. Time passed bit by bit as the group from the Bakian Mountain floated in the void. The eastern region of the 9 provinces continents Azure Cloud Continent had almost broken their heads. Not only did the attack not end, it was only the beginning. Even if the 3 divine pillars personally blocked the entrance of Tragic Death City in the Land of Blood, for some reason, the group of dead people could still appear in every corner of the cultivation world of the eastern region. Those fellows who had returned continuously launched attacks. This time, it was different from the last time when a large number of ancestors were released and attacked the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. This time, they did not attack many sects, but the gathered strength was even more suffocating. In fact, according to the information obtained from the last attack, the true power controlled by the Blood King was not as much as they had imagined. He did not control the entire Tragic Death City. Otherwise, in the entire Tragic Death City, all the people who had yet to die would come out in full strength. Even if the cultivation world of the eastern region joined forces, they would not have the confidence to win. The subsequent attacks were mainly too unpredictable. With the strength displayed by the Blood King, he could focus on attacking a faction alone. Under the 3 divine pillars, no one dared to say that they could withstand it. Due to the continuous attacks, the forces under the Divine Judgment Hall felt insecure. There was no pattern to the Blood King's attack. There seemed to be no connection between those sects. The dignified Divine Judgment Hall was led around by a group of dead people. A large number of casualties challenged their prestige for the first time. Chapter 564 Harmony between Master and Disciple 2. Fortunately, as the sects were destroyed, the Divine Judgment Hall finally discovered some clues. After that night, All the sects that were attacked were forces that had once obtained the corpses of the Cultivation dynasty's last 9 kings. After finding the pattern, their motives were not difficult to guess. That Blood King did not secretly open the Ipang Earth Palace. Instead, he made an enemy of the entire eastern region with great fanfare in order to find the 9 corpses. However, by the time they reacted, 7 of the 9 kings had already fallen into the hands of the Blood King. Of course, the corpse of the Polar Mountain King was actually in Jiangli's hands. However, no one knew the final outcome of the battle at that time. However, since one of them was not from the Divine Judgment Hall, they naturally thought that the corpse of the Polar Mountain King had also fallen into the hands of the Blood King. Now, only the Blood King's corpse and Prince Ning's corpse were still in the hands of the Divine Judgment Hall. The gathering of the last 9 kings is the method to open the Ipang Earth Palace. Those guys really hid it from us for a long time. After the destruction of the Qin dynasty, we indeed did not gather again. Many old friends are no longer around. So the key to the greatest treasure has always been in our hands. It's laughable that we don't know about the empty treasure vault. On a crystal-like mountain, a few white-haired and youthful cultivators stood on the mountaintop, chatting about the past with nostalgic expressions. The few elders looked down at the mountain below. Through the pure and transparent mountain, they could see 2 frozen corpses. The 2 corpses looked very similar, but their age and temperament were far inferior. One of the corpses had white sideburns and drooping shoulders. If someone skilled in physiognomy was here, they would be able to tell that this person had a blessed appearance and would definitely have many children and grandchildren. This was the truth. Prince Ning, the corpse here, had more than 300 children in his life and was once a person with a huge family. As for the other person who was frozen not far from him, he looked much younger. His face was gentle and elegant, but his eyes revealed an unconcealable heroic spirit. Between the brows of the corpse, there was a red mark in the shape of a drop of blood, adding a hint of demonic charm to the gentle face. It was the culprit behind today's chaos. The corpse of the Blood King of the Qin dynasty. He looked at the corpse that still had a young appearance. One of the elders suddenly sighed. Actually, the Blood King has always been a good child. He's very talented and has an excellent temperament, but he's too stubborn. If he's not a member of the royal family, I might have taught him everything I know. The old man smiled as he recalled his dead disciple. In this era, perhaps not many people knew that this old man who almost stood at the peak of the cultivation world of the eastern region had such a relationship with the Blood King back then. If he had not raised the army back then, the Qin dynasty would not have collapsed so quickly. Everything is the trend of the world. This is the trend that is unstoppable. If you want to blame someone, blame him for standing opposite the entire cultivation world. Moreover, from the looks of it, the Blood King back then did not trust you, the master, so much. How do you know the secret of the Ipang Earth Palace? Their relaxed words revealed that they were all figures from thousands of years ago. Just that lifespan was not something that ordinary cultivators could imagine. These old antiques gathered here and moved the corpses of these 2 lords to the same place. They did not hide anything in broad daylight. Their goal was self-evident. The Divine Judgment Hall planned to use this to lure out the Blood King who was attacking everywhere. This could appease those sects that were afraid of being attacked and could also defeat the damned Blood King head. This was an open plot. If those kings wanted these 2 corpses, they had to come here and snatch them head. Old friends, do you feel it? Yes, my disciple is here. He's already dead for thousands of years. Yet he still wants to crawl out of the netherworld and cause trouble for us. He really doesn't know how to respect his master. HMPH, it's still the same as before. They've been lying underground for thousands of years. How can they know what the cultivation world has become? Forget it. Let's use that Ipang dragon vein as their compensation for being rude. The heirloom treasure of the Qing dynasty might allow us old fellows to advance further. The elders looked up into the distance. From the sky, a red cloud rolled over, covering the sky and suppressing the crystal-like mountain. On the red cloud, a young man wearing a blood cult crown was standing on the clouds with his hands behind his back. just like thousands of years ago. There were a million blood-colored armored soldiers following behind him. That was the power he had obtained from trying to save the dynasty by sacrificing the citizens. However, beside him now, there was no longer the good master who would stab him in the heart. Below, on the mountain top that originally only had a few people, light and shadow appeared. A large number of top-notch cultivators who had long lain in ambush here removed their disguises and revealed their true bodies. Layers of array formation light lit up. Since they wanted to lure people into a decisive battle, how could they not be prepared? Without any words, a shocking collision was about to happen. That day, the entire cultivation world of the eastern region felt the world tremble. 18 days later, Jiang Li, who had been immersed in cultivation, finally opened his eyes and revealed a happy expression. It was not in vain that he had been thinking about this mountain for so long. The environment on this mountain was indeed incomparably helpful to his cultivation. This experience from life to death was at least equivalent to 20 years of bitter cultivation. This was Jiang Li's 20 years of bitter cultivation. Under the enhancement of many statuses, other nascent soul and even soul formation cultivators might not be able to match his gains in 20 years even if they spent their entire lives. Even his nascent soul, which had the flair of a true immortal, was mostly filled. He had a feeling that as long as he revived again, he would be able to complete his cultivation and reach the soul formation realm. The spiritual root of heaven and earth, the nine netherwood, was neither alive nor dead, hovering between life and death. How could one cultivate the essence of it in a living state? Only by comprehending the profundity of life and death could he unleash the true power of the nine nether Tao scripture. When he broke through to the soul formation realm, at that time, Earth Immortal experts, HMPH, if they dared to cause trouble in front of him again, they would only be hanging on the branches of the nine nether. At this moment, in front of the flying ship, a piece of land floating in the air became larger and larger in their eyes. Jiang Li, who had already woken up, looked at the land in front of him from afar. Perhaps because of the difference in the core of each netherworld fragment, the environment would change slightly. Jiang Li had already experienced this deeply between the netherworld illusion and the fragment of the Bakian mountain. On the other hand, besides the similarly dense yin qi of the netherworld, the fragment ahead actually gave Jiang Li a feeling of returning to the continent of the nine provinces. Kill, kill, kill. On a fertile grassland, millions of armored soldiers were charging at each other with rusty swords. The blade and sword entered the flesh, and blood flowed. As the blood seeped into the ground below became even more fertile. This was a tragic battle. But in Jiang Li's eyes, their speed was even slower than a tortoise. The weapons in their hands were as powerless as the wooden sticks in a 3-year-old child's hands. This was because these soldiers were only weak mortals. With Jiang Li's current strength, he could suppress them all with a flip of his hand. It should be the battlefield between two mortal kingdoms. At most, there would be more people participating in the battle. This was not strange. In the cultivation world, some sects and forces would deliberately guide mortal countries to fight on specific battlefields. Using the blood of soldiers to cultivate bloodgrass on a large scale was the most important material to refine the qi-nourishing pills and qi-recovery pills. Therefore, there had actually been many wars in the continent of the nine provinces. Jiang Li had seen many of them himself. However, the problem was that this was the netherworld. It was one thing for tenacious humans like the Four Hands to survive. What was going on with these millions of mortals? Chapter 565 My Child, 1. The white flying ship quickly flew above the two battlefields. Jiang Li controlled the purple vine demon's body to jump off the ship. After his body landed, withered vines that covered the sky and earth spread out with him as the center. In an instant, it enveloped the entire battlefield and wrapped around all the mortal soldiers who could move. Generally speaking, when mortals saw such a terrifying immortal master method, they should kowtow on the spot, abandon everything, and listen to the immortal master's instructions. Jiang Li had experienced this many times. However, At this moment, the millions of mortal soldiers were clearly bound by the vines and their lives were in his hands, but no one paid attention to this vine demon. They still held the weapons in their hands and tried their best to attack the nearby enemies. They only knew how to shout and kill. Apart from a ferocious glint in their eyes, there was no other emotion. These guys seemed to be a group of walking corpses. These humans who look like commanders are the same. It seems that we can't get the location of Tragic Death City from them. The other demon kings carried a few generals from both sides back and directly searched their souls. But they still did not obtain any information. The minds of these mortals were empty, as if they did not know anything except fighting each other. They casually kneaded the person into a ball of flesh. Their movements were so practiced that they clearly ate a lot. The few demons threw the flesh ball into their mouths to satisfy their cravings. They were already dead and ate nothing else. Only human flesh could give them a wonderful feeling. The first and second bites were no different from a normal human body. However, when they swallowed the flesh and blood, after a few breaths, they discovered that the blood food that they had already eaten had inexplicably turned into a stream of air. It flew out of their stomachs and entered the ground beneath their feet. In their stomachs, there was only a handful of worthless dust. Looking around, the corpses lying on the ground had all disappeared. The mortals who had died just now had all turned into useless ashes. One of the demon kings did not believe it and spat out the dust in his stomach. He grabbed another soldier and broke his neck on the spot. Then, he stared straight at it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, the dead soldier turned into a stream of light and landed on the ground in front of them. The few of them hurriedly stopped him, but their usual methods had all lost their effect. Even Granny Nether Mountain tried to attack, but she was actually unable to leave behind the soul of an ordinary mortal. Jiang Li had seen such a scene with his own eyes not long ago. Even if he used all his methods, he could not leave behind the souls of the ancestors of the Great Mountain region. He was directly summoned back by the Tragic Death City that was countless miles away. At this moment, the situation of these soldiers was exactly the same as the 4 at that time. From the looks of it, they had at least found the right place. It can give false life to the dead, as expected of the legendary Tragic Death City. How should we find that city? A stick-looking demon king with more than 10 eyes all over its body spoke. His tone was a little anxious. It seemed that he wanted to quickly find that city. Even though he knew that life was fake, he still wanted to give it a try. Jiang Li had obtained their details from the Bakian Earth spirit. He recognized this person as an Earthian Tai Yue spirit. That thing specialized in vitality. Now that his vitality had been stripped away, he was probably the most affected among the demon kings. It was no wonder he was so anxious. I think we're already in the territory of Tragic Death City. Jiang Li suddenly spoke. Just as the nearby demons were puzzled, he stretched out a few vines and stretched them out in front of the demons. At some point, a new leaf had grown on the originally silent withered vine. He reached out and pinched it. It was very tender and purple juice flowed out. This leaf was alive. The vines had clearly died, but they were actually glowing with new life. The few of them had tried many times when they were floating on the ship. If they died, they died. There was no room to turn around. However, at this moment, they saw that the hidden purple vine demon had recovered. They immediately understood Jiang Li's meaning and hurriedly checked their situation. Bit by bit, vitality was reconstructing their bodies from the outside to the inside. It was not only them. The phenomenon of the 2,000 weaker ghosts reviving was even more obvious than them. However, the joy of imminent resurrection only lingered in their minds for a moment before turning into deep seriousness. We're reviving, but it should be the same fake resurrection. Jiang Li plucked the leaf that was full of vitality. After waiting for 10 breaths of time, the leaf also transformed into dust and dissipated. Even the original withered leaf could not be maintained. Moreover, once we use that power to revive, HMPH, it's easy to come here, but it won't be so easy to leave. In this world, things that came knocking on the door were never easy to take. Moreover, this was precious life. Once they were revived by Tragic Death City, their souls would definitely be controlled by that city, just like Jiang Li's Fengdu City Stone Monument. At that time, he would not even be able to decide if he lived or died. Chapter 566 My Child, 2. As the successor of the human emperor, he had already left his name on the Fengdu City Lord Stone Monument. In theory, it could protect him from the influence of Tragic Death City. However, he did not want such a fake life. Jiang Li, who was hiding in the vine armor, decisively enveloped his entire body with the 9 nether spiritual chi. The power that was originally filled with wood-yin vitality suddenly transformed into a deathly silence. With the power of death, he expelled the false resurrection. It was the new 9 nether technique that Jiang Li had comprehended after he died. This land wanted to revive him, but he did not want it. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that an extremely subtle fluctuation was trying to invade his soul along with the fake vitality. However, as the vitality was blocked, the fluctuation could only retreat. The surrounding demons also reacted and used their methods to seal their bodies. Even the Tai Yui spirit hesitated for a moment before making the same choice. Previously, they did not want to die, but now, they did not want to live. Such a seal won't last long. We should quickly find the true Tragic Death City. There might be a solution. However, may I ask what you want to find in Tragic Death City? When he asked this question, the 8 demons felt aggrieved. They had risked their lives to be brought here, but until now, they still did not know what they were looking for. It was so frustrating to be inferior to others. However, they still did not receive an answer. Granny Nether Mountain was looking up. In the sky above the netherworld fragment, only a moon suddenly lit up. When the light approached, he realized that it was a group of souls. It's the Tragic Death souls from the outside world. They've been pulled in. Follow them and you'll definitely find Tragic Death City ahead. Jiang Li shook the death token in his hand. After this thing arrived at this netherworld fragment, it no longer had the pulling force. There was a high chance that this land was like Fengdu City, where the soul was bewitched by a special illusion and guided. None of them were simple, so how could they fall for it so easily? Now that there was the Tragic Death soul leading the way, it was naturally the best. Soon, the souls in the sky landed on the ground. From the style of their clothes and the shape of their faces, they did not look like people from the land of blood. Their cheekbones were more prominent than ordinary people. They were like the people of a certain region in the eastern region. This Tragic Death City should have a similar channel to the Gate of Hell to collect the souls of the outside world. Only then could they cross a long distance to collect souls. It was obvious at a glance that these souls were all mortals when they were alive. They landed on the ground and appeared under the power of this netherworld fragment. The group of reborn victims were stunned for a long time. Then, the begging of the village women, the cries of children, and the sounds of hundreds of burly men fighting sounded. Among the hundreds of burly men, the one with the most numbers had tattered clothes and black headscarves. From the looks of it, he was most likely a bandit. The smaller group wore uniform blue clothes and black boots. They should be soldiers from a mortal country. They looked at the women and children sitting on the ground, not daring to move. It could be seen that a group of bandits had probably encountered prepared soldiers when plundering the village. A battle had caused hundreds of people to die in vain. Although there were more bandits than soldiers now and it seemed like they had the upper hand, when they were alive, the bandits should have been surrounded and defeated. It was precisely because there were so many deaths that it looked like there were many people below. However, their battle did not last long before their expressions became confused again. All of them got up and walked in the same direction. Granny, let me try. After all, the few demon kings were very enthusiastic. They each stepped forward and grabbed a few of the dead to search their souls. However, after crushing them this time, their souls did not disappear like before. Correspondingly, no blood flowed out of their bodies. They had not been falsely revived by the power of Tragic Death City, so their souls had not been snatched away. They followed the group of dead people for a while and kept trying along the way. They discovered that in about 4 hours, These mortals would be completely transformed by the power of this netherworld fragment. This speed was not slow. As Demon King level experts, they were not sure how long they could resist. After confirming the general direction, the demons followed Granny Nether Mountain forward. On the way, waves of the dead kept pointing them in the direction, so they did not have to walk slowly behind a group. With their speed, it did not take long for them to see a huge city wall that stretched to the end of their vision. Jiang Li raised his brows and opened a small gap in the purple vine demon's body. Through the gap, he used appraisal on it. The result was directly, Tragic Death City's city wall. This thing was actually only a city wall. Jiang Li would believe that it was the Great Wall. However, in his ears, he could clearly hear the clamor of humans from behind the city wall. Behind this wall was not an uninhabited wilderness. It was a real city with people living in it. How big was such a city? One had to know that Jiang Li's Fengdu city was already very large. After several expansions, living in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people would not seem too crowded. Chapter 567 My Child. 3. In this era, there were no bird cages or tall buildings like in his previous life. They basically lived in single-story houses. It was impressive to have a small building with 2 or 3 floors. The per capita area was relatively large. It could be seen that Fengdu city was indeed vast. Therefore, Jiang Li always wanted to stuff some people into the city. However, he did not expect that there was actually another city. The city walls were so long that even an Earth immortal could not see the end. This city was a little ridiculous. If this netherworld fragment was similar in size to the one in Fengdu city, Jiang Li estimated that this city wall surrounded at least an 1/10 of the land. This was already an astonishing number. From afar, there was a long black dot moving along the wall. They were all the souls of the dead that had gathered from all directions. They could only follow the towering city walls and slowly find the entrance to the huge city. Some unlucky ones would even exhaust their lifespan in this process. The few people from the Bakian mountain naturally did not need to go through so much trouble, although this place also had some air restriction effects. However, in a large-scale situation, it could only have an effect on cultivators below the soul formation realm. Soul formation cultivators would only be affected a little. At most, they would not be able to fly high. On the spot, the weakest purple vine demon had fused with the power of an entire race. Its combat strength had reached the Demon King realm, so it was naturally not a problem for it to resist that power and fly. Under the lead of Granny Nether Mountain, this force that could directly destroy the high-grade Divine Judgment faction flew up to the top of the city wall that was more than 1,000 feet tall, wanting to fly past and enter the city. However, he had just stepped onto the city wall. The demons stopped in their tracks. In front of them, a blood-colored resentment aura enveloped the sky above the city like an ocean. It was the condensed resentment of the countless innocent people in the entire Tragic Death City for millions of years. It gathered all the negative emotions of the world, such as sorrow, decay, pain, hatred, and separation. Once they approached, a wave of resentment would hit them. If they were not careful, they would be swept into it and die a clean death. Although they came from the Bakian mountain, they were considered top-notch demons and ghosts in the world. However, even they were unwilling to touch these things. These completely negative trash were even more disgusting than 100-year-old rotten feces. Even Jiang Li's Bodhisattva Heart Sutra could not withstand this resentment. Although he could jump into Fengdu city if he took a few steps forward, there was a sea of resentment. The demons felt that it was necessary to show some respect to this city wall. At most, they would spend some time circling around and find the city gate. Granny, looks like we still have to take a detour. A demon king stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. It was not that Granny Nether Mountain wanted to stab him in the back. Instead, that Granny actually plunged into the sea of resentment that was even more terrifying than feces, as if she had gone crazy. There was only a sound in the air. My child. Through the resentment, the demons could vaguely see that on the other side of the city wall, There were countless children crawling on the ground. Some cried loudly, waiting to be fed. Some were flustered and their eyes were dull. Some of them had not even lost their umbilical cord and were curled up helplessly on the ground. Inside this city wall were all children below the age of 3. Chapter 568 Parting Ways 1. In this era, because of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the growth of plants was much better than the high-quality crops that had been cultivated for hundreds of generations in his previous life. The production of food was astonishing. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to starve to death. However, because the medical standards of the mortal world were low, there were often no effective treatment methods for various illnesses. Most of the commoners drank untreated water filled with bacteria and parasites, causing the mortality rate to remain high. Not to mention the frequent natural disasters, all kinds of demon beasts harming people, and some places drowning girls. As a result, the mortality rate of children and infants remained high. Coupled with the fact that the lifespan of children had not been exhausted to begin with, some were at least 40 to 50 years old, while others were at least 80 to 90 years old. However, false life would not grow. Therefore, after dying prematurely, they would crawl in this city for decades with such young bodies. They were the most miserable souls in Tragic Death City. Over the years, it was no wonder that so many children gathered in a corner of Tragic Death City. This scene was indeed quite shocking, but Granny went in. What should we do? Not to mention the other demon kings, even Jiang Li was a little dumbfounded now from his previous interactions. Although Granny Nether Mountain was powerful, her style of doing things was actually not radical at all. She did not have any ambition to fight for hegemony everywhere. She guarded the plot of land in the Bacchian Mountain and usually sang opera and listened to music. Every 3 to 5 months, she would hold a banquet and throw the treasures she had collected into the cave abode. Ever since she occupied the Bacchian Mountain 500 years ago, she had lived like this. In fact, there were basically no records of her attacking in the past 500 years. If there was anything, especially dangerous, she did not have the intention to take the initiative to take responsibility with her strength. Instead, she would let her subordinates take action every time. However, they did not expect that she would suddenly become so brave today. She jumped down towards the sea of resentment that everyone was afraid of. Was it for the souls of the children below? Ah! A miserable scream sounded from the sea of resentment. Without a doubt, it was Granny Nether Mountain's cry. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain could make such an expert scream. More than 100 arms suddenly appeared from that Granny's body and scratched the flesh on her body crazily. Strands of flesh were torn off by the nails. The outer layer of human skin was quickly torn apart, revealing the true body below. It was indeed an extremely powerful ghost. After tearing apart the skin and flesh on the surface, it was not over. The nails that were enough to easily destroy profound rank and earth rank artifacts scratched his body desperately, not even letting go of his face. From the looks of it, she even wanted to tear off her ears and dig out her eyes. It was as if countless maggots were swimming and biting her flesh. The 8 demon kings stood on the city wall. The screams made them feel uncomfortable and they could not help but take 2 steps back. Even Granny Nether Mountain, who was above them and had an unfathomable cultivation, could not withstand the hatred left behind by countless people over the millions of years. If it was them, they would probably be even more miserable. The effect of the resentment was similar to golden feces, but the effect was more than 1,000 times stronger. Anyone who was entangled by the resentment would have their cultivation fall by a few percent. In their souls, they had to endure suffering of those who died in vain. It was normal for those with slightly weaker minds to go crazy. This was not something that could be endured with high cultivation. Even Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals did not dare to bathe in the feces pool. Although she would not die, it was really disgusting. However, soon, Granny Nether Mountain had already passed through the red fog and landed in the city below. However, that powerful Granny did not land on her feet, but smashed her head down. With Jiang Li and the demon's vision, They could barely see through the thick fog that the granny who had fallen to the ground crawled up shakily after lying down for a while. Then, she dragged her heavy body and approached the children. She kept calling out "my child" and picked up the children who were crawling everywhere to identify them carefully. The 8 demons on the city wall shouted from afar, but the granny seemed to have been affected by the resentment. She only turned around and looked in their direction in a daze. Then, she ignored them and searched for the child until she disappeared from their sight. However, during that moment when he turned around, Jiang Li noticed that the red mark on the other party's face seemed to have expanded slightly. When he was at the Bacchian Mountain, Jiang Li was only guessing. He did not expect that Granny Nether Mountain's obsession with the children in Tragic Death City was really so deep. If she was not a ghost, anyone would have understood long ago that her child could not be here. This was because Granny Nether Mountain had reached the peak of her cultivation. When she came out 500 years ago, she used powerful methods to suppress the Bacchian Mountain. However, what about the time she had been cultivating? It would have taken at least 500 to 1000 years. If she was really looking for a child who had entered Tragic Death City after death, which child could have more than 1000 years of young lifespan and wait for her in this Tragic Death City? Therefore, the hope that she risked her life for was 100 times slimmer than finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, the pitiful person who looked extremely miserable was actually a detestable person who had killed countless people and committed countless sins. Chapter 569 Parting Ways 2. The few of them had lost their lives to come here because of Granny Nether Mountain's coercion. No one was stupid enough to sympathize with her. The 8 demons looked at the Granny's departing figure and suddenly fell silent, their expressions different. They quietly pulled away. Without the suppression of the strongest person, this group of demon kings, who were not very close to begin with, immediately started to be wary of each other. "Everyone, since Granny is no longer around, I won't keep you company." One of the demon kings turned into a gust of cold wind and fled in the direction he came from. He was extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others looked at each other and left warily. Although they belonged to the same mountain range, the people of the Bacchian Mountain were simple and honest. It was basically impossible for the creatures born there to understand what unity and love were. Even with Granny Nether Mountain above, they had been fighting for territory and benefits all year round. It was actually not rare to have a bad relationship like the Barbarian Stone Demon King and the Purple Vine Demon. Therefore, it was impossible to continue cooperating. They had already restrained themselves by not fighting directly. This was because the transformation from life to death was not so easy to adapt to. The strength of the 8 demon kings had fallen to different degrees. Before adapting to their current strength, they did not have the confidence to fight. Moreover, the power of this netherworld fragment was still threatening their freedom and life at any time. Consuming too much strength here was not a rational choice. Therefore, their only choice was to part ways. Of the 8 demon kings, some chose to return the same way, trying to find a way to cross the void again. Some continued to circle around, wanting to find a solution in Tragic Death City. Only Jiang Li and the Barbarian Stone Demon King that still had 18 nails stuck in its body were left. The Barbarian Stone Demon King could not run fast, but Jiang Li approached it step by step with ill intentions. Realizing that the Purple Vine Demon had not left, the Barbarian Stone Demon King immediately felt that something was amiss. A dense malice had already enveloped him. "Shepan, Vine Demon, I saw you attack just now. The living vine turning into a withered vine must have affected your strength greatly." "Emma Stone Demon, that kind of change won't affect me at all. We should retreat separately here. We'll talk about all our grudges when we return to the Bacchian Mountain." On the city wall, the huge Barbarian Stone Demon King retreated step by step like a little wife who had been taken a fancy to by a pervert. On the other hand, Jiang Li, who was covered in withered vines, walked towards him step by step. "Damn it, Shepan, what do you want? The 6 of them must still be nearby. If you attack me and reveal a flaw, they won't let you off." You won't have an easy time even if you kill me." Seeing that his mortal enemy was unmoved, the barbarian stone demon king had a bad feeling. The rock man, who did not look very smart at the moment of life and death, also knew how to think on his feet. He hurriedly used the other demon kings to restrain him. He was indeed right. Jiang Li could sense that the 6 demon kings had not really gone far and were only hiding in the distance to spy on them. Due to the fact that the purple vine demon had not really reached the demon king realm in essence, it had only relied on the power of trickery to stand on the same level as them. Among the 8 nether mountain demons, it was originally at the bottom. If they revealed any flaws or weaknesses in the battle, the other 6 fellows would definitely not mind reaping the benefits. However, only a fool would not take advantage of such a situation. With such a barbarian stone demon king with most of its strength sealed in front of him, it was simply more tempting than a spirit stone mountain. How could Jiang Li bear to let it go? Barbarian stone demon king, you can't even use your escape technique anymore. After being exposed by Jiang Li, the barbarian stone demon king's body trembled, and a large number of rocks rolled down its body. If he still had the ability to escape with his escape technique, he would not have stayed here and said so much. 18 of the 36 nails were removed, but it did not mean that he had recovered 50% of his strength. In fact, Granny Nether Mountain only left him with the ability to change size and basic movement to a certain extent. With the barbarian stone demon king's current combat strength, other than its relatively sturdy body, it was no different from a small moving mountain. It could only smash people with its weight. It looked shocking, but it was actually unable to withstand a single blow. Not to mention Jiang Li, even a few soul formation cultivators could torture him to death. As for me, don't worry. Have you forgotten what my ability is? The face formed by vines seemed to reveal a strange smile. Then, most of the vines on his body began to recover. Only the most important vine in the middle remained withered. The aura that had fallen because of death was quickly rising back. You have to know that my strength comes from my cute descendants. Isn't it enough as long as they revive? In addition, at the full moon banquet, you looked like you wanted to kill me, right? Because the shadows of these vines had actually been eaten by Jiang Li's shadows long ago. They were actually unable to revive through the Bakian mountain. There was no need to think too much about letting the tens of thousands of vine demons on him take the initiative to accept the power of Tragic Death City to revive. If not for the fact that he was afraid that this useful vine armor would be controlled by Tragic Death City, Jiang Li would have let Shi Pan, who was the main body, accept the false resurrection. In that case, the purple vine demon's strength would not decrease at all. At the same time, after he displayed this strength, Jiang Li could clearly sense that the malice of the 6 cultivators spying on him in the distance had clearly weakened greatly. The 6 demon kings' strength had all decreased to varying degrees, so they naturally did not want to fight the purple vine demon whose strength was close to perfect. Coupled with Jiang Li who was hidden inside the vine armor, if the others dared to run over and launch a sneak attack, they would definitely receive a huge surprise. Seeing this scene, the barbarian stone demon king opposite him completely despaired. You win. Don't kill me. I'm willing to cut off 50% of my essence energy for you to absorb. After returning to the Bakian mountain, every 10 years, no, every 5 years, I can give you 10% of my essence energy. With his strength sealed by the Deathgate nail, the barbarian stone demon king, who knew that he had no chance of winning, showed his greatest sincerity in order to survive. However, Jiang Li still did not have the intention to be satisfied. You forced me. The barbarian stone demon king was forced into a corner. It gritted its teeth and stomped its feet, about to jump into Tragic Death City to escape. He would rather endure a sea of resentment than fall into Jiang Li's hands. However, at this moment, the stone demon that was sealed by the morning nails became even slower. Before he could take 2 steps, countless vines attacked from behind and forcefully dragged him back. Why bother? Perhaps he'll be a very benevolent master. Being entangled by the innately restrained purple vines, the barbarian stone demon king was forced to become smaller and smaller, while the vine giant controlled by Jiang Li became larger and larger. In the end, it slowly swallowed the entire stone statue. After putting it into the yin burial coffin, the dignified demon king of the Baekyin mountain could no longer cause any trouble. After receiving a barbarian stone demon king that was sufficient to crush mountains and rivers at its peak, Jiang Li was in a rather good mood. His eyes then turned to the other 6 who were spying on him. He chose one and shot it over as quickly as possible. He still wanted to take this opportunity to capture another one. Unfortunately, the few demon kings noticed Jiang Li's intentions and vanished completely in the blink of an eye. After all, they were all demon kings. Although their current condition was not good, it was too difficult to capture them if they wanted to escape. Jiang Li could only give up. His vine body burrowed into the ground. After moving for more than 500 kilometers, he casually chose a quiet place and popped his head out. After confirming that there was no one around, he pressed his hands on the ground and erupted with powerful energy. The ground beneath him split open, and a gate of hell slowly rose from the ground. Summoning the gate of hell here seemed to be much harder than usual. The expenditure of spiritual chi was more than 10 times. A moment later, the gate of hell opened. A young monk with a crippled leg walked out with his palms pressed together. It was Fengdu City's northern profound hall master, Ku Shui. How could Jiang Li not bring this super tool along to explore Tragic Death City? Chapter 570 Inside Tragic Death City. 1. Ku Shui was the first to step out. Behind him was a group of Changla guards in heavy armor. However, as soon as the 2 guards at the front took a step forward, the solid ground beneath their feet seemed to have turned into an illusion. The 2 of them hurriedly flew into the air, but it was as if they had fallen into the netherworld void. Their flying methods completely failed. Their figures directly passed through the ground and fell. Once they completely sank into the ground, it was unknown where they would fall in the end. Without crossing the Baekyin mountain, living people could not step into this kind of netherworld fragment. Even a soul formation cultivator, or Jiang Li who had yet to cultivate the 9 Nether Dao scripture to a certain level, was unable to do it. At this moment, it was clearly unrealistic to use the gate of hell unless he upgraded the gate of hell to the point where he could take away their lives. Of course, the northern profound hall master, Ku Shui, was clearly an exception. This tragic death city seemed to have been the place where this person cultivated in his previous life. How could it reject him? Therefore, the 2 Changla guards were very unlucky. Above, Jiang Li was still maintaining the gate of hell and could not free himself for the time being. Just as the 2 Changla guards were about to sink into the ground and disappear, 2 hands grabbed them. It was Ku Shui who stretched out his hands and grabbed 2 Changla guards on each side before throwing them back into the gate of hell. After doing this, he slowly closed his hands. This scene stunned Jiang Li. Brother Ku Shui, aren't you cultivating the palm meditation technique? He was clearly cultivating the palm meditation technique, so how could he so decisively and easily separate his hands? Then, hadn't his previous cultivation been useless? However, Ku Shui was calm and composed. There was no pity on his face. When he heard Jiang Li's question, a layer of light immediately appeared on his body. It was the palm meditation technique that Jiang Li had seen when he was young. This guy actually did not lose the meditation effect. Amitabha, thank you for your concern, City Lord Jiang Li. The Buddhist heart that I guard with my palms together is the true Buddhist way. Not my physical hands. Although my hands are separated, my Buddhist heart is tightly guarded. The palm meditation technique naturally can't be broken. It was as if he was telling Jiang Li that cultivating the palm meditation technique without his palms together was very normal. Hearing this, Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. Ever since he started cultivating, he had always been the one to shock others. He did not expect that he would be defeated by a youth who had only cultivated for a month or 2. This reincarnation of an immortal or Buddha was really so impressive. However, on second thought, he felt relieved. Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha was a famous mighty figure in ancient times. Such an existence was definitely an extraordinary figure if there were any traces left behind. Instead of saying that he was cultivating again, it was more appropriate to say that he was recovering his strength. Even if he could not recover his full strength, even if he could finally recover 1%, 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th of his strength, it would still be a terrifying force that the current cultivation world could not imagine. Wasn't it normal to reveal some incredible divine power? In the continent of the 9 provinces, there might be other ancient beings that had already developed, but he did not know about them. In addition, with Jiang Li's accumulation along the way and the cheat that could even forcefully retain the merit blessing of heaven and earth, he might not be able to compare to these ancient survivors. Putting aside his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Li released his grip and put away the gate of hell. When the dead arrived here, they might be affected by the power of Tragic Death City, and living people could not step foot in this netherworld. This time, Jiang Li could only bring Ku Shui along. This was quite simple. The two of them transformed into 2 streaks of light and quickly saw the seemingly endless Tragic Death City wall again. Below the city wall, there was still a long stream of people slowly trekking. Brother Ku Shui, how do you think we should enter? It was obviously impossible to fly in from above. Jiang Li had tried to escape into the ground earlier, but he discovered that there was a powerful force entrenched under this city. If he approached slightly, he would receive a thunderous strike. That force was so powerful that it caused Jiang Li to tremble in fear. Even he might not be able to withstand a single strike. Obviously, that was not a good path. Now, it was time to see this Northern Profound Hall Master's ability. When Ku Shui saw this Tragic Death City, his calm expression finally changed again. His reaction looked even more intense than when he saw Fengdu City. After countless years, if Xitigaba wanted to reincarnate, it was impossible for his memories to be passed down. However, he still felt an indescribable familiarity. Amitabha. After approaching, Ku Shui chanted. Then, a puff of smoke floated over from somewhere and enveloped a section of the city wall in front of him. After the smoke dissipated, a vermilion door appeared on the city wall. The vermilion door slowly opened, revealing the interior of Tragic Death City. This was the importance of having a background. The Ghost Kings had occupied Fengdu City for many years, but they could only use the buildings and Yanqi on the surface. They could not even enter the underground palace on the next level. However, as the successor of the human emperor, Jiang Li could make that city acknowledge him as its master and unleash its true strength. In this Tragic Death City, outsiders had to spend a lot of effort just to step foot on this netherworld fragment. It was not easy to find this city, but they still could not enter. However, this Tragic Death City would take the initiative to open the door for the reincarnation of Xitigaba. Chapter 571 Inside Tragic Death City 2. When the vermilion door opened, the surrounding souls immediately ran into it crazily as if they had been summoned. With the speed of mortals walking, they might have been walking here for months or even years. Their feet had long been worn out, and every step was a huge pain. Now that a door suddenly opened nearby, it was enough to make them go crazy. They rolled and crawled, wanting to squeeze in. Brother Ku Shui, let's go in too. Through the open door, one could see a wide alley behind the city wall. The large number of unfamiliar faces that suddenly surged in seemed to have attracted the attention of some people. There was no city gate here, but there was suddenly a city gate and so many people surged in. This made the residents who had originally lived here feel at a loss. At this moment, Jiang Li and the other two walked in. A thin stream of spiritual qi blocked their surroundings, pushing away the people who wanted to enter the city. Then, the vermilion door slowly changed, locking away the large number of souls that had yet to enter. Without the temptation of the city gate, the dead who did not have the time to enter could only drag their feet and continue on their way. After the souls that could only walk in confusion outside the city entered the city, they seemed to have recovered some rationality. All of them lay on the ground, hugging their feet weakly. They did not know what rest was. After they recovered their stamina, They would find an empty house nearby to stay in and wait until their lifespan ended. There seemed to be words written everywhere nearby. Jiang Li and the other two walked past the people lying on the ground and quickly discovered the abnormality. Words were everywhere. Every tile, every wall, and even every tile on the roof was densely engraved with some words in different handwriting. Of course, these words were not powerful cultivation methods or legendary things like merit runes. These words were very ordinary. My name is Zhu Zongkai. I'm from Wu Mountain in Zhu. I have a wife and 3 children at home. I have a two-bedroom house and half an acre of farmland. I've been following my father since I was young. After I was 35 years old, I saved up a sum of silver and bought a job in the Wu County government. My name is Li Zhu. These words were all the experiences of the local residents of Tragic Death City when they were alive. They recorded all kinds of trivial matters. Many people were not very cultured. Many of the higher-ups were still full of crosses and typos. Sure enough, every place had its own tradition. Jiang Li casually took 2 steps and noticed that there were a few residents of Tragic Death City not far away. They were holding some shattered tiles and lying on the ground looking for empty spaces to carve words. "Brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Li could not figure out why they did this. He went forward and found a resident dressed as a scholar to ask. The scholar originally intended to ignore Jiang Li, but the power of a dream fluctuated slightly. The scholar's eyes were dazed for a moment, and he immediately stood up to look at Jiang Li. "Are you new here? Quickly leave your names here with us. Those soldiers are about to arrive. It'll be too late if we delay." The scholar's expression was flustered and desperate, as if he would die soon. Soldiers. Jiang Li recalled the mortal war he saw when he first arrived at this netherworld fragment. It seemed that the soldiers this scholar mentioned were related to them. That's right. The 20 streets around here are all General Cheng's. No, General Li's. No, the general changed too quickly. In short, it's a general's territory. They are coming today to capture strong men and recruit them into the army. When the time comes, we'll all be killed. Don't think that we won't die here. Every time we are killed, we will forget many things. If we are killed too many times, we will forget everything. We will even forget our names, wives, and children. Therefore, I advise you to remember everything while you can. After saying that, the scholar bent down again and continued to record his past. He had a few poems that he wanted to pass down no matter what. So that was the case. This scholar's words resolved Jiang Li's doubts. In Tragic Death City, those who had yet to die would not die even if they were killed. Their souls would be retrieved by the city and they would revive after a period of time. However, every time they died, they would lose a portion of their memories. This memory lasted for at least 10 years, or at most 30 to 50 years. It might be fine if it was a powerful cultivator who had lived for hundreds of years. However, if they were mortals, as long as they died twice, their souls would become the same as the soldiers they had seen before. There was nothing in his mind. They were like puppets, following orders. This situation was not a big deal, but the problem was that some people's endless desire for power could not even stop after death. Many years ago, there were mortals who ruled this Tragic Death City. First, they used various methods to threaten others to join them. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and gathered together. Then, the faction grew stronger like a snowball until it met another group who did the same thing. The battle between the two sides began. Since there was a war, it was natural to forcefully capture strong men to join the army. With the population density in Tragic Death City, it was probably not rare to see a battlefield with 1 million people. As he spoke, there was indeed the sound of weapons colliding outside. A group of soldiers in simple equipment held shiny steel sabers in their hands as they rushed into the streets and alleys. They pulled those unlucky people who were carving their lives on the ground out fiercely. After pulling these strong men back and changing them into weapons and armor, they could leave the city to fight. At this moment, a few soldiers also discovered the new residents who had surged in through the door and Jiang Li and Ku Shui who were standing leisurely in the middle of the alley. The soldier's eyes lit up. He walked over with his saber and spat out all kinds of obscenities. He simply did not know how to spell the word death. These ignorant mortals were often very annoying. Jiang Li could have casually slapped them to death. However, these guys who occupied this place all year round would more or less have a little understanding of this city. With a snap of his fingers, the dream realm spread out. All the residents and soldiers in the vicinity fell to the ground with their heads tilted. Pulling the dead mortal into the dream was too simple for him. There seems to be a leader here. Jiang Li walked to the street outside and discovered a fellow sleeping soundly on a tall horse. His figure instantly appeared on the horse's back. He raised his hand and pressed a colorful dream spider on the mortal general's face. To be able to receive such treatment was definitely the glory of this mortal. Soon, memories were dug out from the dream. As expected, only the outer city could make mortals fight for supremacy like this. In this tragic death city, there was an inner city filled with soul formation cultivators and earth immortals. If he could find those seniors of the Great Mountain region, they might be able to provide him with some help. On the other side, in tragic death city Stall Street, a woman with a huge red mark on her face crawled around the children like a beggar. She kept muttering, "My child, my child." She picked up another boy who looked like he had just been born and brought him to her face to identify him. When the boy saw such a huge mark approaching, he was so frightened that he cried. In his fear, he suddenly peed. Because it was so close, it poured directly on the woman's face. After the child peed on her face, the woman's lifeless eyes suddenly recovered some clarity. She forcefully held on to that trace of clarity and quickly searched for a yin-chi crystal on her body. Inside was a wisp of pale white flames without any temperature. Chapter 572 Knowledge Sharing 1. I think the method to break through to the nascent soul realm of the Golden Core realm can be divided into 5 major categories. According to the principle of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth complementing each other, cultivators with 5 elements spiritual roots should not only consume nascent soul pills of their own attribute. When breaking through, you need to stimulate your chi with a small amount of opposing attribute spiritual chi to stimulate the power of your golden core. Coupled with the activation of the symbiosis attribute array formation, you can increase your chances of breaking through by 30%. This is something I developed when I was alive. As long as you match it with different natural treasures, it will be suitable for most golden core cultivators. Everyone, please give it a try. On a DAO platform, an old cultivator who had reached the nascent soul realm when he was alive was explaining the array formation he was proud of when he was alive. It could increase the success rate of golden core cultivators when breaking through to the nascent soul realm by 30%. He drew the complete map of the array formation in the air and explained the other details bit by bit, as if he was afraid that they would not understand. The other cultivators below praised the array diagram and expressed their opinions. This array formation has all 5 forms. Yin-yang can harmonize. When it's activated, the spiritual chi is just right and powerful. But it also has a trace of gentleness. Amazing. Amazing. When drawing the array disc, can you add some purple star sand? Perhaps it can increase its power. No less than 50 array talisman masters surrounded the array diagram and conversed very enthusiastically. Jiang Li had never seen such a dense academic atmosphere of cultivation when he was in his own sect. However, looking at their clothes, they were completely different. Clearly, they did not belong to the same sect. Moreover, with such an open lecture, there was an endless stream of pedestrians around. Weren't they afraid of being heard by outsiders? Jiang Li, who had just walked to the inner city from the outer city, saw this scene. Compared to the mortal souls fighting for power in the outer city, the environment in the inner layer was more than 100 times better. This kind of array formation that greatly increased the success rate of breaking through a large realm was something that could effectively strengthen the foundation of the sect. Although it was only at the Golden Core realm and was already useless to the current Jiang Li, in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, such a formation diagram was enough to establish many small sects. If it got out, Countless golden Korok cultivators would fight over it. However, at this moment, this nascent soul elder did not have the slightest intention of hiding anything. He taught them his greatest masterpiece when he was alive without holding back. He did not even hide it from the two outsiders who had just arrived. This array formation is quite ingenious. The runes have been arranged thousands of times. It's indeed a rare good array formation. As an array formation master, Jiang Li naturally saw the value of this array formation at a glance. After memorizing it, he could return to the Great Mountain Alliance and allow the people below to grow faster. After the old man finished explaining the array formation, he discussed with the surrounding people and made some modifications to the array formation. After receiving a lot of praise, he left the stage in satisfaction. Then, another burly cultivator went up and began to explain the wonderful method of using the conflicting power of water and fire spiritual chi to cultivate body refinement. Although this is a body refinement technique, not only is it not bitter, it can even cultivate chi at the same time. It's twice the effect. The key to my cultivation method is to dual cultivate. A man and woman will sit cross-legged on the meditation mat, taking the posture of the 9 stars sitting lotus. Water spiritual chi falls from the heavenly gate, and fire spiritual chi rises from the earthly gate. Yin and yang intersect endlessly. The water and fire spiritual chi must intersect every 81 times to form one cycle. It needs 49 cycles to form one loop. Only then can the heavenly yang chi leak out. The burly body cultivator above pointed at a topaz an acupuncture point diagram in proportion and was talking excitedly. Although he had a burly figure and did not seem to have much intelligence, when he spoke about cultivation methods, he was clear and concise. He immediately attracted the interest of most of the cultivators below the stage. Below, Jiang Li found the nascent soul cultivator who had just finished explaining the array formation. Senior is so righteous, willing to teach us everything about this array formation. I've benefited greatly. Jiang Li had always been very polite. Even if his cultivation and strength far surpassed the other party, he was still willing to call him senior when he saw that the other party was older and had obtained some benefits from him. Benefits greatly? Haha, little brother, knew, right? However, this nascent soul sized up Jiang Li and Ku Shui and saw through their identity as outsiders. Senior, why do you say that? Jiang Li also looked at his current appearance. He had already taken off the purple vine demon vine armor and revealed his main body. Although he did not accept the resurrection of the power of tragic death city and still looked like a dead person, he had already carefully disguised himself. He believed that his methods were not enough to let any nascent soul cultivator see through him. Little brother, in this tragic death city, no matter how hard you cultivate or how monstrous your talent is, your cultivation will not increase at all. Everyone is already dead. There's no way out here. We can't pass on our things to our descendants. It's fine if you listen to my array formation, but how can you benefit much from it? To be able to say such words, it can be seen that you haven't thrown away the treasures you treasured when you were alive. Naturally new here, he did not expect that it was because of his words. The cultivation of the dead was extremely difficult to increase, let alone being controlled by this tragic death city. It was naturally even harder to become stronger. Chapter 573 Knowledge Sharing 2. On this point, Fengdu City was much more humane. However, nothing was absolute. Although this nascent soul cultivator had stayed here for a long time, it seemed that the other party's level might be relatively low and had yet to understand the secrets of tragic death city. As far as he knew, the Blood King had grasped a method to let those who died in vain temporarily leave tragic death city. In this city, there was an extremely special type of person who could increase their cultivation. However, Jiang Li did not say it out loud. Instead, he pretended to be enlightened and continued to ask. I see. However, I still don't understand something. Since you can't cultivate to become stronger, why have all the seniors gathered here to discuss the Tao? In addition, is there really no difference between sects in this tragic death city? The various sects placed great importance on their cultivation methods. Even if Jiang Li had already become the Great Mountain Alliance leader, it was not easy for him to obtain a few spell techniques in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. For example, he had used favors to successfully obtain the palm meditation technique that he had given Kushui. Little brother, what was your cultivation level when you were alive? How old were you when you died? He did not answer directly but asked about their age and cultivation. Jiang Li did not hide anything and told him about his situation with Kushui. Due to the large number of buffs, his actual combat strength and cultivation were two major realms apart. There was no need to hide this. 16-year-old nascent soul. 13-year-old soul formation cultivator. The nascent soul elder was clearly a little surprised, but he was still a person who had died for hundreds of years. He still had this bit of composure. Moreover, he felt that everyone was already dead, so there was nothing to be jealous about. So young? It's a pity that such geniuses. The lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator is 200 years. The lifespan of a golden core cultivator is 500 years. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is 1000 years, and the lifespan of a soul formation cultivator is 2000 years. The two of you have to wait for a long time. You can enter this place, but you can't leave. After enjoying yourself for 100 years, you'll be tired. Only by accompanying each other can you pass this long time. You might still remember the rules when you were alive and care about the differences between those sects, but in another 100 years, haha, perhaps you will also stand on the Tao platform. Looking at the other party's rather lonely expression, Jiang Li came to a realization. This group of cultivators who were discussing the Tao had been cooped up in this city for too long and were really bored. In their eyes, the cultivation methods, spell techniques, and secret techniques that they valued the most in the past were useless here. It was better to take it out openly and use it as a topic of conversation before and after tea. Wouldn't it be better to receive a few compliments and praises? Such a situation was not rare in Fengdu City. One could casually walk around and discover more than 10 such places. They basically publicly welcomed others to join. Even if they did not share it, they would be happy to shout twice. However, Jiang Li could not let them die in vain. He had the Fengdu city skate of hell and could cross the netherworld fragment in an instant. As long as he brought the humanoid key, Kushui, with him, he could even clock in and come and go as he pleased in this tragic death city. Then, wouldn't this be a completely free treasure vault of knowledge to him? Most of the things that ordinary cultivators possessed might be useless to him. However, in the cultivation world of the Eastern region, among the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces and 3 divine pillars, who dared to say that there were no senior experts in their sect who had died tragically? If those people were like this, Jiang Li would have profited greatly this time. They stood in the crowd and listened to the burly man's entire explanation of the unique dual cultivation method. This cultivation method was simple to learn, but after cultivating it, there were a total of 36 transformations of the heavenly constellation and 72 types of earth fiends. There were a total of 108 transformations combined, and it was extremely miraculous. After he finished listening, it had already been 18 hours. When Jiang Li recovered from his shock, he almost forgot that he still had to find someone. It could not be helped. He loved to study too much and was accidentally engrossed in listening. Senior, do you know if there are any Shu Mountain cultivators in this city? Or have you heard of the people from the Great Mountain region? Jiang Li asked the few cultivators who were communicating with him. Unfortunately, perhaps because their circles were different, they could not come into contact with an Earth Immort level circle. Therefore, Jiang Li asked around and did not obtain any useful information. Fortunately, Jiang Li barely came prepared. In his hand was a person who had walked out of Tragic Death City. Jiang Bobo, quickly take a look. Are you familiar with this place? Do you still remember Tragic Death City? Think carefully. Where is your master, Swordhead Peizong? Jiang Li took out a Shu Mountain flying sword from the coffin. The flying sword floated unsteadily in front of him. Jiang Li raised his hand and knocked on it. Soon, a circle of faint light appeared and transformed into a slightly wretched-looking round-faced young man. However, this young man's expression was dazed. When he heard Jiang Li's words, he was stunned for more than 10 breaths before he could react in a manner that was unknown. This person was once a sword cultivator. Later on, he fell into Jiang Li's hands by chance and became a prisoner in a coffin. He was the sword cultivator who had suddenly appeared when Jiang Li's immortal slaying flying sword had advanced to the Earth rank artifact at the Sea Giant Race's encampment. Zhang Bobo. In the beginning, he called himself a Shu Mountain sword cultivator and even mentioned the name of the cliffless sword, Peizong. Jiang Li naturally did not believe him and tortured him for a long time. Later on the night of the tragic Death City's attack, Jiang Li learned from the collar of the previous heads of the 4 major sects of the Great Mountain region that this fellow was actually the disciple that Sword Head Peizong had taken in tragic Death City. However, it was already a little late when he found out. This Shu Mountain outer disciple had an extremely profound restriction left in his mind. The 2 9 Netherwood clones joined forces to search his mind. Not only did they not find much memories, they even triggered some hidden methods. Zhang Bobo's entire head exploded, and he died on the spot. If not for the fact that the 9 Nether Dao scripture still had some methods in terms of souls, this bit of remnant soul would probably not have been left behind. However, with that explosion, half of his soul was gone, and his mind could not recover completely. If he used the Mengpo soup, it might be able to save his life, but the thing in his mind was even more hopeless. Later on, he simply refined the remnant soul into this flying sword, barely preventing it from completely dissipating. If he returned to tragic Death City now, this guy might be useful. However, Jiang Li still found it difficult to believe that the previous sword head would take in such a disciple with such a poor character. Presumably, Sword Head Peizong had no choice but to send information back to the Great Mountain region. This was because in tragic Death City, existences similar to Zhang Bobo were extremely rare. They were living people born in tragic Death City. The resurrection brought about by this netherworld fragment or this city was fake. However, it was indeed flesh and blood. Its 5 senses and 7 senses were intact. There was naturally no problem with men and women getting married. Among them, it was even possible to have children. This probability was very low. In the entire tragic Death City, it was probably not under the population of Earth in his previous life. It was rare to see it in 100 years. However, although such a child was not completely alive, he was not dead. He could stand on the territory fragment and not be affected by tragic Death City. As long as one had the aptitude for cultivation, it was very easy to cultivate extraordinary strength in this tragic Death City that was filled with inheritances. This Zhang Bobo was such a person that Sword Head Peizong had accidentally discovered. Later on, after it was sent out of tragic Death City through some methods, it finally landed in Jiang Li's hands. Tragic Death City. This is tragic Death City. Master Peizong. For some reason, Zhang Bobo's soul was not affected by the power of tragic Death City and revived. Fortunately, he seemed to have finally recalled something and swayed forward. In tragic Death City's Doll Street, a group of mortal soldiers who were sleepwalking suddenly surged in. They walked through the streets with lifeless eyes, searching for a woman with a red mark on her face. Chapter 574 Stupid Teammate 1. Quick, quick, quick! Search every place, you good for nothings! A mortal general riding a horse shouted at the surrounding soldiers. This army that had not been trained quickly took action. They searched every corner of Doll Street. If not for their still lifeless eyes, it would be difficult to tell that these guys were sleepwalking. Currently, I can only control 3,000 low-level units. It's too few. On the roof of the highest wooden building in Doll Street, a humanoid purple vine demon was quietly standing there, looking down at the entire area. In his mind, A huge spider in the shape of a colorful bubble was entrenched in a large net woven from dream threads. In the middle of the huge net, there was a large colorful cocoon firmly tied up. The main soul of the purple vine demon was tied up in it, dreaming about its dream. As for this dream net, it stretched out 8 main lines. Each main line was connected to another spider web that continued to expand. Moreover, every spider web that stretched out had a prey tied to it. There were more than 3,000 spider webs of various sizes. Among them were a large number of descendants of the purple vine demons and many mortal residents of Tragic Death City. Jiang Li walked all the way and pulled all the mortals in a large area into a dream. In any case, the dead did not need to eat. Wasn't it a better choice to let them escape the quagmire of war and enjoy eternal peace? It could provide him with more dream energy. On the tens of thousands of moving dream spider webs, there was an even smaller colored spider crawling around. They were diligently gathering the power of dreams and would adjust some unstable dreams at any time. They were also the limit of the number of puppets that Jiang Li could control. Unfortunately, there were only 3,000 of these small spiders so far. His dream ability was based on the combination of his dream talent and the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. As if affected by the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, it was especially fated with the number 3,000. In the beginning, Jiang Li only had one dream spider, which was the largest dream clone. Previously, Jiang Li had personally taken action and used the power of the dream to control the purple vine demon Shi Pan and his entire tribe. Through eating their dream energy, the dream clone kept splitting more subbodies. One dream clone could split into 3,000 additional subbodies to control weaker souls. Now, the 3,000 children were full and were working hard to accumulate energy, but so far, it was not enough to create a second dream clone. The sleepwalking puppets that he could control were temporarily restricted. Jiang Li's main body entered the inner city to find the ancestors of the Great Mountain region. He sent out the dream clone controlling the purple vine demon to find Granny Nether Mountain. While that person was weak, he might be able to find something useful. For example, the yellow spring water that she had accumulated over the years, or the clue to the ancient 9 Nether main branch. 3,000 sleepwalking puppets was not a lot. Although this doll street was called a street, it was still quite a large area. After running down the streets for a moment, it took a long time before a subbody finally discovered a suspicious target. The purple vine demon turned into a purple stream of light and rushed to the scene. 3,000 mortal soldiers also surrounded them from all directions. They raised their useless weapons and approached bit by bit. Surrounded by them was a well that was constantly wailing. In other places on the street, children were crawling everywhere. They were densely packed and there was almost no place to land. There was not a single child near this well. There must be something terrifying hidden inside. A few mortal soldiers carefully stepped forward to investigate, but just as they poked their heads out, before they could see what was under the well, more than 100 black threads emerged from the well, pierced their bodies, and pulled them into the well. Then, a ball of pale white flames darted out of the well. The few soldiers who were pulled into the well immediately turned into white light and were retrieved by Tragic Death City. On the other hand, Jiang Li's dream children did not even have the time to escape from their bodies before they were completely burned by the white flames. In the distance, Jiang Li, who was walking in the inner city of Tragic Death City, immediately stopped. He turned to look in the direction of Doll Street with a terrible expression. It's the white ghost lantern cold flame. With just a slight feeling, he knew that the white flames that emerged from the dry well were the wisp that had been taken away by Granny Nether Mountain. Why was it burning there? Did he accidentally break the seal, or did someone do it on purpose? Shi Pan, he's still the most loyal. You know to come find me. The other guys must have run away when they saw that I was not around. When I return, I'll slowly deal with them. A cold voice accompanied by a figure slowly rose from the ancient well. Shi Pan, not here to kill me, right? The person who came up from the well called herself Granny Nether Mountain. The red spot on her face was much smaller than not long ago. The pale white ghost lantern cold flame did not burn other places, only the red spot on her face. Some things were burned away by the cold flame, and the red spot was shrinking bit by bit. Chapter 575, Stupid Teammate, 2. This person knew about him and had that mark on the face. However, the purple vine demon looked at the person in front of it and could not recognize them immediately, be it voice, size, or appearance. This person was completely different from the Granny Nether Mountain in his impression. This was because the person who had risen from the well was actually a man. Could it be that Granny Nether Mountain was actually a cross-dresser? Wait, it was that red spot. Jiang Li suddenly recalled that during the full moon banquet, after Granny Nether Mountain was attacked, a hint of masculinity seemed to have appeared on her face, and he immediately thought of the key. The red spot on the other party's face was definitely not purely ugly, but something more important that affected the rationality of this granny. Every time the red spots became larger, his obsession would become deeper, and his rationality would become more unclear. His appearance would also become more feminine. The smaller the red spot, the more masculine he would look. He was using the ghost lantern cold flame to remove the red spots on his face. Jiang Li could not let him succeed so easily. His main body formed hand seals remotely and immediately controlled the ghost lantern to extinguish the flame. At the same time, the purple vine demon controlled by the dream clone immediately collapsed into a pile of purple vines and fled further away. Granny Nether Mountain discovered that the white flames on his face were quickly shrinking and about to be extinguished. He did not have time to care about the fleeing purple vine demon. He immediately urged the 9 nether spiritual chi to pour into the flames in an attempt to stop the ghost lantern cold flame from extinguishing. However, the best fuel for this ghost lantern cold flame lost its effect this time. It only slowed down slightly, but the pale white flames still firmly disappeared. As soon as the flames disappeared, the red spot on his face immediately showed signs of expanding. All her efforts were in vain, causing an extremely angry and resentful expression to immediately appear on the man's face. At first, he was in a daze. It was not easy for him to temporarily suppress the red spot and maintain his consciousness. His figure immediately disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, more than 100 residential houses collapsed at the same time. In the center of the collapse, the withered palm of Granny Nether Mountain pressed the fleeing purple vine demon to the ground. Why did my most loyal purple vine demon run away when you saw me? The withered vine that was firmly grabbed by the palm twisted and struggled with all its might, but it was useless. The difference in strength between the two was too great. He could only quieten down. He did not summon the descendants of the vines that spread out everywhere. Instead, the withered vines twisted and turned back into a human form. Are you really Granny Nether Mountain? I was blind and did not recognize you in time. Please forgive me. Being grabbed by the throat by such a powerful ghost, Jiang Li's main soul naturally did not dare to enter. He could only roughly control it from afar and let the dream clone adapt to the situation. In this situation, he could only admit defeat. After all, the other party's gender had changed. It was understandable that he did not recognize him. However, this Granny Nether Mountain who had changed his gender still had a dangerous glint in his eyes. HMPH, most loyal purple vine demon. Can you tell me why the white flames were extinguished as soon as you appeared? You did it, right? At the full moon banquet, you were the one who attacked Granny. Jiang Li's expression became even gloomier. In order to prevent Granny Nether Mountain from removing the red spots, he was too anxious. The other party was not a fool. After contacting him about the banquet, he naturally understood. Fortunately, Jiang Li only let his dream clone control the purple vine demon to search this time. If his main body was also in the vines, his life would be in danger. After being grabbed by the ghost hand, a cold aura invaded the withered vines, causing the purple vine demon's dream to fluctuate violently, as if it was about to break free from the dream and wake up at any moment. Even when he crossed the Bakian mountain and died, this guy did not have any intention of waking up. It could be seen how much pain Shi Pan had suffered this time. Tell me, What's the name of that flame? Give me that flame and I'll spare your life. Not only that, I can also help you become a true demon king. With both threats and promises, Granny Nether Mountain's strength continued to increase. She was about to break the withered vine. Jiang Li was already about to control his dream clone to escape on the other vines. However, at this moment, the ground below the street suddenly trembled, and a terrifying force suddenly appeared below the ground. A black palm instantly broke out of the ground and grabbed Granny Nether Mountain and the purple vine demon rock, pulling them down. Come and accompany us. I'm so lonely, so cold. Come with me, let me taste your flesh. Just one piece. Come down and join us. Countless faces appeared on the black hand. They crazily bit and dragged Granny Nether Mountain and the purple vine demon towards the ground. Such a huge commotion could already be observed from afar. Jiang Li tapped his foot lightly and leapt onto the roof of a wooden building beside him. The surroundings were already filled with other cultivators watching the commotion. It's that power. Jiang Li recognized it with a single glance. It was the powerful energy he had encountered underground when he was trying to escape earlier. Fortunately, he did not rashly barge in earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. HMPH, another new guy dares to attack in the city. He's really courting death. He's still restless after death. Serves you right. Suffer more. Beside Jiang Li, a few cultivators watching the show looked at the huge black hand that stretched out from afar and spoke in disdain. They were not surprised by such a thing. It turned out that no one cared about fighting in Tragic Death City. However, if he attacked too hard and destroyed the buildings and terrain of the city, he would immediately suffer such a lightning strike. It was hard to say if even an Earth immortal could keep their life. Moreover, it seemed that the price of death would be even heavier. Everyone was dead, so no one could really kill each other. After destroying the environment, they would still guard the severe punishment. It was no wonder that this place looked so harmonious on the surface. Coupled with the probing with Shanting's ear, he had a guess about the source of the huge force. The people living in Tragic Death City were all dead people who had yet to run out of young lifespan. In ancient times, after those who died here wasted their lifespan, they would continue to step onto the Yellow Springs Road and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation through the judgment of the Netherworld. However, now, the entire Netherworld was already shattered. Where should those souls that had exhausted their lifespan go? It was very likely that he would sink into the ground and forever stay under the city, becoming a member of that thing. Ever since the spiritual chi recovery, the number of souls accumulated under Tragic Death City was unimaginable. On the other side, the black palm suddenly exploded. Granny Netherworld Mountain that was above the Demon King was indeed not so easy to capture. However, in just a moment of being captured, he had paid a considerable price. Dozens of black souls bit holes in the Granny's body like cups. They twisted their bodies and were about to enter. One had to know that the original bodies of these souls were not all ordinary mortals. There were also many soul formation cultivators, earth immortals, and even stronger existences. They had the ability to break through Granny Nether Mountain's defense. Granny hurriedly reached out to pull, but these things broke with a tug. The half that was left in his body immediately burrowed deeper, biting and swimming away. If these things entered his body, even he would suffer greatly. On the other hand, the weak purple vine demon that was only equivalent to the soul formation realm after ignoring the amplification of the race had no ability to resist. The withered vines were filled with holes from top to bottom. Hundreds and thousands of insects had already bitten through its body. In his consciousness, black insects landed on the spider web woven from the dream threads. In a short period of time, they had already torn the spider web into pieces. A portion of the insects rushed towards the dream clone that was entrenched in the center of the spider web. More insects actually followed the connected spider silk and began to invade the other dream spider webs. If these insects set his dream clone, it was even possible to follow the spider silk and find Jiang Li's main body. Jiang Li suddenly regretted bringing Granny Nether Mountain to Tragic Death City. This uncontrollable fellow was really a stupid teammate. Chapter 576 Heaven Rank Artifact 1. The black insects that burrowed into his body were very powerful. Jiang Li's 3,000 spider children were completely not a match. The children that surrounded from all directions and tried to intercept were bitten by the black insects, and a large number of losses quickly appeared. After all, those black insects were basically transformed from nascent soul or even soul formation cultivators. One or two of them was already troublesome enough. With so many surging in together, how could the dream power that had just formed and had yet to develop resist? The dream clone released the ravings and wanted to drag these black insects into the dream. However, these thousands of ghosts that had lost their human appearance no longer had the ability to dream. His best ability failed. There was no way to drag people into the dream. 90% of the methods of the dream clone had already been crippled. Seeing that he was about to be pounced on by the black insects, he was also covered in holes. Fortunately, Jiang Li was still standing behind the clone, so he naturally could not let himself suffer a loss. With a thought, a white flaming snake followed the threads that fell from Jiang Li's dream and landed on the spider webs that stretched out. The Holy Spirit fire snake's long tail slashed out, and the dream spider web was immediately burned to ashes when it touched the tail formed by white flames. The huge snake swung its tail a few times and crossed dozens of dream spider webs, splitting the area invaded by the black insects and the larger spider web. These insects were even more terrifying than the plague. The first thing to do was naturally to isolate them. The stable threads were broken, and the black insects lost the path to corrode more souls. They turned around and actually rushed towards the culprit, the Holy Spirit snake. Black insects shot at the fire snake at an extremely fast speed like sharp arrows. They bit it and desperately wanted to enter. The Holy Spirit snake was stunned. After it landed in Jiang Li's hands and was refined into the ghost lantern cold flame, those ghosts would be extremely vigilant even if they did not run when they saw it. This was the first time it had seen such brave and stupid ghosts. No wonder all living beings were afraid of death. It was not easy to stay in Tragic Death City. The days after one's lifespan was exhausted were even harder. These ghosts were tortured until they did not even have the most basic rationality. After obtaining these nutrients that had walked into the trap, white flames rose, and the snake body that was not small suddenly grew by 30 feet. The Holy Spirit snake's eyes lit up. It had to be said that the quality of these things was really not bad. It was not easy to find so many high-quality ghosts elsewhere. The last time it ate so much was when it swallowed an entire tree heart in the underwater graveyard. Unfortunately, not all the black insects were attracted by it. There were also many insects that had already bitten through the spider silk cocoon and entered the souls of dozens of vines. Soon, the fragile souls turned into white lights and were retrieved by Tragic Death City. Only the protected purple vine demon Shepan survived. He controlled the purple vine demon that had stabilized again to sense the outside world. In the sky above the doll world, the huge palm that stretched out from the ground still did not stop attacking. After being blown up by Granny again, he simply split into countless ghosts and chased after her relentlessly. Granny Nether Mountain, who was not in a good state to begin with, suffered quite a bit from the continuous collisions. However, under such circumstances, she still held the withered vine in her hand tightly and was unwilling to give up. It seemed that she really needed the ghost lantern cold flame. Taking advantage of the fact that Granny Netherworld Mountain was resisting the Black Hand below with all her might, Jiang Li controlled the end of the vine and quietly entered the other party's sleeve. He took out a wooden sign hidden in the other party's sleeve. At the same time, in a secret room somewhere in Tragic Death City, a few cultivators on duty suddenly raised their heads and looked at a flickering tablet. The ranking was covered in cracks. The name written on it was the Polar Castle Lord, Bei Yuju. Bei Yuju is already dead, but someone took his death token and returned to Tragic Death City. The news was quickly spread, although their main force had left and they were short of manpower. However, there were still 3 Earth Immortals who soared into the sky and immediately locked onto their target, rushing towards the cross-dressed big shot who was causing a commotion in the sky above the street. "Who are you? Why is Baiyu just death token on you? The one who robbed us. Hand it over quickly, or else your soul will dissipate. When the three unknown Earth Immortals saw that Granny Netherworld Mountain ignored them, they were furious. Without saying anything else, they attacked together. With the combined strength of the three Earth Immortals, even if Granny Netherworld Mountain was at her peak, she had to treat them seriously. Not to mention that he had first been corroded by the sea of resentment above Tragic Death City, and then dozens of ghost-devouring worms had entered his body. Her condition was deteriorating. She was already flustered dealing with the ghost hand worms that kept surging out from the ground. Now that she was suddenly attacked by three Earth Immortals, the pressure increased exponentially. Under such a pincer attack, it was inevitable that Granny Netherworld Mountain would be distracted. The strength in her hand subconsciously decreased. Jiang Li's main body watched the battle from afar. Now was the time. Seizing the moment when Granny Nether Mountain was under the greatest pressure, the purple vine demon suddenly twisted and took the initiative to break its body. Chapter 577 Heaven Rank Artifact 2. Through giving up half of his body, he finally broke free and plunged into the surging ghost-devouring worms below. Granny Nether Mountain, who was surrounded, did not have any strength left. She could only watch as the half-vine plunged into the worms as if it was committing suicide. The vines that did not resist were quickly pulled underground. Countless maggots transformed from ghosts desperately burrowed into his body. The withered vines that were already riddled with holes welcomed these maggots like a highway. When the maggots entered the withered vine's consciousness, what waited for them ahead was a huge flaming snake with a snake tongue that was abnormally excited. The maggots that did not know fear continuously pounced forward, causing the flames on the Holy Spirit snake to become brighter and more vigorous. Under this city, there were countless maggots transformed from ghosts. Perhaps it could even allow his ghost lantern Cold Flame to evolve again. As such, there was no need to worry about the dream clone for the time being. In the distance, Granny Nether Mountain finally could not endure it anymore. After enduring a few more hits, she simply tore off one of her arms. Using a spell technique similar to the straw doll, she replaced her arm and threw it to the devouring ghost worms below to change their target. Then, she turned into a stream of light and flashed into a corner of the city, quickly disappearing. Without the help of the vast number of maggots under Tragic Death City, the three Earth Immortals could not keep that granny behind. After the commotion ended, the other cultivators dispersed and went about their own business. Jiang Li stood on the spot and did not move. After waiting for a while, faint crawling sounds sounded from his surroundings. It was the descendants of the purple vines that had fled. Although they could not unleash much strength without Shi Pan, Jiang Li had already obtained Shi Pan's seed. With his ability, it was not difficult to nurture a greater demon-level vine. Or perhaps he could let the 9 Netherwood clone imitate the characteristics of the purple vine demon. At that time, with the enhancement of these small vines, he would have the combat strength of an Earth Immortal. As for that Granny Nether Mountain, Jiang Li did not care. Relying on a death token, the people on the Blood King's side probably already thought that the corpse of the Polar Mountain King was obtained by Granny Nether Mountain. Next, he could let Granny attract the firepower in the open and let him hide in the dark to see if he could find any flaws on the Blood King's side. However, before that, he had to find the seniors of his great mountain region first. Jiang Li and Kushui followed a stunned and wretched young man and continued to wander in this super huge city. Zhang Bobo's remnant soul was clearly not very smart. He often walked and suddenly stopped in the middle of the road in a daze. After stopping for a while, he suddenly recalled something and continued walking. The route they took was also irregular. Sometimes, they would turn left, and sometimes right. They would even return the same way. If not for Jiang Li's decent spirit refinement, cultivation and sufficient patience, he would have slapped this fellow to death long ago. After walking and stopping for a long time, they finally stopped in front of 4 adjacent attics. Mass. Zhang Bobo opened his mouth to speak, but Jiang Li raised his hand and put him back into the coffin. With his status, it was barely acceptable for him to clean up Shu Mountain. However, since the other party did not know that Jiang Bobo was already dead, Jiang Li felt that there was no need to say this. It was not worth it to create a rift between him and Sword Head Pei Zong for an evil person. At most, he would give Jiang Bobo a bowl of Mengpo soup and let him become a new person. The four pavilions in front of him did not look special on the surface, but he felt a hidden sword intent in one of them. How could Jiang Li, who had collided with it before, not recognize the cliffless sword intent? Finally, I found it. He took out a broken sword from the coffin. Immediately, the broken sword trembled and resonated with the sword intent in the pavilion in front of him. Brother Pei Zong, what happened? Why did you suddenly stimulate your sword intent? Before the cliffless sword head came out, the other three beside him had already acutely sensed the change in the sword intent and pushed open the door. Then, they saw the two youths standing at their door. Jiang Li, child, why are you here? When they saw Jiang Li, they all revealed surprised expressions. This was especially true for the previous Valley Master of the Scripture Storage Valley, perfected 9 years. The pity and heartache on his face could not be concealed. After returning that night, the topic of conversation between the four of them was Jiang Li. They all felt that Jiang Li would be the new hope of the Great Mountain region. Swordhead Pei Zong even personally taught Jiang Li a sword technique that could split open a domain. However, this genius junior that they had seen not long ago died tragically a few months later and appeared in front of them. No one could accept such a roller coaster of emotions. Which faction attacked the Great Mountain region? What's the situation of the Great Mountain Alliance now? Shinshan Jiani and the others are really useless. How can they let a junior like you stand at the front? Unfortunately, even if he died, he still came to tragic Death City. This is not a good place. This young master cultivates the palm meditation technique. Could he be a disciple of the benevolent travel temple? Chapter 578 Heaven Rank Artifact 3. The few seniors were extremely satisfied with Jiang Li earlier, but now, they felt extremely regretful. They surrounded Jiang Li and sighed. When the other dead people living around heard the commotion, they also poked their heads out to check. After discovering that it was the white-haired person who made people sigh the most, they tactfully did not disturb him. There were also some cultivators from the Great Mountain region. However, they had never seen Jiang Li before, so they did not know him. Valley Master, seniors, my situation is a little complicated. There are too many people outside. Let's go in and talk. Jiang Li waved his hand to reassure them. Everyone walked into the small building. After activating the array formation and sealing the house to prevent outsiders from spying, Jiang Li removed his disguise. Immediately, the vivid disguise disappeared, revealing a deathly pale body. However, this body did not have any injuries from top to bottom. The four previous leaders of the Great Mountain region were all people with extraordinary knowledge. They quickly saw the abnormality in him. At the very least, Jiang Li was not controlled by the false resurrection of tragic Death City. I did not die at the hands of others. I took the initiative to come here. I'm not completely dead. There's still a way to revive. This matter concerns a mountain of the netherworld. He picked up the important ones and told the four of them about the Bakian mountain and his trip. Only then did they barely believe that this disciple could still be revived. There's actually such a strange mountain in this world that separates yin-yang from life and death. Forget it. It's good that I can still live. It's good that I can still live. You took such a risk to come here. What do you need us old fellows to do? Tell us if there's anything. We can't stay here for long. The few of them were still worried about Jiang Li's safety and wanted him to leave as soon as possible. I indeed have something to discuss. Firstly, I would like to invite the four seniors to come out again. Jiang Li patted Ku Shui on the shoulder. He had already tried a few times. Although he could not penetrate the walls of tragic Death City on a large scale, Buddhism was good at saving people. Occasionally, there would be 10 or 20 fated people they could save, so Ku Shui still had this authority. Secondly, do you know what the Blood King did in tragic Death City? He had to cultivate the 9 Nether Dao scripture and search for traces of the 9 Netherwood source branch. Indeed, There were also these two projects. He could bring these seniors away and let them oversee the Great Mountain Alliance. Then, he asked about the Blood King. One had to know that he still had the corpse of the last 9 kings in his hand. Perhaps he could also obtain a share of the gains in this situation. When Jiang Li asked about the Blood King, the expressions of the 4 seniors became solemn again. Recently, the things that the Blood King had done in Tragic Death City were not inferior to the cultivation world of the Eastern region. Just the fact that the Blood King could bring people out of Tragic Death City was enough to make people crazy. With this method, that former prince had won over a large number of experts who had died in vain. He had even invited them to join several times. Therefore, they had a certain understanding of the Blood King. Jiang Li, do you know about the Netherworld's city god? Back then, the Cultivation dynasty was said to have once obtained a precious treasure of the Netherworld. That was why they could establish the system of the Netherworld and capture the cultivators of the Eastern region. Legend has it that it was once a divine artifact. It's naturally a heaven-rank artifact. However, after the collapse of the Cultivation dynasty, that thing was not found by anyone. Because of that treasure, the cultivation world of the Eastern region was suspicious of each other at that time. It was not until the Divine Judgment Hall was established that it became much better. However, I only found out a few hundred years ago that that treasure did not fall into the hands of anyone from the Divine Judgment Hall. Instead, it was brought to the Netherworld by the Blood King. He relied on that treasure to master a little of the power of this Tragic Death City. So he was borrowing the power of the Netherworld. It was no wonder that Tragic Death City could collect tragic death souls from all over the Eastern region. The Blood King's power could also attack the various large factions mysteriously. They relied on the ruins of the city god that covered the world. Chapter 579. Creating Conflict, Infiltration. 1. The next day, the entire Tragic Death City began to panic. Groups of ghost soldiers formed by tragic death cultivators swam in the streets and conducted a carpet search. They wore uniform armor and did not look like cultivators. Instead, they looked more like soldiers. On their armor was the mark of a blood-colored crown. That mark represented the most powerful faction in Tragic Death City in the past 1,000 years, the Blood King Palace. The Blood King Palace was established 5,000 years ago. It was created by the defeated last prince with his blood servant army. At that time, the Blood King was young and frivolous. He was stabbed to death by the people he trusted the most. He was indignant and recruited soldiers every day, clamoring to kill his way back to the continent of the 9 provinces and execute everyone who betrayed the dynasty. However, things did not go as he wished. For hundreds of years, the Blood King army he led could not even step out of the city gate. As time passed, the soldiers under him continuously disappeared because their lifespan was exhausted. At that time, the cultivation world was far weaker than it was now. This talented Blood King was only at the soul formation realm. Although his lifespan was considerable, it was not enough for him to last long. In the end, the Blood King's lifespan limit arrived, and the Blood King Palace fell silent. However, it was strange. After 1,000 years, that prince had somehow appeared in Tragic Death City again. His strength even increased greatly, breaking through the restriction of being unable to cultivate and become stronger in Tragic Death City. He could also send people out of the Tragic Death City from time to time to carry out some secret missions and complete some of his wishes when he was alive. He had enough strength and the authority to leave Tragic Death City. After the Blood King Palace reappeared, it was extremely popular in Tragic Death City. In the recent hundreds of years, he had recruited too many dead people, and his strength had swelled to an astonishing level. Occasionally, experts who came out of Tragic Death City would leave many legends in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. Therefore, a long time ago, there was a rumor in the cultivation world that the Tragic Death City in the Land of Blood possessed terrifying strength that was comparable to the 3 divine pillars and even surpassed them. Even Jiang Li had heard of this before. The myriad slaughter sect master was even more devoted to it. He dreamed of controlling the power of Tragic Death City. Jiang Li did not know very well what kind of power the three divine pillars possessed, but Tragic Death City really did possess power that was sufficient to overturn the cultivation world of the eastern region. Of course, there was a limit to the number of people who could leave Tragic Death City. The duration of each departure was also very short. It was not something that anyone could leave as they pleased. In the Blood King Palace, basically only Earth Immortals had the chance to enjoy the benefits. Soul formation ghosts might not be able to obtain it even after queuing for 100 years. The nascent souls below and even more low-level cultivators were not worthy of knowing this. It was precisely because of this that the academic atmosphere of Tragic Death City was not destroyed. Otherwise, if they knew what they were good at, it was possible that outsiders would learn it. The Dao discussions in Tragic Death City would probably be 90% empty in an instant. Jiang Li stood in the attic of Daoist 9 years and looked at the pile of Yin soldiers running past below. If nothing unexpected happened, the person they were searching for in the entire city was Granny Nether Mountain. There were 2 soul formation cultivators casually leading them. This configuration was really luxurious. In fact, they had blocked Granny Nether Mountain, who wanted to leave through the city gate yesterday. However, they still suspected that Granny Nether Mountain had snatched the corpse of the Extreme Mountain King. Even if they risked their lives, they could not let her leave. After a collision, the unwell Granny fled again. Just this Tragic Death City covered an area of 1/5 of the Great Mountain region. It was still very difficult to find a top expert hidden inside. Jiang Li raised his head to look at the sky above. The number of Earth Immortal experts flying in the air had already increased from 3 to 5. With the help of the clones stationed in the outside world, Jiang Li already knew that the Divine Judgment Hall was fighting the Blood King Palace. This was because the aftershock of that battle had already affected the entire eastern region. It was definitely impossible to hide it. With a slight connection, one could tell that these 2 guys had definitely died and returned from the front line. The more top-notch experts were, the more tenacious their lives were. Especially after reaching the Earth Immortal realm, their bodies would begin to transform towards the immortal body. Even if there was a difference in strength, the battle would not easily end, let alone casualties. Moreover, the Divine Judgment Hall had long known that if the people of Tragic Death City died, they would be pulled back. They would definitely try their best to seal them and not kill them directly. However, even so, 2 more Earth Immortals died after only a day. It could be seen how intense the battle at the front line was. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was an intense knocking sound below the attic. The group of Blood King Palace Yin soldiers were also bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They did not dare to knock on Sword Head Pei Zong's door. Instead, they directly passed by the next door and knocked. Wasn't this blatantly not giving the Valley Master any face? As a disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley, Jiang Li had to teach them a lesson. Jiang Li and Daoist 9 years looked at each other before waving their hands to open the door below. Under the orders of the Blood King to search Tragic Death City, please cooperate. The pair of Yin soldiers entered in a single file. Then, the wooden door closed, and there was no sound inside. Time gradually passed. In a small building, 2 soul formation cultivators and 18 nascent soul cultivators stayed inside for 15 minutes. Chapter 580, Creating Conflict, Infiltration. 2. With the efficiency of cultivators, this search seemed to be especially long. One of the Earth Immortals floating in the sky also looked over acutely. The target they were searching for was a terrifying enemy that even the few Earth Immortals did not have absolute confidence in dealing with. Even if the teams below were led by soul formation cultivators, the effect was only to test the waters. Once anything happened to any team, they would attack quickly. Fortunately, before the Earth Immortal could fly over, the wooden door of the pavilion was pushed open from the inside. 20 Yin soldiers walked out unscathed. A few of them seemed to be in low spirits. They only yawned and continued to search according to the predetermined trajectory. There was nothing abnormal. Are you slacking again? Seeing this scene, The Earth Immortal shook his head and turned to fly elsewhere. The usual atmosphere in Tragic Death City was too comfortable. Not to mention finding something meaningful here, even cultivation had lost its effect. As a result, after most cultivators entered this place, they had nothing to do for many months and became more and more lazy. Logically speaking, with their cultivation levels, even if they did not sleep or rest, they should not be exhausted after working for a month. However, in just a day, many teams had already shown signs of slacking. It was not easy for them to care about this. It was not easy to lead a team. From the corner of his eye, he saw the Earth Immortal of the Blood King Palace fly far away. One of the Soul Formation cultivators running in front of the group secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This fake resurrected body did not look abnormal from the outside, but inside, it had already been taken over by Jiang Li. In the 15 minutes just now, as soon as these guys entered, he used the dream skill to temporarily control them. It seamlessly connected to reality, weaving a short dream for them to search the attic. Then, he transformed into a seed and jumped into the mouth of the Soul Formation cultivator. After landing in his stomach, it infiltrated the location of the Qi spiritual root, turning into roots that took root. This was a new Dao technique that Jiang Li had comprehended after crossing the Baqian mountain and achieving a major breakthrough in the 9 Nether Dao scripture. The 9 Nether seed. Originally, it was the last resort of the spiritual root 9 Netherwood to protect itself at the critical moment. The principle was based on imitating the spiritual root seed. The caster could transform into a seed and sneak into the human body before taking root in the other party's spiritual root seed. It could have the magical effect of occupying a body, controlling thoughts, seizing cultivation and life. Jiang Li had been thinking about this high-level concealment technique for a long time. Now, he had finally obtained it. As a transmigrator, although Jiang Li did not walk the path of a rogue cultivator, he had always yearned for those wretched skills like skin transformation. He had also gathered and learned several similar spell techniques. However, the level of those spell techniques was too low. Under special circumstances, they could be used temporarily. The enemies Jiang Li had to deal with were generally 2 realms stronger than him. It was simply impossible to deceive an Earth Immortal with the methods of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, spell techniques without any foundation were useless in his hands. Now, he had comprehended such a wonderful method in the 9 Nether Dao scripture. It was extremely hidden, and the effect was better than the spiritual root seed in all aspects, especially the powerful concealment effect. Even good friends and lovers who had been together for 100 years might not be able to see any problems. The only problem with this technique was that he had to suppress the other party's soul. With Jiang Li's spirit refinement cultivation, even if he had not transformed into an essence soul, the strength of his soul could already crush a pile of essence souls. He personally took action and controlled this soul formation cultivator in less than 15 minutes. Then, Granny Nether Mountain, I'm coming to find you, follow me, come this way. After coming out of the attic, he gestured and suddenly led the team to turn around. Senior, that's not our search route, right? That's Doll Street. Didn't we just search it the day before yesterday? We changed our route at the last minute, and the higher-ups questioned us. Another soul formation cultivator beside him objected. This was clearly against the rules. We have legs, but doesn't the enemy have legs? How can we find anything by searching step by step? The day before yesterday, a restriction I left in Baby Street was triggered. It's very likely the target. As long as we find him and make a contribution, we can leave. You've been dead for 200 years. Don't you want to go back and see how those female friends are doing with your children? As soon as he said this, the other soul formation cultivator became energetic. He increased his speed and flashed through the streets like lightning. The soul formation cultivator who was enslaved by Jiang Li did not disappear. His essence soul, which had its will changed, was also active. Therefore, such an ordinary conversation would not reveal any flaws. A group of Blood King Yin soldiers suddenly turned around, naturally attracting some attention. Of course, It was impossible for Jiang Li to foolishly run to meet that granny. Sensing the location of the half of the withered vine, he took out a communication spirit stone as he ran and informed one of the Earth Immortals above that he had discovered some clues about the enemy controlling his soul formation body. Although his speed was not as fast as his main body, it was not slow. Soon, they returned to the dull street dominated by the cries, "It's in the area ahead. You guys go take a look." After more than 5 kilometers, Jiang Li no longer approached. Instead, he instructed the 18 subordinates to go over and check. The 18 nascent soul cultivators were slightly unwilling, but under Jiang Li's unyielding attitude, they still flew towards their designated target. Doll Street. There are 9 roads and 13 roads. There's a small hole in the 5th house. Don't let the target escape. Coupled with the half of the vine and the probing of chanting ears, he had long locked onto the location of Granny Nether Mountain. When Granny tricked the 8 demons of the Netherworld Mountain to come to Tragic Death City, she had said that she would attack and seize the city and give it to Jiang Li. Now that Jiang Li had successfully brought his granny to this place, it was naturally time for him to collect the reward. It was outrageous for the dignified ruler of the Bakian Mountain to keep hiding. 18 nascent soul cultivators surrounded the house according to the instructions. One of the braver ones had just reached out to push open the door when a black thing was thrown at his face. There were dozens of ghost-devouring worms. The worm instantly bit through the skin and entered the nascent soul cultivator's body. In just 2 breaths, it turned him into a white light and was retrieved by Tragic Death City. In that small room, an even more terrifying aura erupted. Just this alone made the other Yin soldiers' bodies stiffen and they were unable to move. However, this completely exposed Granny Nether Mountain's tracks. The 5 Earth Immortals in the air instantly flashed over and surrounded Granny Nether Mountain, who had appeared again. However, this female boss displayed a completely different aura. Although she was still not at her peak state, without the torture of the ghost-devouring worms in her body, her strength was no longer something that ordinary Earth Immortals could compare to. A root whip that looked like a rock crawled out of Granny Nether Mountain's sleeve and lashed at the 5 Earth Immortals. Another shocking battle erupted in Tragic Death City. With their methods, once they started to fight with all their might, it would definitely affect and destroy the city. At that time, the thing under the Tragic Death City would probably drill out and attack these restless people. After causing all of this, Jiang Li successfully retreated and flew towards the center of Tragic Death City, where the Blood King Palace was. Now, most of the Blood King Palace's forces were fighting with the experts of the Divine Judgment Hall. The 5 Earth Immortals who stayed behind were held back by Granny Nether Mountain. The last building built by the Cultivation dynasty fell into an unprecedented emptiness. He wanted to see what was hidden inside. Chapter 581 Riyadh Slaughter Wu Fan 1. Captain Chen, what's going on over there? Why are you back? Due to the sea of resentment above, Jiang Li did not dare to fly too high. As soon as he approached the Blood King Palace, he was stopped by a few Yin soldiers guarding the door. The continuous energy explosions in the distance made the Blood King Palace guards very nervous. If not for this person approaching, they would have recognized him. He might have to attack if his hand trembled. What do you think happened? The few lords fought with the target. How can we approach an Earth Immortals battle? Quickly activate the array formation. I'll come back and help. Jiang Li spoke without stopping and walked straight into the door. The few people guarding the door did not stop him. In the battlefield of Earth Immortals, this could not be considered fleeing. From the commotion, it could be seen that ordinary soul formation cultivators might lose their lives if they got too close to watch the show, let alone help. Although the price of dying in this Tragic Death City was not high, no one wanted to die in vain. If the lost memories were especially important, who could they reason with? It was better to obediently assist the array to increase its power and be of some help. The others in the search team have all gone to the array formation node. As long as we open the core array core of the Blood King Palace, we can control all the array formations and assist you. Those array formation masters are already at the core. Well, listen to their arrangements. Go in quickly. Jiang Li successfully passed through the door, and then the two soldiers guarding the door brandished their halberds. As if a switch had been opened, a layer of red barrier instantly enveloped the entire Blood King Palace. The defense of the barrier was astonishing. Even if it was attacked by an Earth Immortal expert, it could last for a long time. However, what they did not know was that the most troublesome enemy had already been let in while chatting and laughing. No matter how powerful the array formation barrier was, it could not stop the enemy inside. Jiang Li walked between the ancient palace, and his surroundings seemed to be abnormally empty. After walking for a long time, he actually did not see a single figure. Due to the previous city search, the Blood King Palace had sent out a large number of people, causing there to be not many people left to guard the city. Moreover, they did not think that anyone would dare to attack them in the backyard of Tragic Death City. Therefore, the remaining group of people were gathered together. That was the hall that controlled the core of the array formation. Under the efforts of thousands of Tragic Death Array Masters, pillars of light were rising from all over Tragic Death City. From the pillar of light, blood-cold lightning shot out again, striking the granny who was fighting the 5 Earth Immortals. The lightning was very powerful. Every time it struck a powerful enemy, the disadvantage of the 5 Earth Immortals of the Blood King Palace would be reversed. In this city, the Blood King Palace, which had been operating for thousands of years, naturally had some backup plans. They were similarly unable to completely control this city. However, the business was much better than the Ghost Kings in Fengdu City. Just these array formations added after birth had an effect that was not inferior to an offensive domain. Jiang Li looked in from the entrance of the array formation and did not go in to cause trouble. At this moment, there were no Earth Immortals in the Blood King Palace. If he rushed in and destroyed the core array formation, he could indeed stop the operation of the array in the city. However, what good would that do him? The Blood King Palace was ambitious and had already declared war on the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. However, that Granny Nether Mountain still did not get along with him. It was not a good thing for either of them to win. It was the best outcome for Jiang Li if they both suffered losses. That Granny Nether Mountain seemed to be far from her limit and did not need his help for the time being. After passing through the array formation hall, Jiang Li continued deeper into the palace. The phantom of the 5 elements peak appeared in his eyes. He opened his earth spirit eye and continuously observed the surrounding earth vein situation. From his experience, the buildings of ordinary cultivation sects were divided according to the trend of the earth vein and the need for array formations. The larger the node, the more important the building above. Following the thickest earth vein, he quickly discovered a passageway that was slightly different from other places. This passageway seemed a little narrow and cramped in the majestic palace. It could only accommodate 4 or 5 people walking side by side. At the end of the passageway, he did not feel anything at first, but every time he looked away, he would discover that the scene opposite the passageway was completely absent from his mind. After repeating it a few times, it was the same. What a brilliant illusion array! Jiang Li became energetic and stood at the edge of the passageway to observe carefully. With his array formation cultivation, he could tell that the passageway ahead was filled with traps. He had to set up so many obstacles in his territory. Clearly, they were protecting something that even their own people could not know. Treasure vault. Or something more important. The more they hid it, the more Jiang Li wanted to find out. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Li took out a pair of dog ears and placed them on his ears. 2 tree roots stretched out from his ears and took root on the ground. At the same time, a spiritual light appeared in his eyes, as if he could see the extremely complicated array formation patterns on the ground with his naked eye. He used 2 methods to investigate the path ahead. Soon, a 3-dimensional model of this passageway was constructed in his mind. Lines were hidden in the wall, and the lines under the stone slab were outlined by him. Chapter 582, Myriad Slaughter Wu Fan, 2. Soon, he copied 99% of it. A moment later, he took off Shanting's ears, and 2 lines of blood flowed out from his ears. He had gone a little overboard just now. Even he could not withstand the curse of that little white dog so easily. 5 seconds later, after Jiang Li removed a negative status on the interface, his buzzing ears immediately returned to normal. Looking at the tunnel model constructed in his consciousness, Jiang Li felt a headache. What a complicated trap. The passageway that clearly looks like it can be seen at a glance is actually not straight. Fortunately, he was not stupid enough to fly over directly. If one could step on the air without triggering a trap, then they would be underestimating the ability of array masters. There are 108 life gate nodes. Jiang Li's hands moved like a fortune teller as they fluttered quickly. The space in this passageway was distorted. It was almost impossible to break through with normal methods. Every step he took inside required a specific step to pass. He would try to deduce it in reverse. Looking at the moving array patterns, Jiang Li quickly cracked the first few steps. However, this array formation referenced the 9 palace 8 trigrams technique. The further it went, the more complicated the changes were, and the difficulty of calculation also increased exponentially. Soon, he felt immense pressure. There were a total of 108 nodes on this path. As long as one took a wrong step, they would be attacked by the array formation. Half an hour later, Jiang Li suddenly spat out a mouthful of scorching steam. At this moment, his body temperature had already exceeded the boiling point, pushing back the array formation. He barely calculated the first 33 steps. However, the intense mental expenditure had already made his entire body burn and his mind dispirited. He recorded the landing point he deduced and temporarily stopped calculating. Jiang Li adjusted his breathing for a moment before recovering. Forcibly deducing is really not something a human can do. The decryption of the 9 palace 8 trigrams was like the arrangement of random numbers. The more digits there were, the more combinations there were. The time needed to deduce further would be calculated in days, months, and even years. By the time he calculated it, it was already too late. At this moment, Jiang Li yearned for an epiphany status. If he had the enhancement of the epiphany status, cracking this thing would be a matter of minutes. Jiang Li shook his head and threw away his miscellaneous thoughts. He looked at the landing point that was recorded again, trying to find some rules. Suddenly, Jiang Li looked at the 33 landing points. The more he looked, the more familiar they looked. He seemed to have seen these landing points somewhere before. Let me think. A storm immediately blew in his mental world. With his current soul strength, even if he casually glanced at something, he would never forget it. If he transformed these footsteps into dots, in next to no time, Jiang Li's eyes lit up. He finally recalled where he had seen these points before. He opened the coffin and found a coffin made of crystal in the safest depths. In the coffin lay a tall man with a rough and determined face. He was one of the last 9 kings, the Polar Mountain King. Jiang Li's gaze looked at the belt. If one ignored the messy hand-woven patterns on the belt, they would discover that there was a row of flower petals that seemed to have no pattern. It usually looked like an ordinary decoration, but now. He pulled off the belt and straightened it before carefully comparing it. The angle and location of the first 33 petals were indeed identical to the landing point of his footwork. It seemed that the Blood King was quite nostalgic. This set of footwork should have some special meaning in the royal family of the Qin dynasty. Jiang Li did not hesitate. After memorizing the 108 steps, he raised his foot and stepped into the passageway. Sure enough, with a step, he steadily stepped on the door of life. The trap did not react. Then, 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps, 10 steps, 30 steps, 50 steps. That footwork looked simple, but it actually hid a secret. Step by step, Jiang Li's figure began to become illusory, and his entire body seemed to have fused into space. After taking 108 steps, he had already arrived at the end of the passageway. He could actually fuse into space with a simple step technique. The Qin dynasty was indeed powerful. After passing through the passageway, there were 2 vermilion doors that looked like ancestral temples. On the door were 2 huge portraits of door gods. The good stuff should be behind these two doors. Who trespassed the forbidden area? Jiang Li was just about to step forward when two explosive shouts sounded, causing him to take 3 steps back and almost fall back into the passageway. The ones who roared were the two door gods. "I'm here on the orders of the Blood King. Open the door quickly." Jiang Li wanted to bluff his way through, but it was clearly not so easy. "No token." "Fake king's orders. You deserve death." The two door gods' portraits spoke in unison, and then the portraits emitted divine light. 2 intense lights instantly struck Jiang Li. For a time, a large amount of white smoke emitted from his body. It was actually the Yang attribute power that countered evil ghosts. There was also a powerful and strange force mixed in. It seemed to be the power of incense offerings. Back then, Jiang Li had also obtained a Dao technique to cultivate the power of incense offerings, but before he became an immortal, there were too many drawbacks to absorbing incense offerings. Therefore, he did not cultivate it himself and handed it to the divine statue clone. He did not expect to see the power of incense today. Moreover, they could actually use such a powerful Yang attribute attack in Fengdu City. How did they do it? 9 Nether Vine Torrent. So what if their attributes countered each other? Yin and Yang countered each other. As long as one had enough strength, they could suppress it. Jiang Li stretched out a few fake resurrected purple vines from his sleeve. The 9 Nether spiritual chi surged, and he used a spell technique to counterattack. However, the purple vine that had just attacked instantly shattered into dust under that light. Jiang Li grabbed the dust in his hand and was slightly stunned. The power of this light did not seem to be very strong. Why, no, this light was not meant to deal with evil spirits, but to destroy the fake resurrection of Tragic Death City. If one wanted to enter Tragic Death City, they had to be a person who had died in vain. As long as a person died in vain entered the city, they would be resurrected. With the end of this pair of door gods' divine light, even if an earth immortal died, he would be directly beaten to ashes and revived. The Blood King had a good plan. Unfortunately, he encountered Jiang Li who had not been resurrected. This Yang attribute light would at most burn Jiang Li's skin, and it was utterly fine. After thinking about this, Jiang Li stopped casting spells. He faced the 30 feet white light and leaned forward. He grabbed the door god portrait with one hand and directly pulled them down from the door. He put away the 2 portraits of the door gods. If he could study the principles of their divine light, it would be much more convenient to face the Tragic Death City. However, if he removed the door gods, the Blood King should sense it. He had to hurry. Jiang Li did not care about the burns on his body. He pushed open the door and entered. It was a completely different world inside. Little lights flickered in the huge room. They were oil lamps that could not be extinguished. They were arranged in groups of 7 in an orderly manner. After every 7 lights, there was a memorial tablet and a coffin. It looked like a spiritual hall, but it was also not right. He walked around a set of 7 star lanterns and slapped the lid of a coffin. A person immediately appeared. He's a soul formation elder of the Flood Dragon sect. Jiang Li had once seen the portrait of the deceased in the Divine Judgment Hall's announcement, so he quickly recognized him. However, what was strange was that this elder was actually still alive. He reached out to check his pulse. Although the reaction was weak, the vitality inside could not be faked. For the sake of further testing, Jiang Li even directly cut off a finger of this elder. His fingers were covered in blood, but they did not turn to dust. It could be seen that it was definitely not the fake resurrection from before. However, how did the living people get brought here? What was their goal? Jiang Li casually slapped away a few more coffins in the surroundings. Most of them were experts who had died in the attack on the night of Tragic Death City. This is the Master of the Star Tower. This is an elder of the Meridian Cutting Castle, the sect master of the White Sun Sword sect, and also the sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect. Wu Fan. Chapter 583, Earth Immortal Skewer, 1. This guy really found Tragic Death City. Jiang Li looked at the coffins and suddenly saw a familiar face. It was the long-lost sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect. Jiang Li's expression was complicated. After he grasped a certain amount of strength earlier, he started to search for traces and news in the eastern region. He could not wait for 10 years to take revenge. However, at some point, this former medium-sized divine judgment faction had disappeared from this land. Now, it seemed that Wu Fan had already achieved his ultimate goal. Unfortunately, this so-called ultimate goal was only a lie. Did they really think that the people of the past were simple and honest? He had been tricked by a dead person from 4,000 to 5,000 years ago and even lost an entire sect. This Myriad Slaughter sect master was really impressive. This guy had killed countless people and done all kinds of evil for a legend that could obtain the loyalty of Tragic Death City. In the end, he finally entered Tragic Death City, but not only was the outcome empty, he was even used as a tool to take his life. However, he deserved it. If not for such a stupid guy, how could there be so much trouble in the cultivation world of the eastern region? Jiang Li looked at the ranking in front of Wu Fan. The words Blood King were written on it. Before Wu Fan disappeared, Tragic Death City was only an occasional legend. However, not long after this guy disappeared with his sect, a large-scale attack from Tragic Death City happened. If there was no relationship between the two, Jiang Li would not believe it. After seeing these living people, he turned around to look at the memorial tablets in front of the corpses and the 7 oil lamps. He immediately saw a different smell. Could this array formation be the life-borrowing 7-star lantern? There's actually such an array formation. He thought for a moment and picked up one of the spirit tablets. Below the ranking, there was indeed a folded talisman paper. Opening it, Jiang Li, who had already learned the secret records of Moshan, recognized it at a glance. It was a rather unorthodox talisman, the disaster substitution talisman. As the name suggested, this talisman paper could transfer calamity to harm others and benefit oneself. It was a very sinister talisman technique. In that case, the 7-star lantern and the disaster substitution talisman are used as mediums for fake resurrection. In his previous life, there was a legend that Zhu Liang, Liu Boin, borrowed life from the 7-star lantern. There were also water ghost souls who could only reincarnate by finding substitutes to harm others. It turned out that those legends were not groundless. They were true. They borrowed the lives of living people to cultivate and increase their cultivation as if they were alive. By using living people as substitutes and letting them suffer in the Tragic Death City, he could return to the Yang world through the Netherworld City God. On the night of the attack, the Blood King Palace did not just kill people, they also secretly took away many survivors. It was to allow more of their people to escape the restraints of Tragic Death City. In that case, as long as Jiang Li destroyed this room, he could destroy the Myriad Slaughter sect's plan. Those guys who were fighting the Divine Judgment Hall would all be forcefully pulled back by Tragic Death City, especially this Myriad Slaughter sect master. If Jiang Li stabbed him to death, the Blood King would probably be rather stunned. The immortal slaying flying sword flew out and the sharp tip of the sword touched Wu Fan's globula. Even an earth immortal body could not withstand the sharpness of the immortal slaying flying sword. His flesh and bones were easily pierced, and a few streaks of blood immediately flowed out from between his brows. The sleeping Wu Fan did not have the slightest ability to resist. At this moment, as long as Jiang Li exerted a little strength, he could directly kill this earth immortal. However, at this moment, not far away, the 7-star lanterns in front of the 2 coffins suddenly extinguished without any wind. A voice sounded at the same time. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Before he arrived, his voice sounded. The powerful pressure and soul-shocking voice made Jiang Li's entire body tremble as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Damn it, they had been caught. How could they have returned so quickly? Alliance leader Jiang could not help but be nervous. One had to know that the place he was currently in was the core secret place of the Blood King Palace, the largest terrorist organization in the cultivation world of the eastern region. That was a terrifying force that could cause the entire eastern region to panic by itself. Just outside, There were 5 Earth Immortal experts fighting. He was only taking advantage of the fact that the Blood King Palace was fighting on both sides and the interior was extremely empty to sneak in and see if there was anything to take advantage of. If he really fought the Blood King Palace head-on, although he already had some strength, he only had the combat strength of an Earth Immortal. It was extremely difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Not to mention becoming enemies with the entire Blood King Palace. Being caught like this, he became nervous for the first time in a long time. The sealed shield was already in his hand. If the situation was not right, he was prepared to release Chi Yao's muscles and fight to the death. Following that voice were 2 white lights that pierced through the Blood King Palace from the sky. 2 white lights landed on the 2 sets of extinguished 7-star lanterns. The surrounding energy surged and condensed into a corporeal body, slowly turning into 2 sinister-looking elders. These 2 fellows had appeared on the night of the attack. Naturally, the Divine Judgment Hall had done everything they could to find out their identities. Jiang Li had seen their portraits before. 2 Holy Sons Temple, 2 Elders of the Sacred Heart. These 2 old fellows' cultivation levels were both Earth Immortals that the world looked up to. Their names sounded like they were righteous grandmasters, but in fact, they were 2 true demonic cultivators. Chapter 584 Earth Immortal Skewer 2. They used the name of the Sacred Heart to deceive the world, but in fact, they were dirty old demons who used yin to nourish yang when they were alive. They only took in female disciples. After female disciples cultivated successfully, they would plunder their yin essence cultivation and suck one to death overnight. Then, the speed at which they nurtured their disciples could not keep up with their absorption speed. They actually targeted the innocent female cultivators of those famous sects. In the end, their methods were exposed and they were attacked by dozens of sects until they died. He did not expect that after death, these 2 fellows would still commit crimes. Haha, after so many years, Thea's actually a junior who still remembers our names. Kid, have you heard of our famous name? The 2 of us old fellows have a familiar girl technique in our hands and are still lacking a successor. Kneel down and count out 300 times, and we'll teach you. How about it? Jiang Li was unmoved. He took 2 steps back and grabbed Wu Fan from the coffin to block in front of him. The brand new flying sword had already stabbed more than 3 inches into his head, and it could shatter his soul and kill him at any time. When they saw this scene, hatred and anger flashed in the eyes of the 2 elders, but they looked indifferent on the surface. Instead, they had a benevolent expression as they started to care about Jiang Li. Little friend, are you going to kill him? He's already dead. I advise you not to make a mistake. To be able to step foot here is enough to prove that your strength is extraordinary. Although you're already dead, it's not impossible for you to have some achievements in Tragic Death City. If I'm not wrong, you should be sent by the Divine Judgment Hall, right? So capable at such a young age and were forced to death by those high and mighty fellows. What a pity. The white light on the 2 elders' bodies had yet to dissipate, and they passed through the 7-star lantern and walked towards Jiang Li. Little friend, you can indeed kill him according to those old fellows' orders, but you have to think carefully. You're already dead. Following their orders won't do you any good. Jiang Li revealed a hesitant expression at the right time, immediately causing the 2 elders' confidence to increase greatly. Do you see the spirit tablet on it? You should be able to tell. As long as you kill him, the Blood King will return here like us. At that time, how will he deal with you? The 2 Earth Immortals had yet to completely condense their bodies and continued to approach Jiang Li step by step. In this tragic death city, you can't even dissipate your soul even if you want to. If you offend us, how long will your soul be tortured? 1,000 years or 2,000 years? Do you know what that feels like? You'll regret it in half a day at most. The 2 elders said terrifying words to force Jiang Li. When they were alive, they had also forced those female disciples like this. No matter how strong the disciples were, they would only obediently submit to their tyrannical might and cooperate with the cultivation of the familiar girl technique in pain. But I've already offended you. If I don't kill him, will I have a good ending? It's the same no matter what. Why should I let you have your way? I might as well kill him and end this once and for all. Jiang Li's gaze changed a few times, as if he had noticed something from the two old fellows. He continued to put on an act and probe. Ha, you're underestimating the Blood King's bearing. I can tell you that more than 40% of the people in the current Blood King Palace were our enemies. But now, they've all joined us. As long as you're willing to abandon the darkness and join the light with us as your guarantors, the Blood King will definitely let bygones be bygones. When the Blood King's plan succeeds, all of us will be able to live again. At that time, he'll teach you the familiar girl technique. Wouldn't it be great to cultivate 1,000 miles in a day? After threatening him, the staff began to give him benefits. Seniors, willing to vouch for me on our first meeting. You really think highly of me. However, with your character, there's no need for this. The two Earth Immortals who suddenly returned had indeed caught Jiang Li off guard. However, they had been persuading Jiang Li and did not try to attack him, causing Jiang Li to notice a problem. At first, he thought that these two old fellows were afraid that the aftershock would blow out the 7-star lantern. However, he quickly discovered that there seemed to be another reason. Jiang Li pulled out a trident and stabbed it into Wu Fan's back. Damn it, no. When the two Earth Immortals saw Jiang Li suddenly attack, they were both anxious. If this guy died and the Blood King was pulled back like this, without a leader, there would definitely be no chance of winning the battle over there. That would be troublesome. In a hurry, two spiritual lights immediately emitted from their hands and smashed towards Jiang Li. The two spiritual lights looked to be shockingly powerful, but they only flew out 200 to 300 feet after leaving his hand. Before they could smash into Jiang Li, they suddenly dissipated in the air. The two spiritual lights were only used to scare people. They were not powerful at all. So two paper tigers. When Jiang Li saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up into an innocent smile. He put away the sealed shield, and his figure flickered a few times before taking the initiative to approach the two elders. A few vines scattered out and easily tied up the two Earth Immortals. It was not that the two elders did not want to attack, but they did not have the ability to attack in a short period of time. This was because even in Tragic Death City, it would take a lot of time to fake the resurrection of two Earth Immortals and condense the Earth Immortal body. So now, what was in front of Jiang Li were only two empty shells. At most, they could only use a little soul pressure, but the lethality of that thing was really limited. Earlier, these two fellows were only bluffing to scare Jiang Li. It would naturally be best if Jiang Li could take the initiative to surrender. Otherwise, he would stall for time until their bodies recovered. Unfortunately, Jiang Li tested it out. Looks like my luck is not bad. Thank you for letting me find a chance of survival in the Blood King Palace. The expressions of the two elders turned ugly. Jiang Li approached the two of them and took out another hollow spear from the coffin. He directly stabbed the two of them into candied fruits. The Earth Immortal body that was continuously materializing immediately became illusory again. The energy that surged into their bodies was all extracted in the blink of an eye. Due to the talent of the spirit essence absorption, Jiang Li could not use it with his main body yet. However, his control over this mouthpiece spear was still much stronger than before. After adjusting the absorption speed a few times, he tried his best to match the speed at which the Tragic Death City condensed the Earth Immortal body. He could not use too much strength and suck these two guys dry. It was not his style to fish in troubled waters. Jiang Li was not in a hurry to absorb the spiritual chi of the two elders. Instead, a root stretched out from the coffin and wrapped around the end of the spear. After an endless stream of spiritual chi was extracted, it was all absorbed and refined by the 9 nether clone. The quality of the spiritual chi of an Earth Immortal expert was naturally extremely high to an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, but it was only so in Jiang Li's eyes. Moreover, he was in a dead state now, so it was useless even if he absorbed it. It was better to use the 9 nether clone to refine it first. Old fellows, it seems that this junior's life is not meant to end. Then, how should I deal with you? How about throwing you into the sea of resentment above? Do you think the resurrection of Tragic Death City can eliminate the invasion of resentment? Although he could not extract the most important souls, it was an extremely rare opportunity to absorb two Earth immortals who could not resist. Feeling the swelling spiritual chi ball inside the Nine Nether clone, Jiang Li felt that this secret room might be more valuable than the Blood King Palace's treasure vault. He looked at the rows of sleeping experts in the secret room. It seemed that a small half of them were not good people. Under Jiang Li's control, the mouthpiece spear began to extend. Jiang Li first threw the still-alive Wu Fan onto it, and then he pulled over the other demon sect experts in the coffins and pierced them. With this, there were as many as 13 Earth Immortals. Earth Immortal skewer. This scene was simply rare even in 1,000 years. The surging spiritual chi could be seen with the naked eye, making him feel as if the Nine Nether clone had become an Earth Immortal before him. If you can't leave Tragic Death City, you won't be able to escape in the end. When we revive next time, you'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it. Chapter 585 Fist Theory 1. In the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, there was once a desolate salt crystal plain that occupied more than twice the area of the Great Mountain region. It was said that this was once an inner sea. Later on, due to the great change in weather, it did not rain for 1,000 years. The spring in the sea stopped flowing, and the huge inner sea gradually dried up after a long time. It had turned into such a salt crystal plain where life could not survive. This place could already be considered a forbidden area for living beings. However, the environment in this area was 100 times worse than before. Not to mention whether ordinary creatures could survive, even those below the core of the earth were not qualified to step foot here. The sky above was like a newspaper that had been ravaged by a 3-year-old child. It was torn into mottled ribbons of light, and it was impossible to see if it was day or night. The originally snow-white salt crystal plain below had long disappeared. The 10,000 feet thick ground was shattered like a fragile eggshell. In its place was a surging hot magma. In the air, the visible 5-cult energy flow was like a bold artist's paint bucket, wantonly splashing in this space and flowing randomly. These 5-cult lights looked dazzling, but if one was swept into them, powerful soul formation cultivators would instantly turn to ash. Vast lands that could accommodate tens of millions of people floated in the air like weightless dust. They were casually grabbed by the cultivators standing at the top and living in legends. This was the destructive power of a top-notch expert in the cultivation world of the eastern region. An area that was twice the size of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region was wiped out just like that. Just the chaotic spiritual chi turbulence was enough to last for hundreds of years. In the center of the battlefield, there was an area that was divided into 3 colors, but it seemed relatively calm. The 3 colors were white clouds, golden fire, and blue sea. No matter how violent the energy was, once it approached this area, it would be swallowed by these 3 energies and become calm and peaceful. This was an even deeper domain power. Its rules had already become corporeal, and it was even enough to challenge the calamity of heaven and earth's head. In the 3-cult domain, 3 palaces with ethereal immortal chi could be seen standing within. They were ethereal and looked down on all living beings. These were the 3 divine pillars of the divine judgment hall, the residence above the clouds, the flames as the dynasty, and the deep underwater palace. In the center of the 3-cult domain floated a crystal mountain. Sealed inside were the key items that caused this battle, the corpses of the 2 last 9 kings. At this moment, 7 silver lights suddenly appeared in the blue sea palace domain and swam close in the seawater. It was not until they collided with a huge deep-sea snail that they were sent flying. The silver light was thrown out of the 3-cult area. Only then did people see that there were a total of 7 silver pythons coiling in the air, stirring up trouble. This python was not a cold-blooded beast that swam in the forest. It was a dragon python with antlers on its head and 4 claws. It was the last step before the million-scaled race transformed into dragons. After the human emperor's bloodline was severed and the human race's supreme being was conferred the title of emperor, He called himself a true dragon, and the prince was the emperor blood dragon python. The origins of the 7 dragon pythons that appeared here were self-evident. Demoness who brings calamity to the country. Fire and water imperial preceptors. The providence of our kin dynasty. Are you still useful? To think that my kin family trusted the 3 of you so much. 3 thieves. Do you still remember the pain of the dynasty? Among the 7 dragon pythons, the one with lively eyes but an illusory python body suddenly spoke in human language and questioned the palace in the 3 cult domain. His entire body was covered in blood threads, and he spat out a monstrous sea of blood. The other 6 dragons followed him. The python opened its mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. After attacking the 3 cult domain, it coiled its body and transformed into a handsome young master wearing a blood crown. His appearance was exactly the same as one of the corpses in the Crystal Mountain. He was the most outstanding prince among the last 9 kings. He was called the Blood King because he had slaughtered the citizens of the graveyard and refined them into blood soldiers to rebel. Hearing his question, a voice sounded from the 3 cult domain. Spiritual chi resurged in heaven and earth. Everything grew in tandem. Mortals will ascend to immortality. This is the trend. The Qin dynasty used the netherworld city gods to capture the world and all living beings. They want to stop the trend and take all the precious treasures in the world for themselves. They want to snatch our immortal opportunities and cut off our immortal Tao. This method is no different from obstructing others from achieving the Tao. We are naturally irreconcilable enemies. The destruction of the dynasty is the fruit of justice. After the Blood King dies, he should rest in peace. There's no need to bring calamity to the world. On the peak battlefield of the living and the dead, the Blood King called out the 3 divine pillars of the divine judgment hall on the spot. The previous generation's concubine Yun of the Cloud Manor had personally entered the palace and become the most favored concubine Yun of the last Qin emperor. During that period of time, the last emperor of Qin cleared out all the concubines for her and exiled his 9 sons. He doted on her solely in the world. Her achievement was not inferior to Wu Zetian in Jiangli's previous life. This also directly led to the death of the last Qin emperor. As for the Flame Dynasty and Underwater Palace, they originated from the 2 imperial preceptors, Fire and Water, who had power in the world back then. They had served several generations of Qin emperors. Their authority was deeply rooted and was enough to control 90% of the important decisions in the dynasty. Even the new emperor needed their approval to succeed the throne. Chapter 586 Fist Theory 2. After the death of the last Qin emperor, these 3 people became the center of authority in the entire Cultivation dynasty. After finally tearing apart the dynasty, they naturally obtained the largest 3 pieces of cake. The dynasty had been passed down for thousands of years. The providence that gathered the billions of lives in the eastern region had been divided and plundered by them. There was indeed no problem with the Blood King calling them thieves. It was reasonable for him to take revenge for himself. The 7 silver dragon pythons intertwined with each other, and they were guided by the power of the bloodline to fuse together. They transformed into a majestic golden dragon that directly rushed into the 3 cult domain. Flames flew and the sea of clouds boiled. The 3 cult domain that had turned corporeal was actually blocked by the dragon scales on it. It was useless. The golden dragon forcefully broke through the domain and opened its mouth to take away the Crystal Mountain. From the 3 regions, energy chains immediately wrapped around it. Under the resistance of the Son of Heaven's golden dragon, the chains were quickly broken and reborn. Every chain broke, and the aftershock of the power released was enough to make ordinary Earth immortals retreat. A majestic voice sounded from the flames. In the Cultivation dynasty, you plundered the world for your own use. You destroyed the mountains of cultivators and divided them into prisoners. How did this world become your kin family? A greedy snake devouring an elephant. Death is not enough. Cultivation pursued transcendence, freedom, and eternal life. The Qin dynasty just had to treat the entire eastern region as their own land. They forced all cultivators to contribute their resources and cultivation methods. Even people had to serve them. They abandoned their dignity and kowtowed 3 times. Indeed, to cultivators, what kind of logic was this? The predecessors of the three divine pillars were all people who had obtained great opportunities. It could be said that the Qin dynasty had provoked them and was unable to suppress them after being torn apart. It could only be said that he deserved it. At the end of the day, there was no right or wrong in this matter. Whoever's words were reasonable and whose rules counted. The only criterion was that one's fist was big. The winner was everything. The bound golden dragon suddenly exploded, turning into 7 silver pythons again. The other 6 silver pythons used their bodies to push open the chains. Only the one formed by the Blood King swayed its long tail and collided with the crystal mountain in the center. The 3 palaces moved over and blocked the way. The 3 palaces were formed from the providence of the dynasty. They were indestructible and unshakable. However, just before the collision, the Blood King Dragon Python suddenly spat out a city god's hall. The city god's hall was surrounded by smoke and dense power of incense. It suddenly emitted a holy light that judged good and punished evil, and it actually smashed open the 3 cult palace. Then, the red door of the city god's hall opened and was about to take away the crystal mountain. Heaven rank. It's a heaven rank artifact. The divine light of the hall pierced through the sky. The energy vortex that swept through the world lost its color under the light. It was so powerful that even the people present who stood at the peak of the cultivation world of the Eastern Reign had not seen it for thousands of years. The city god's hall is indeed in this kid's hands. This was the core that covered the entire netherworld city. As soon as the hall appeared, it became the focus of the entire battlefield. The experts of the Divine Judgment Hall abandoned their opponents and used their methods to bombard the hall. They approached at the fastest speed and used their blood to form talismans to attack the hall. They actually wanted to forcefully refine and seize control of the artifact. No one could remain indifferent in front of a heaven rank artifact. If Jiang Li was here, he would probably rush up and try using the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. However, how could a heaven rank artifact with an owner be so easy to deal with? Seeing the overwhelming attacks of the Earth Immortals, in the hall, a piece of wood rose high and slapped down heavily. With a bang, the sound became more and more powerful. When it left the hall, it had already turned into a circle of visible sound waves. Wherever the ripple swept, all techniques were destroyed. The power that was enough to flatten the mountain range and remove 1,000 feet of the ground was completely extinguished by this ripple. The physical domain of the 3 divine pillars was forced back by the divine light, exposing the crystal mountain that had been protected in the center to the Blood King. The Blood King immediately seized the opportunity to turn from corporeal to illusory, and then he plunged into the crystal mountain. The souls that had floated for thousands of years entered his corpse again. An even greater aura passed through the crystal mountain, causing the world to change. Dense cracks spread out from the inside. In just a few breaths, the sealed crystal mountain created by the 3 divine pillars collapsed under the power of the Blood King and the heaven rank artifact. The power of a heaven rank artifact was actually so great. The higher-ups of the Divine Judgment Hall already thought that they had overestimated the power of the Blood King Palace. They had taken the initiative to set up a trap and must have been fully prepared. They had always been the ones leading the previous war. However, he did not expect that such preparations were still not enough. After all, that was a heaven rank artifact. In the current era where divine weapons and immortal artifacts did not appear, theoretically, the strongest artifact could exist. The power that suddenly erupted caught the Divine Judgment Hall off guard. They had thought that by sealing off the city god, they could reduce the power of these heaven rank artifacts to the lowest. They did not expect that the Blood King would rely on this artifact to accumulate the terrifying power to suppress the Divine Judgment Hall in a short period of time in Tragic Death City. Under the divine light, the Blood King, who had snatched back his body, carried the corpse of his brother, Prince Ning, and looked down on the crowd. This was only the first step on his path to revenge. There were still many things that these guys had to repay. Wake up, my brother. A unique aura was sent into the corpse along the Blood King's arm. Prince Ning, who had clearly died for thousands of years, opened his eyes just like that. Then, he shook his body and transformed into a silver dragon python that circled behind him. The power of the last 9 kings resonated with each other. With the addition of the power of Ning, the effect was not as simple as 7 plus 1 equals 8. Their actual combat strength had almost doubled. The 8 kings have already gathered. Thea's still our last brother. You can't stop us. The royal blood of the Qin dynasty was inherited from the ancient Son of Heaven. Although it could not compare to the position of the human emperor, it was still a proper Dao status bestowed by the heavenly palace and possessed various magical powers. The bloodline connection between them was only the most basic. The effect of the 8 kings gathering was even more shocking. Although they were all dead and their bloodlines were silent, when the 8 corpses were combined, they could accurately locate the last corpse. It could even turn into a dragon python from afar. His voice spread out, causing the people from the Divine Judgment Hall to be confused. Could it be that the Blood King Palace did not obtain the corpse of the Polar Mountain King? Of course, they could not show it on their faces. However, he was also puzzled in his heart. Who could take away the corpse of the Polar Mountain King between the 2 behemoths? The Divine Judgment Hall and the Blood King Palace. At this moment, a chill suddenly appeared between the Blood King's brows. Wet liquid flowed down his face. He reached out to touch it and realized that there was a stab wound on his forehead. Fake blood was flowing out. What was going on? Without giving him much time to think, the Blood King felt another pain in his back. 3 more bloody holes appeared on his back. Blood shot out like a fountain. Not long after, another bloody hole appeared in his chi. An invisible suction force quickly drained his strength. There's a problem with the resurrection. Now, he finally understood the seriousness of the matter. He sensed it in his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. His last brother, the corpse of the Polar Mountain King, it was actually in the hall where they borrowed life. It must be the guy who has torn off the 2 door gods. After that person stole his brother's corpse, not only did he not find a place to hide, he actually secretly ran into Tragic Death City. He had even used some method to run into the most important place of the Blood King Palace. Damn it. Who is it? On the other hand, Jiang Li, who was skewering Earth Immortals in the Blood King Palace of Tragic Death City, poked his head into the coffin strangely. In the coffin, the corpse of the Polar Mountain King had suddenly transformed for some reason. Chapter 587 Son of Heaven and Human Emperor, 1. This is a dragon python. I clearly didn't sense the dragon blood aura on it. Why did it suddenly transform into a python? This python is so powerful. After obtaining this corpse, Jiang Li had done a lot of research and confirmed that it was already beyond dead. He had not expected this sudden change today. After discovering that the Polar Mountain King had transformed, Jiang Li's first reaction was to slap the coffin and use the power of an Earth rank artifact to suppress the dragon python. However, this corpse that had been dead for thousands of years and studied for thousands of years suddenly erupted with shocking strength after transforming into a dragon python. The medium-grade Earth rank Yin burial coffin was actually unable to completely suppress it. The dragon python that twisted violently caused the entire coffin to tremble continuously. The barbarian Stone Demon King, who was also locked inside, discovered that the suppression had loosened. It also exerted strength at the same time and tried to escape. Fortunately, Grand Secretary Meng Gu of Inkscar Academy was locked up in the Fengdu City dungeon by Jiang Li. Otherwise, with him, it would really be troublesome. The combination of the 2 forces caused the space inside the coffin to tremble. This was especially true for the dragon python. It seemed to possess an extremely powerful force. When Jiang Li's various methods landed on the other party, the effect was greatly reduced. It was the orthodox bloodline inheritance of the ancient Son of Heaven. This was only the power of the dragon python that the prince possessed. If he became the Son of Heaven after succeeding the throne, Jiang Li would experience what it meant to be overpowered. However, this was not what the Fengdu City Lord cared about the most. Looking at the dragon python that was wreaking havoc in the coffin, Jiang Li suddenly felt a wave of anger for no reason. The human emperor's blood chi in his body churned non-stop, and he was filled with furious killing intent from the inside out. He only wanted to skin that dragon python alive and turn it into ashes. Pure blood chi naturally could not directly affect Jiang Li's will. However, Jiang Li also understood something from this. The human emperor's lineage probably had a blood feud with this thing in front of him. The dragon python transformed from the Polar Mountain King suddenly rolled its lifeless eyes twice. Its body had already been occupied by another will. The Blood King in the center of the battlefield could not wait to project himself over, wanting to use his brother's body to kill the enemy. The silver dragon python turned its head and looked around. Soon, it discovered the exit of the Yin burial coffin and Jiang Li, who was poking his head in to check. Of course, because Jiang Li had already left the host body, he wore a wooden mask to cover his face. Coward. You actually dare to sneak into the Blood King palace. I'll definitely kill you. The dragon rushed out and faced Jiang Li. He could only think of one person who could do this from afar, the Blood King. However, Jiang Li did not dodge. Instead, he held the coffin lid with one hand and directly jumped in. Sinner, courting death. The dragon python opened its mouth and was about to swallow Jiang Li. With the characteristics of the dragon python, even an earth immortal would suffer a huge loss when caught off guard. However, what greeted the Blood King was a ruthless force. Boundless strength gathered on the palm, breaking half of the dragon fangs on the spot. The power of the dragon python seemed to have completely disappeared under this slap. Not only that, but he was also restrained. He was dizzy and dispirited. In the coffin, Jiang Li could instantly move to any corner. Earlier, he had relied on the power of the coffin to approach and slap all the strength in his body. Who are you calling a sinner? Jiang Li stood in the coffin and looked down at the dragon python with a leaking mouth. With that slap just now, he roughly understood the karma of the human emperor's anger. To the human emperor, the so-called sons of heaven were just a group of disloyal, unfilial, treacherous, and despicable people who betrayed their ancestors for glory. For the sake of their own wealth and glory, these eternal sinners had begged the heavenly court for mercy and ended the human race's help of rising. Especially since the blood chi in Jiang Li's body came from the last human emperor, King Zhu of Shang. He had an unforgettable hatred for those guys who killed their wives and children, destroyed their country and countless families. You, who are you? What power is this? The Blood King, who was controlling his brother's corpse remotely, felt the fear in his bloodline. It was an experience he had never experienced before. Over the years, he had dug up graves and slowly absorbed the dragon chi of the Son of Heaven from the graves of the ancestors of the Qin dynasty. Previously, it was also these dragon chi that turned the other brothers into dragon pythons. The Son of Heaven's dragon chi that could suppress almost any cultivation method and spell technique allowed him to be successful in battles. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they would still lose 30% of their strength when facing his dragon chi. However, at this moment, the Son of Heaven's dragon chi was actually trembling in fear. How was this possible? Swoosh! Another thick metallic sound came from below. That voice made the Blood King's soul tremble. For some reason, he had the urge to kneel. The dragon python's body actually instinctively curled up. Its huge head coiled in the center of its body, only looking down through the gaps in its body. It was afraid from the depth of its soul to its body. When he saw the buzzing thing, the Blood King's pupils constricted to the size of needles. It was a black metal halberd. He could tell that the halberd also wanted to cut him. Jiang Li raised his hand and beckoned. The human emperor's battle halberd that was stabbed into the stone monument flew over automatically and landed in his hand. Coupled with the human emperor's blood chi, his aura also increased several times. Chapter 588 Son of Heaven and Human Emperor, 2. The Son of Heaven's dragon chi was nothing in front of the human emperor's successor. This was bloodline suppression. If they really fought, not counting the difference in individual strength, it would definitely be like a father beating up his son. Since you're already dead, obediently lie back down. The human emperor's battle halberd was raised above Jiang Li's head with one hand. Behind him, illusory but extremely tough threads seemed to appear. The power of the four hands, the Ice Plains barbarians, the humans of the 10 Directions region, and the humans of the Great Mountain region followed these threads and augmented the human emperor's successor. Jiang Li was overjoyed. He waved the halberd down. This time, the expenditure of using the human emperor's battle halberd was not even 10% of the usual, but the strength it displayed was several times greater than before. The silver dragon python that had inherited 1/9 of the power of the Son of Heaven instantly shattered like a soap bubble. The dragon python that was comparable to an earth immortal earlier had its dragon chi dispersed by the lightning and turned back into its original corpse. It was firmly bound by the roots and vines that swept over from all directions. The fat origin blood ancient leech lying in a corner of the yin burial coffin suddenly smelled something that excited it. It raised its head. It twisted its body that had already half transformed into a dragon and flew to the vicinity of the corpse of the Polar Mountain King. It opened its mouth that was covered in spiral saw teeth and absorbed the dragon chi that had been scattered. As it absorbed the dragon chi, the round stomach did not swell. Instead, it shrunk further. The dragon blood that had already been purified to the level of a true dragon began to purify towards the source. Through its stomach, Jiang Li could see that the dragon blood faintly revealed a purple-gold color. The Son of Heaven's dragon chi indeed had this function. In ancient times, all kinds of demons who wanted to walk the dragon transformation path liked to go to the imperial court. A little bit of dragon chi could play a very powerful catalytic role. The dragon blood in the origin blood ancient leech's body was formed from the dragon transformation island's dragon head. It had given birth for hundreds of years and drew blood constantly. Coupled with the battle with Jiang Li, 70% of the dragon blood flowed out of its body. It had already reached the true dragon level. With the stimulation of this dragon chi, it should be able to completely mature and advance further. Then, it was time to find a place to refine the dragon transformation pill. Little Four's cultivation was too weak, so she could not interfere with medicinal pills of this level. The current alchemists of the Great Mountain Alliance were also slightly lacking. However, Jiang Li quickly thought of a better target. The place he was in was the legendary Tragic Death City. Senior Situ King was once the strongest alchemist in the Great Mountain region. He seemed to have joined a top circle that specialized in alchemy in Tragic Death City. There were 2 alchemy grandmasters who had reached the Earth Immortal realm. Perhaps he could ask them for help. In this Tragic Death City, there was no place to eat pills, so pill refinement was purely a hobby for them. Coupled with the fact that he could not leave the city and was extremely lacking in all kinds of materials. Not only did Jiang Li not need to pay them when he prepared the materials to refine pills, those grandmasters even had to thank him for the opportunity. After letting the origin blood ancient leech go back to sleep and sealing the Polar Mountain King again, Jiang Li fell into deep thought. He looked at the halberd in his hand and then turned to look behind him. He had indeed sensed something from the halberd just now. Although that strike was stimulated by the human emperor's blood, his anger towards the Son of Heaven's bloodline, strength could not appear out of thin air. After reducing the expenditure by 90% and increasing the power by several times, it was impossible for it to be caused by simple anger. The additional power would always have a source. It had to be a rather powerful source. However, after that strike, the current successor of the human emperor could not find it. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. This was not a place to stay for long. The Blood King Palace had been tricked by him and could be said to have suffered a huge loss. He believed that no matter what, they would send people back to find trouble with him. At that time, it would not be like before. They only sent 2 souls here. Just the 5 Earth Immortals outside were not problems that the current him could deal with. Instead of waiting for them to arrive, it was better to let him strike first. In the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, the peak battlefield of the living and the dead, the Blood King, who had just looked down on the world, had an ugly expression on his face. It was not only him. The other experts of the Blood King Palace who had gathered around also had the same situation as him. Wounds began to appear all over their bodies. The speed at which spiritual chi flowed out was even faster than opening the floodgates. This situation was clearly not suitable for continuing the war. Otherwise, even with a heaven rank artifact, their losses would be immeasurable. When the Yapang Palace is born, it will be the day you pay with your lives for our dynasty. We've already obtained it. Let's go. He had already obtained the 2 corpses and achieved his goal. There was no point in continuing to fight. Now that the base was on fire, the Blood King naturally wanted to return to Tragic Death City first. Apart from extinguishing the 7-star lantern and being pulled back by the power of Tragic Death City, they could also use the power of the city gods Hall to cross space and return to the city. This method did not need to condense a body again. It had complete strength and could even bring living people in. In the previous attacks, they had also used the power of the Eastern region's city gods Hall ruins. Only by using this method could they appear and disappear unpredictably. How could the Divine Judgment Hall be willing to see them escape with the corpses? They attacked and intercepted. However, the tragic death experts who were near the city gods Hall charged into the Vermilion Door while enduring the damage. As for those who were far away, seeing that they were about to be sealed by the Divine Judgment Hall, they made a prompt decision and directly self-destructed, turning into white light that was received by the Tragic Death City. Throwing away decades of memories was actually not a big deal to their long and boring life in Tragic Death City. The Divine Judgment Hall stopped it with all their might, but if an Earth Immort level expert wanted to self-destruct, how could it be stopped so easily? White light appeared on the battlefield, and the huge palace began to become blurry and transparent. The space where the city god's hall was located was overlapping with another place. The hall on this side became transparent and faded. In an empty space in the Blood King Palace of Tragic Death City, the shadow of the same hall also became clear at this moment. We can't let them escape. Otherwise, there will never be peace in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. They had left a backup plan on the 2 corpses. They had already prepared for the worst. Even if the Blood King Palace snatched the corpse, they could detonate the backup plan on the corpse and end the Blood King Palace's plot. However, before detonating, they hesitated for a moment. This was because the temptation of the Yapang Palace and the legendary Dragon Vein was too great. After destroying the corpse, they would no longer be able to obtain power in the Yapang Palace. With this hesitation, it was already too late to activate his backup plan. The Dragon Chi directly swept away the backup plan they had left behind. This made the already terrible situation even more troublesome. Previously, they could still say that it was the Blood King Palace's shameless sneak attack that made them suffer repeated losses. However, this time, they had lost in a hidden battle, which undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to their confidence. Also, the power of that heaven rank artifact had refreshed everyone's understanding. Now, the Blood King had taken away his and Prince Ning's corpses. With the combined strength of the 8 kings and the might of a heaven rank artifact, who in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent could resist them? Only today, for some reason, the Blood King seemed to have suffered considerable injuries. The fake resurrection of the other members of the Blood King Palace also had varying degrees of problems. If they did not seize the opportunity to obtain some results today and let these kings regroup after returning to Tragic Death City, then rely on their senses to obtain the corpse of the last king, the Blood King Palace's peak strength would probably surpass the Divine Judgment Hall. At that time, no one could predict what would happen when the Yapang Palace opened. The 3 cult domain counterattacked crazily, trying to stop the spatial transfer of the city god's hall. However, even if it was a heaven rank artifact, it was still indifferent under the cleansing of endless energy. At this moment, the current concubine Yun in the Cloud Palace suddenly sensed something. The cloud shell bead that she had given out had been crushed. Chapter 589 The Human Emperor's Righteousness. The cloud shell bead was a rare specialty of the cloud mana. It could be used to summon the sea accumulation cloud. After special refinement, it would be used as an invitation and a ticket to be distributed to the fated people. The effect was that one could summon the receiving cloud ladder of the cloud mana anywhere and live on it for a period of time according to the depth of fate. It could be as short as 3 to 5 days or as long as a month or 2. The blessed land above the clouds was as clean as a paradise. Even if one did not do anything else, Just living for a period of time could allow one to escape the mortal world and achieve the effect of almost being reborn. Basically, it was similar to a temporary immaculate body. It could accelerate the growth of cultivation and help one break through realms. Those with deep fate might even be able to obtain the cultivation methods of the cloud manna. There were a vast number of books gathered from the cultivators of the eastern region during the era of the cultivation dynasty. There were even people who obtained the recognition of rare beasts in the cloud mystic realm and gained a huge boost in their cultivation path. No matter who it was, stepping into the cloud manna was a huge opportunity. Due to the special cultivation methods of the cloud manna, the people mentioned here were people with great merit and opportunities. If their cloud manna bestowed opportunities to these people with great merit, a portion of the merit would be distributed to them. However, who was so bad at picking the timing? How could she be in the mood to meet a fated individual? In the past 100 years, the cloud manna had only given out 2 cloud shell beads. One was given to the successor of the human emperor, and the other was given to the descendant of Nuwa. She did not know which one of them it was. At this moment, in front of the cloud manna's palace, a spiral cloud quickly formed. Through it, one could see the scene on the other side of the cloud shell bead. Concubine Yun was just about to wave her hand to disperse the spiral cloud when she suddenly sensed something and stopped. On the other side of the spiral cloud, there was deep yin qi and a special aura. It seemed to be very similar to the group of people from the Blood King Palace. The cloud shell bead was very far away. Even the scene was blurry and could not be seen clearly. With the cloud manna's methods, as long as it was within the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, such a situation should not happen. Where did the person who summoned the clouds crush the cloud shell bead? Concubine Yun waved her hand and blew out a 7-cult cloud into it. The blurry scene gradually became clear. In the distance, there was a familiar palace that was materializing. Wasn't that the city god's hall that had yet to completely disappear in front of them? Could it be that the other side was Tragic Death City? In the Blood King Palace of Tragic Death City, the 7-star lanterns were extinguished one after another, but no one from the Blood King Palace revived here. They had probably guessed that the 2 elders of the Sacred Heart Palace had fallen to the enemy in their weakened state. It was naturally impossible for them to continue sending themselves to death. They were all prepared to revive elsewhere in Tragic Death City or delay the revival time. Jiang Li was not disappointed. He was picking up people as quickly as possible and throwing a portion of the Divine Judgment Hall experts who could not resist into the coffin. He had long known that not everyone in the Divine Judgment Hall was good. Instead, there were many demonic sects like the Dragon Transformation Island and the Myriad Slaughter sect. There were also many sanctimonious people who looked righteous on the surface but were also evil in secret. However, for the sake of war, they had no choice but to unite their strength. If they insisted on splitting into the righteous and evil factions, all the famous sects might be at a disadvantage. After all, a person who could still maintain their original intention after grasping authority could be considered rare. It was already very rare to maintain a good reputation on the surface. Therefore, at least half of the captives in this 7-star life-borrowing chamber were those that Jiang Li did not want to save. If these guys he saved continued to do evil in the future, he might even be tainted by karma. It was better not to do such a good deed. These villains who were usually high and mighty could also become his nourishment. At this moment, Jiang Li was quickly identifying these prisoners. In the post-war meeting organized by the Divine Judgment Hall, he had a rough understanding of these missing experts. With his spirit refinement cultivation, it was basically impossible for him to fail at remembering or recalling anything. Soon, he threw all the evil cultivators into the coffin. Of course, this kind of thing could only be done in private and could not be known by outsiders. However, there were 2 sober guys watching him in this secret room. The Blood King is already back. Kid, you can't escape. This is Tragic Death City. You can't kill us. After we revive, we'll definitely torture you. Kid, you might not know this, but the 2 of us have already cultivated the Saint Heart Familiar Girl technique to the extent where it can be used on men. Just wait obediently. The two elders who were skewered on the spear were already covered in cracks. The surface of their skin was like dried clay statues, falling off piece by piece. That was because the energy provided by Tragic Death City to a single false resurrection was limited. Once it was absorbed, they would turn into white light again and wait for the next resurrection. However, in Tragic Death City, they were not really dead. They were not afraid at all. Instead, they looked as if victory was in their grasp. When they suddenly felt the commotion in the Blood King Palace, they knew that the Blood King had already returned. They even spoke nonsense and wanted to refine Jiang Li. Chapter 590 Human Emperor's Righteousness. What this intruder did in the secret room made them tremble in fear. They did not know why this person was so bold. Could it be that he also relied on the power of Tragic Death City? He might not know that compared to eternal extreme pain, having his soul dissipate was the best outcome. When he heard them, Jiang Li's actions of collecting the 7-star lantern slowed down slightly. He was not angry, and he took out a cloud shell bead and held it in his hand. If I'm not wrong, people can enter this place alive. He had his doubts from the beginning. Not to mention Tragic Death City. Even this entire netherworld fragment could not be stepped on by living people. However, there were so many living people in this secret room. This was clearly not normal unless the rules in this small area were tampered with by some force. For example, the legendary Heaven Rank artifact of the Blood King Palace. The Blood King was a ghost who had exhausted his Yang lifespan. He should have been expelled from Tragic Death City, but he could still do well. It was not surprising for him to do such a thing. Jiang Li had just tried to release a child of the Origin Blood Ancient Leech from the coffin. The child did not fall into the void like the two Changla guards earlier. Instead, it could crawl freely in the Blood King Palace. In that case, the other living people were no exception. Then, he could bring in some help from powerful enemies that he could not deal with. After taking away all the sleeping villains, he no longer hid. He directly pierced through the roof of the secret room and crushed the token that the Cloud Manor had given him. The expiry date of this bead had not passed. Soon, a clear female voice sounded from the spiral cloud. "You are the successor of the human emperor?" At this moment, there was a rare trace of shock in the ethereal voice. Firstly, it was because she could tell that the successor of the human emperor opposite her was already dead. She was shocked that Jiang Li was actually willing to die for the sake of the world. This kind of awareness was something that many experts of their divine judgment hall had never possessed. Otherwise, they would not have wasted so much time at the entrance of Tragic Death City in the Land of Blood. Secondly, this was the light of merit on this human emperor's successor. It had increased more than 10 times since the last time she saw it. Even a super saint who did good deeds every day might not be able to accumulate such dazzling merit in 10 lifetimes. Just these 2 points alone, while shocking, also made concubine Yun feel deep admiration. Jiang Li looked back through the clouds and noticed that the person who spoke was sitting on the throne in the Jade Hall. It was a slender woman whose face could not be seen clearly, and he knew that he had seen the person in question. He did not hesitate and explained the situation. "Greetings, concubine Yun. This is the Blood King Palace in Tragic Death City. It's the base of the Blood King. In this area, even living people can step foot. The Blood King is about to return. I can't resist him. Please stop the Blood King's plot." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Li left the spot and flew back because a blood cult pillar of light had already shot towards him. The powerful blood light was extremely fast, but its power was not as terrifying as he had imagined. On the way, the pillar of light met the air, a ball of fog formed by countless fine ice crystals. The small ice crystals were arranged at a specific angle. When the blood color collided with each small ice crystal, there would be a slight deviation. Under the accumulation of countless tiny deflections, the path of the pillar of light was diverted upwards, and it practically brushed past Jiang Li's head without any danger. The Blood King, who was standing in the city god's hall, looked fiercely at the masked guy. He had a bad feeling. The trouble caused by this cultivator who came from nowhere might not be over yet. However, he could not go out and kill him directly. This was because the city god's hall that was overlapping on the spatial level had only transferred 20% of its essence. Everyone inside could not enter or leave. The people inside could only unleash 20% of their original strength when casting spell techniques. He still needed at least 30 breaths to completely transfer the city god's hall. However, as time passed, he became more and more uneasy. Right at this moment, a spiral cloud was growing larger and larger where Jiang Li had just stood. Then, a cloud staircase stretched out. A few puppet clones used to probe the way first discovered that there was indeed no problem. Immediately after, the Divine Judgment Hall experts who were still fighting with them walked out from the cloud staircase. This is troublesome. The Blood King knew that he had yet to ascend the throne. Although he had forcefully activated the city god's hall with the dragon chi of the previous Qin dynasty emperors, he was far from being able to unleash its true power. This was especially true for spatial jumps like this. If they were attacked halfway, especially if both sides attacked at the same time, they might not have enough strength to resist with the remaining power of incense offerings. Many of the Divine Judgment Hall experts who had passed through the clouds had seen the door of Tragic Death City in the Land of Blood. However, they could not enter because of that strange rule and power. Now, they finally saw the interior of this netherworld city. However, they did not have the time to admire the local customs in Tragic Death City. After discovering that they could move normally inside, they attacked the half-virtual and half-real city god's hall. The hall that had been motionless just now finally began to shake when both sides were attacked at the same time. The people from the Blood King Palace inside had no other choice but to fight back with all their might. An Earth Immortal expert was sent flying by the Bloodlight. After flying into the range of the Blood Palace, his figure immediately lost control and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Jiang Li flew out and grabbed the other party, throwing him back. Everyone, don't leave the range of the Blood King Palace. You can't fly outside and will fall into the netherworld void. The Earth Immortal who was saved by Jiang Li felt a lingering fear in his heart, and he hurriedly thanked Jiang Li. After that, he looked behind Jiang Li with a serious expression. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, be careful. There are powerful enemies coming from behind. Sure enough, behind them, the 5 Earth Immortals who were still fighting with Granny Nether Mountain abandoned her and rushed towards them. Anyone with a brain would know that something had happened to the Blood King Palace when they saw the commotion. However, halfway through, a sword light that tore through heaven and earth and a benevolent Buddha shadow blocked in front of them. The Cliffless Sword, Senior Pei Zong, and the Northern Profound Hall Master, Ku Shui, attacked together to stop their attacks. With the two of them, it was naturally too difficult to directly stop the 5 Earth Immortals. However, they could only assist from the outside and reduce the pressure. There are still people captured in the Divine Judgment Hall below. That palace is the core of this array formation. Everyone can break through first. Under Jiang Li's guidance, the Divine Judgment Hall sent out a portion of their people to attack those 2 key points. In the secret room below, flames burned through the golden flames, burning away the remaining half of the captives' methods. The experts who had been forced to faint since they were captured finally woke up. When they woke up, their legs went soft and they almost could not stand. Being forcefully used as a lifespan source was extremely harmful to them. A nascent soul cultivator's substitute could only support an Earth Immortal dead person for 12 hours. It was not even a day. Soul formation was slightly better, but it could not withstand half a month of work. Moreover, there were also Earth Immortals who had gathered the 3 flowers on their heads and condensed the 5 chi in their chests who had walked further on the path of cultivation. The expenditure of using their lifespan as substitutes was even more terrifying. More than half of the soul formation cultivators who had been captured had been killed during this period of time. Only those Earth Immortal experts with sufficiently tough lives were still alive. However, their lifespan was reduced, and their cultivation levels had fallen. After these experts woke up and swallowed the medicinal pills handed over by the Divine Judgment Hall to stabilize their injuries, They roared and rose into the sky to face the enemy. The Blood King Palace had practically destroyed everything they had. As the top experts of the Eastern region, when had they ever suffered such a loss? This time, they had to take revenge on the Blood King Palace no matter what. On the other side, there were no experts in the array hall to begin with. They easily rushed in and seized the main center of the array. The array formation that wreaked havoc in Tragic Death City immediately went silent. The array formation in the Blood King Palace turned round and attacked the City God's Hall. Being attacked from both sides at the same time, even the Heaven Rank artifact was severely affected. The transition between reality and illusion that crossed space was forcefully interrupted, and the stored power of incense was quickly consumed. Chapter 591,000-Year Rainbow Spring 1. The dignified Heaven Rank artifact was blocked by the attacks of the many experts of the Divine Judgment Hall and was stuck in the overlapping space, unable to move. The Blood King Palace cultivators hiding inside could not come out or escape. They could only stay in the hall and shoot out spell techniques. However, because they had just returned from the battlefield, they did not expect that Tragic Death City would be attacked. Therefore, most of the experts from the Blood King Palace chose to self-destruct and return to Tragic Death City. It was not time to revive yet. As a result, the Blood King Palace was at a huge disadvantage in terms of numbers. Even if they hid in the City God's Hall and relied on the fact that they did not need to consider defense with their Heaven Rank artifact, they were still at a disadvantage when facing so many spell techniques. They could only try their best to block the attacks of the Divine Judgment Hall to reduce the pressure. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. The City God's Hall was neither high nor low in the overlapping space. It could only unleash 2030% of its power. The power of incense wrapped around the City God's Hall was quickly consumed. If this continued, when the power of incense was exhausted, even a Heaven Rank artifact would be damaged. The Blood King was really furious. He gritted his teeth. The originally good situation took a turn for the worse. They had been caught at the most critical moment. The next move could end the game. All kinds of solutions flashed through the Blood King's mind, but he rejected them one by one. In the end, there was only one solution that made it very difficult for him to make up his mind. This was not the time to hesitate. We can only give up on Tragic Death City. This was a place that had stayed for thousands of years and could provide a large amount of combat strength support. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The enemy could barely step foot in it. It could be said to be the perfect backing. It was the starting point and cornerstone of the Blood King's revival. No one could give up easily. However, if he allowed these guys from the Divine Judgment Hall to continue attacking, not only would he lose the Blood King Palace and Tragic Death City, but even the Heaven Rank artifact, the City God's Hall, might be damaged. After a Heaven Rank artifact was damaged, even if they could still escape, it was not something that could be repaired just like that. He would rather act resolutely and sacrifice something to drag them down, at the price of abandoning the Blood King Palace. If these guys who came to Tragic Death City could stay here, it would be extremely convenient for their future actions. If he could get rid of these enemies, it was not a complete loss for him to lose this rear. In any case, he had already obtained 8 corpses. The combat strength of Tragic Death City was no longer necessary. As long as he could open the Ipang Palace in the end and obtain the recognition of the dynasty's dragon vein to ascend the throne, he would be able to regain the glory of the previous Cultivation dynasty. After all, this entire eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent was his. Why should he be restricted to this Tragic Death City? A little hesitation will spoil great plans. After continuously convincing himself and finally calming down, the Blood King sat back down on the main seat of the City God's Hall. He picked up a wooden arrow token on the table and threw it forward. At the same time, the 2 stone lions placed at the entrance of the vermilion door suddenly rolled their eyes and opened their stone mouths. The stone ball in the stone lion's mouth immediately lit up with a resplendent golden light. An extremely terrifying power was condensed on it. When the surrounding earth immortals of the Divine Judgment Hall saw this, They immediately retreated to prevent themselves from becoming targets. Just now, they had already experienced the power of the stone ball. Once they were struck, even if they defended with all their might, they would lose half their lives and be heavily injured on the spot. If it was the weak Earth Immortals who had just been rescued, it was not impossible to be smashed to death. In the next moment, two golden lights shot out from the stone lion. However, this time, the stone ball did not attack any cultivator. Instead, it collided with the ground, as expected of a heaven-rank artifact. Even if it could not unleash its full power, the terrifying energy still instantly pierced through the ground of Tragic Death City, and two huge depressions appeared. Something was amiss. Jiang Li had a bad feeling, just like what had happened before. In the two huge holes that were pierced, the huge hand formed by countless black maggots immediately rushed out from the ground. It was the ghost-devouring worm that had been hibernating under Tragic Death City all along. As long as the city was destroyed, they would rush out to eat the attackers and attack the others nearby. These maggots were extremely difficult to deal with. There were tens of thousands of them. And from the outside, there seemed to be no difference between them. Most of the maggots were formed from ordinary mortals, and ordinary methods could block them. However, if he let his guard down because of this, he would be in deep trouble. This was because there would always be some maggots formed from former experts mixed in. If these worms burrowed into their bodies and ate them, perhaps even Earth Immortal experts would die here. However, the Blood King's goal was not only to lure out the ghost-devouring worm and cause chaos. Breaking through Tragic Death City was only a coincidence. His true goal was to destroy his Blood King Palace. From the two huge holes that were pierced, a chain reaction occurred in the entire Blood King Palace. Cracks overflowing with boundless energy spread everywhere. The two key nodes of the Blood King Palace were pierced through and began to collapse uncontrollably. At this moment, the few Earth Immortals closest to the collapse point suddenly discovered that their figures were suddenly out of control and began to fall. Chapter 592 Thousand-Year Rainbow Spring 2. This situation was exactly the same as falling out of the Blood King Palace and being captured by the Netherworld. Most importantly, they could not fly. Seeing that the maggots were about to reach their bodies, they could not move at all. They could only use methods to repel the maggots and stall for time. Seeing this, Jiang Li, who was not far away, immediately understood the Blood King's plan. It was this Blood King Palace that isolated Tragic Death City and the rules of this netherworld that forbade living people from entering. The living captives, the people from the Divine Judgment Hall, and a small number of experts who had reached the end of their lifespan could appear in Tragic Death City because of this. If the Blood King Palace collapsed at this moment and the rules of the netherworld governed this place again, it would be troublesome. That prince planned to use the method of destroying the Blood King Palace to force the cultivators of the Divine Judgment Hall to retreat. It could even cause a portion of the experts to fall into the netherworld void. However, at the same time, once he lost the Blood King Palace, the connection he established with the Tragic Death City would be cut off. Once the Blood King Palace was completely destroyed, the Blood King, who had long exhausted his lifespan, had to leave this place. Otherwise, this city would try to pull him underground and associate him with those maggots. In order to escape the pursuit of the Divine Judgment Hall, the Blood King was actually willing to give up the territory he had been managing for thousands of years. What decisiveness! As Jiang Li helped, the Earth Immortals who were captured by the void and could not fly could not help but sigh in their hearts. If they were in the same situation, Jiang Li might not be willing to give up Fengdu City. As expected of someone from the royal family, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and was raised from a young age. His thoughts were different from Jiang Li's. Although Jiang Li felt heartache for the other party's actions, his actions were indeed quite effective. As the Blood King Palace continuously collapsed, the range of activity of the Divine Judgment Hall's experts decreased. Coupled with the fact that this range was shrinking at all times, they could not accurately determine the safety boundary. If they were not careful, they might be captured by the netherworld void or attacked by the worms. This made them feel restricted. The efficiency of their attacks on the city god's hall immediately decreased to less than 50%. Many Earth immortals had already been forced back to the cloud steppes. If this continued, if their escape route was completely cut off, who knew if they could still be saved? Kushui and Peizong were currently pestering the 5 Earth immortals. The only person in the city who could move freely was putting out the fire everywhere. Just as he threw out 2 vines and threw the 2 experts out of the collapsing range to save the next one, the stone lion spat out 2 more golden lights. A golden light shot straight at the spiral cloud. He wanted to disperse the cloud and cut off the Divine Judgment Hall's escape route. That way, all the Earth immortals still in Tragic Death City would stay here. The other golden light headed straight for Jiang Li. This strange masked cultivator could be said to be the culprit behind this change. Among the people present, if there was anyone the Blood King wanted to kill the most, it would definitely be him. Moreover, he was also one of the dead people on the side of the Divine Judgment Hall. As long as they eliminated him, a person who could move freely in Tragic Death City. Once the other Divine Judgment Hall experts lost their footing and were captured by the Netherworld Void, it would be very difficult to rescue them. On the other side of the spiral cloud, Concubine Yun personally took action. A ball of cloud that was like cotton candy flew out and entangled the stone ball. With Concubine Yun's methods, it was naturally not a problem for her to resist a heaven-rank artifact that could not unleash its full strength for a period of time. It was impossible to let the Blood King easily destroy an important escape route. When it came to Jiang Li, it was not good. How could an attack controlled by the Blood King personally compare to the Blood Cult Pillar of Light that only had 20% power? The countless fine ice crystals floating around him were instantly pierced and shattered. Then, the seemingly ordinary stone ball collided with his chest at a speed that he could not react to. The power of the stone ball was unprecedentedly powerful. The moment it came into contact, it broke through the defense on his body. It smashed into his chest until it collapsed. His bones were broken, his muscles were broken, his 7 orifices were bleeding, and his Tao body was about to shatter. He was almost beaten to pieces. On Jiang Li's interface, the health bar that had already turned gray because of death jumped twice under such an attack. In an instant, more than 6 million of Jiang Li's health was cleared. When his health decreased to 50%, a layer of Buddhist light lit up on his body, causing his health to slow down slightly before continuing to fall. When his health reached 25%, 2 additional layers of Buddhist light appeared on his body. Only then did he barely stop his crazy loss of health. Immovable Earth Treasury increases all attribute resistances by 500. When your status is below 50%, activate the Earth Treasury's 1-colored Buddha Light Protection. When your status is below 25%, activate the Earth Treasury's 3-colored Buddha Light Protection. When your status is below 10%, activate the Earth Treasury's 5-colored Buddha Light Protection. Duration, minus. This was the enhancement of Jiang Li's strength from the Northern Profound Hall Master, Kushui. It was this 3-colored Buddhist light that protected his body under the attack of a heaven-rank artifact. Apart from the extremely powerful 500 points of all attributes resistance, Jiang Li had only tested the effects of the 3 stages of the immovable Earth Treasury's Buddhist light. This was equivalent to 3 different degrees of health retention. Chapter 593,000 Year Rainbow Spring 3. With every additional color of Buddhist light, Jiang Li's defense would experience a qualitative leap. Every layer of the Earth Treasury Buddhist light could increase his defense by 3 to 5 times. The higher the layer of Buddhist light, the stronger the defense. When Jiang Li fought with Kushui earlier, despite the difference in strength between him and the Northern Profound Hall Master, he only triggered the occult Buddhist light coupled with the palm meditation technique. Without using any artifacts, it was almost impossible to take him down. However, this stone ball instantly took away 3/4 of his health and even triggered his 3-colored Buddhist light. The damage was shocking and simply unbelievable. It had been a long time since Jiang Li had suffered such heavy injuries. If not for the fact that there was an even stronger 5-colored Buddha light backing him, he would have been afraid. He actually endured it. While Jiang Li was surprised, the Blood King was the same. There were limited arrow tokens that he could use. It was one thing for such an attack to be blocked by Cloud Man's concubine Yan, but how could this guy who did not look very powerful survive? He resisted the urge and did not throw another arrow token. He only controlled the stone ball in an attempt to cause greater damage. At this moment, Jiang Li's chest had completely collapsed, and his chest and back were tightly pressed together. A ball of shattered bones was squeezed together, and they were densely arranged under his skin. His eyes bulged, and the grayish-brown semi-solid blood in his 7 orifices was squeezed out by immense pressure because of death. He looked extremely miserable, but he did endure it. His hands were still tightly wrapped around his chest, trying not to let the stone ball escape. Under the urging of the Blood King, the stone ball spun in an attempt to pierce through Jiang Li. However, without the enhancement of the arrow token and without accumulating energy, the damage was no longer so terrifying. It was impossible to break through the defense of the 3 cult Buddhist light. Holding the terrifying stone ball, Jiang Li's injuries no longer continued to be serious. Instead, they began to recover. However, he was already dead after all. The effect of the buff was greatly reduced, and his current strength was worlds apart from before. Relying on the previous buffs, it would probably take more than 1,000 breaths to completely recover. This was already an unimaginable speed for others. But Jiang Li was still unable to accept it. At this moment, a multicolored rainbow light splashed over from the side and landed on his body. Immediately, the injuries on Jiang Li's entire body began to recover like the flow of time. Not far away, concubine Yan opened a jade bottle, and the 7 colored light poured out. The effect was much more terrifying than the large-scale medical spell executed by the Mountain Alliance's medical army. Watered by the 1,000-year rainbow spring. Mind attribute plus 3,000. Enlightenment attribute plus 1,000. Lifespan plus 1,000 years. Added status. Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder. Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder. Refine the body and cleanse the soul. Temporarily obtain the pure body status. Remove any abnormal statuses below the immortal technique level and quickly increase one's aptitude to the highest level. The 7-color Dao body increases luck by 300%. Small chance of comprehending the divine power. 7-colored divine light. 7-color Dao essence surrounds the body. Recovers 600,000 health points per second. Duration 12 seconds, minus plus. Jiang Li was stunned by this. Not to mention the attributes and lifespan increased by the 1,000-year rainbow spring. Just the recovery effect of the status was 60 times that of his strongest, Warclear spring. There was also the pure body that surpassed the immaculate body. It could directly eliminate negative statuses below the immortal technique level. Before the birth of an immortal, it could almost ignore all the negative effects of the current cultivation world. For example, the poison domain of the dragon head of the dragon transformation island was completely useless on him now. Also, it could permanently increase his aptitude until he reached the Dao body realm. With the merit blessing, his already terrifying luck would further increase by 3 times. There was a certain chance of comprehending a powerful divine power. There was also the 7-color Dao essence that was stronger than ordinary Dao essence surrounding his body. The effect and preciousness of this 7-colored rainbow spring had definitely reached the level of heaven rank. Chapter 594. The city guard retreats. Jiang Li's injuries were extremely miserable. On the interface, he had lost more than 6 million health points. However, this Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder status brought him a recovery effect of 600,000 per second. He could completely recover in more than 10 seconds. In just 3 or 4 breaths, his collapsed chest swelled back like a balloon. The shattered bones were also pieced back together. The broken end did not leave any cracks. This heavy blow not only did not leave any hidden injuries, but with the help of the 7-cult Dao essence, his bones and muscles became even more perfect than before. It vaguely conformed to the Tao of heaven and earth. No matter what he did in the future, it would be smoother than before. Even his attributes would increase to a certain extent. While recovering, the power of the thousand-year rainbow spring also seeped into various parts of his body. At this moment, if one were to cut open Jiang Li's flesh and bones, they would discover that there were traces of seven-colored light within. When these streaks of light covered his entire body and even his soul, it meant that he had formed the seven-colored Tao body. At that time, Jiang Li would be successful in cultivating any cultivation method or spell technique. He would be able to understand it at a glance and advance rapidly. It was even stronger than the connate Tao body that Jiang Li had yearned for. With such a physique, any farmer's child could instantly become a genius among geniuses, an outstanding person among heroes. Such a powerful physique was naturally extremely difficult to possess. The most important thing was the precious use of this thousand-year rainbow spring. Only when the once-in-a-hundred-year phenomenon, the falling spring, appeared would they use a special secret technique to gather the rainbow energy inside and turn it into a spring. After 1,000 years of maturing, they would be able to obtain less than 100 drops. Even in the cloud manner, it was a sacred item that only the current concubine Yun was qualified to enjoy. Moreover, even she used it carefully. The current concubine Yun originally had a top-grade spiritual root coupled with several other innate talents. She was a genius of the century. Even with such a foundation, she had only barely reached the three-colored Tao body with the thousand-year rainbow spring. As for 100 drops of spring water, they were thousands of miles away from nurturing a seven-colored Tao body. Not to mention 100 drops, even 100 kilograms might not be enough. The spring water was really too rare. The expenditure in a short period of time could not have any direct effect. Therefore, this physique had not appeared after the spiritual chi resurgence. However, to Jiang Li, from now on, every moment was equivalent to soaking in the thousand-year rainbow spring's immortal powder. Such extravagance was unique in the current continent of the 9 provinces. It was only a matter of time before he obtained the seven-colored Tao body. Thank you for your help, concubine Yun. Jiang Li could not free the stone ball in his hands and could only nod in thanks. If not for the mask, the joy on his face would not have been concealed. Concubine Yun from the Cloud Manor was actually willing to use 12 drops of such a precious thing on him. Just from the healing effect, it was already overflowing. Of course, this was actually a little wasteful. To Jiang Li, 1 drop was actually enough. To others, that exaggerated status was only a temporary enjoyment. It could basically only restore them to their full status. Apart from that, it only gave some lifespan, attributes and aptitude bonuses. However, to Jiang Li, all the descriptions of his status were already set in stone, and it could not escape. After thanking her, he temporarily put aside the joy in his heart. The stone ball in his hand was struggling harder and harder due to the recovery of his injuries. The three-colored Buddhist light on his body had already disappeared. Without the help of the Earth Treasury Buddhist light, he was about to lose his grip on the stone ball. Jiang Li felt that this stone ball was a good thing. He originally wanted to take it back and study the details of a heaven-rank artifact, but it seemed that he did not have the chance now. Since he could not capture it, he might as well stop. Jiang Li grabbed the stone ball with one hand and took out a pitch-black metal halberd from the coffin with his other hand. If you want it, I'll return it to you. Behind Jiang Li, the lines of the humans under his rule appeared again. The human emperor's battle halberd quickly accumulated strength and slapped the stone ball in his hand. A straight golden pillar of light appeared again, but this time, it was Jiang Li who attacked the city god's hall. With a loud bang, the stone ball smashed into the Vermilion City gate. Although it did not penetrate, it still left a shallow mark. The power erupted from the human emperor's battle halberd was very strong. His attacks could be considered outstanding at the Earth Immortal level. However, concubine Yun, who was behind him, did not even look at the power of the stone ball. Instead, she kept staring fixedly at Jiang Li's back. Her clear eyes seemed to have seen lines that stretched into the distance. This is the most powerful woman in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flashed with brilliance. Due to the collapse of the Blood King Palace, the experts of the Divine Judgment Hall could only be forced to retreat. Their attacks were soon not enough to continue blocking the jumping space of the City God's Hall. Dozens of breaths later, the City God's Hall had already disappeared from the continent of the 9 provinces and appeared in Tragic Death City. However, at the same time, they did not feel good. After all, they were the culprits who destroyed Tragic Death City. As soon as they jumped over, they were bitten by dense maggots. The surface was covered in a thick layer of black, making it impossible to see what was inside. More and more maggots were surging towards them, and the attacks they suffered were even more intense than before. Clearly, they could not stay here for long. After the City God's Hall shot out another stone ball to no avail, they could only unwillingly enter the netherworld void. The Blood King sitting on the main seat looked at Jiang Li and the halberd in his hand from afar, and his expression was indeterminate. No matter who you are and what power you have inherited, as the person who stole the corpse of my brother, I will find you. Then, the City God's Hall completely disappeared. As they watched the Heaven Rank artifact, City God's Hall, disappear, Jiang Li and the others from the Divine Judgment Hall heaved a sigh of relief and were slightly disappointed. In this battle, with the help of the human Emperor's successor, they successfully destroyed the Blood King Palace and cut off a large portion of the Blood King's foundation. However, the 2 corpses of the Blood King and Prince Ning were also snatched away by them. It was hard to say if they had won or lost the battle with the Blood King. With the 8 corpses of the last 9 kings, the escaped Blood King would definitely make a comeback after regrouping. At that time, in front of the Apang Palace, would they be able to resist the Son of Heaven's golden dragon created from merging 8 dragon pythons and also the terrifying Heaven Rank artifact? If they could not resist, the consequences would be, forget it. They could not care so much for the time being. The most important thing now was to save people. Chapter 595, Sealing the Monument. Establishing the temple. Because Jiang Li had been heavily injured by the stone ball earlier, he was unable to save them in time. Although the other Divine Judgment Hall experts helped each other, there were more than 10 Earth Immortals who were entangled by the ghost-devouring worms. Some had even been dragged into it and could not be seen. At this moment, the range of activity of the living people in the Divine Judgment Hall was already extremely small. They were unable to extend a helping hand. Now, only the dead Jiang Li could save the Earth Immortals of the Divine Judgment Hall who had been captured by the Netherworld Void. Jiang Li did not say anything as he flew into the swarm of maggots and grabbed the Divine Judgment Hall experts. Thanks to the new Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder status, he was no longer afraid of these ghost-devouring worms. There should not be any immortal-level maggots among them. Many people were silent when they saw the figure entering and exiting the sea of maggots. This time, the Divine Judgment Hall owed this person a huge favor. If not for Jiang Li, the Divine Judgment Hall could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat this time. He saved the people of the world from great danger. As expected of the successor of the human emperor, Concubine Yun did not directly reveal Jiang Li's identity. In her opinion, Jiang Li was the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance and was similarly the strongest among them. Once the news of his death spread, although he had sacrificed himself for the Divine Judgment Hall, it was hard to say how long those ties would last. In a few years, there might be people who would take advantage of the Great Mountain Alliance. Since Jiang Li was wearing a mask, she could not reveal his true identity. In fact, not many of the higher-ups in the cultivation world of the Eastern region had heard of the word human emperor's successor. Among them, the experts who knew some ancient secrets were deep in thought. Those who did not know felt that it was impressive. Without the Blood King's obstruction, with Jiang Li's help, all the lost Divine Judgment Hall experts finally retreated to the Cloud Staircase. At this moment, with Concubine Yun leading the way, everyone present, especially the experts who had been rescued from the secret room, bowed to Jiang Li. "Thank you for your help today. From today onwards, the name of the human emperor will spread throughout the mortal kingdoms of the eastern region. The Divine Judgment Hall will repair the human emperor's temple for you. Every county will have a statue and every city will have a monument. Jiang Li was stunned when he heard this. Was this concubine Yun so polite? She had just given him 12 drops of the 1,000-year rainbow spring and had other benefits. However, did she really think he was dead? Regarding the 1,000-year rainbow spring, he naturally felt that he had profited greatly. This status could almost be considered the strongest status on his interface. However, in concubine Yun's heart, the contributions and sacrifices Jiang Li had made for the cultivation world of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent were truly too great. These 12 drops of 7-colored rainbow spring were utterly unable to make up for even a tenth of it. After all, Jiang Li was already dead. She even felt that throwing out the spring water was more like using Jiang Li to save the other Earth immortals. This made her feel even more guilty. Guilt should not appear in a superior person like her. However, Jiang Li's righteousness still infected her. After discovering the source of the human emperor's successor's power, she planned to help Jiang Li again. Concubine Yun thought that she had seen through Jiang Li's secret and intended to help. However, as the successor of the human emperor, alliance leader Jiang himself did not know what he carried. He naturally did not understand why concubine Yun would choose this method to thank him. He did not cultivate the burning incense Tao. Shouldn't she satisfy his 3 wishes according to the script? However, after witnessing the terror of the city god's hall, he also realized that he had underestimated the power of incense in the past. After all, that was the power that all the immortals and Buddhas in the ancient times enjoyed. How could it be simple? Previously, Jiang Li had already given the incense cultivation method he obtained from Fengdu City to the divine statue clone. However, the divine statue clone was only cultivating along the way. He had just started and was gradually receiving incense offerings in the Great Mountain region. Now, it seemed that it was necessary to expand and strengthen this aspect. If he could use the power of the Divine Judgment Hall to spread it out, the effect would definitely be more than 100 times better than him controlling it himself. This was because building temples and statues was only a matter of waving their hands and casting a few spell techniques. Even if the scope was huge, the actual workload was actually only so-so. However, the problem was that without the approval of the officials, building a temple in private would be taboo. It was naturally best with the help of the Cloud Manor. Jiang Li did not refuse, and then he decisively took out a seal and handed it to the other party. As long as they placed a seal on the core of the statue, they would be able to establish a connection with Jiang Li or his clone. After saying this, the Blood King Palace below completely collapsed. Jiang Li cupped his hands towards the remaining Divine Judgment Hall cultivators and sent them off. The Blood King will definitely not give up. Everyone, go and make preparations. Concubine Yun, who was left behind, nodded and suddenly looked in the direction of Tragic Death City. The battle in the Blood King Palace had already ended, but it was far from over. That powerful Granny Nether Mountain had long disappeared. The remaining 5 Earth Immortals who were originally stationed in Tragic Death City were still crazily attacking Jiang Li's helpers. At this moment, Ku Shui, who had used the palm meditation technique to block in front of him, had already triggered the 3-colored light. It was hard to imagine how much energy had been accumulated in the meditation technique. The Cliffless Sword, Pei Zong, had many injuries on his body and was constantly brandishing sword lights to counterattack. Earlier, with the help of the Divine Judgment Hall's experts, they did not feel anything. Now that only the 2 of them were left to deal with the 5 Earth Immortals, the difficulty was not on the same level. The Blood King has already abandoned the city and fled. It's time to stop. Concubine Yun's method of reasoning was clearly not using her mouth. She raised her hand and threw out 5 rays of light, sending the 5 Earth Immortals from the Blood King Palace who were still fighting not far away flying. The 5 Earth Immortals flew for more than 5 kilometers. When they landed on the ground, a dark cloud floated up from their bodies and wrapped around their bodies tightly. Only their heads were left outside. Unable to resist, with just one strike, she defeated 5 Earth Immortal experts. This was the power grasped by the leader of the three divine pillars of the divine judgment hall, the strongest power in the cultivation world of the eastern region. At this moment, Jiang Li gasped. Originally, he was prepared to fight a bitter battle and use the new powerful buff. Now, it seemed that there was no chance. He'll have to trouble you to deal with them. Take care. After dealing with the last problem, Concubine Yun dissipated into a ball of dense fog without any warning and entered the spiral cloud. The spiral cloud mist then dissipated, leaving only Jiang Li, who was surrounded by the black worm sea. Chapter 596. Jiang Li floated in the air. The original location of the Blood King Palace had already been destroyed. Countless maggots surged out from below and tried to bite the only dead person present. Since he had the Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder's pure body, Jiang Li did not have to worry about the maggots entering his body. However, he still did not want to be stuck with these disgusting things. He slowly took off his mask and willed something. Immediately, a spot in the pitch-black sea of maggots below suddenly swelled up. Through the cracks of the maggots, a few wisps of white flames darted out. Then, a huge white snake head broke through the surging sea of maggots and emerged from below. The snake's mouth was still full of maggots as it swallowed slowly. This was not the end. Not far from the two snake heads, two more maggots were pushed up high. Two more similar snake heads emerged from the sea of maggots. The huge snake body formed by white flames twisted its body elegantly and slowly swam up from the disgusting sea of insects. Looking at the huge snake's satisfied appearance, it was as if the place it was swimming was not a sea of insects, but the Jade Pool Immortal Spring, due to the fact that its entire body was made of flames. The huge body of the three-headed snake did not seem bloated and slow. Instead, it was light and agile. This snake was the Holy Spirit snake that Jiang Li had taken in as the spirit of the Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. However, the current Holy Spirit had already given up on its original dragon transformation path and started to grow new heads. At the joint of its three necks, there were 6 additional bumps. As long as it obtained enough nutrients, it could grow into a 9-headed fire spirit. Of course, it was not the kind of prehistoric variant that had an additional innate divine power for each head. However, because Jiang Li had used the blood of 9 ghost lantern fish when he stabbed the ghost lantern blood to 2 back then, his ghost lantern cold flame had always been 9 wisps. At this moment, every snake head that grew meant that the energy of the cold flame was replenished. If all 9 heads grew out, when the white ghost lantern cold flame reached its limit, perhaps something magical would happen. From time to time, the 3 snake heads spat out white ghost lantern cold flames. The thick and long snake tail swept across, scattering the worms that were rolling like waves and igniting them. If these maggots were still rational and knew how to control energy to cast spell techniques, they might be able to affect the ghost lantern cold flame. However, with their current appearance, the insects that only knew how to rush up and bite would not pose any threat to the ghost lantern cold flame that did not have a physical body. Instead, it was the best food. Stepping on the white snake head, Jiang Li easily crossed the sea of maggots. The 3-headed snake was not retracted by him. It turned around and stabbed its 3 heads back. The Holy Spirit snake could not bear to leave this feeling of becoming stronger every second. "Are the 2 of you all right?" After leaving the dangerous area, Jiang Li walked to the side of the disheveled sword-head Pei Zong and Ku Shui and handed them a bottle of healing pills. In Jiang Li's hands, medicinal pills were completely useless every time he ate them. Therefore, there was an extraordinary number of medicinal pills on him. Pei Zong was an earth immortal after all. His body was stronger than a profound rank artifact. Ku Shui, on the other hand, had an astonishing foundation as the reincarnation of Ksitagaba. He had yet to even unleash the 5-colored Buddhist light. He was clearly still a long way from being unable to withstand it. The 2 of them adjusted their breathing and basically recovered. At this moment, Jiang Li returned from not far away. He held a rope in his hand as if he was flying a kite. There were 5 floating dark clouds on the rope. 5 heads emerged from the dark clouds and cursed at them. It was hard to imagine how angry the originally immortal Earth Immortal experts had to be like hooligans and curse non-stop. Actually, it was easy to understand if he was in their shoes. This was because the Blood King Palace was their only hope to revive and leave Tragic Death City. After so many years, their lifespan was almost exhausted. If they continued to stay in this city, they would sooner or later become dirty things like those maggots. They were about to succeed. Now that their hope had been destroyed by Jiang Li, the hatred between the two sides was naturally impossible to reconcile. Unless, Jiang Li also had the ability to save them from Tragic Death City. However, how could it be such a coincidence? Was it really possible for such a coincidence to happen? Jiang Li completely ignored the curses of these five fellows. He was not in a hurry to leave. He only found an empty space and sat cross-legged to adjust his aura. This was because the power of the seven-colored rainbow spring was too strong. Although it did not have the effect of directly advancing his cultivation, it still made his cultivation, which was already at the limit of the nascent soul realm, almost break through. He had to suppress this force. If he rashly broke through before returning to the Bakian mountain, he would suffer a huge loss. Beside him, Kushui and Peizong were also sitting opposite each other. The Buddhist light on Kushui's body flourished as he began to chant scriptures. It was a brilliant lotus flower. Mysterious Buddhist sounds turned into golden words that flew out and danced around Peizong. From the looks of it, he seemed to be using the Buddhist's best expiation technique. HMPH, stupid guy. Do you think you can expiate him with a few Buddhist scriptures? If it was possible to expiate, I would have done it long ago. Among the five Earth Immortals tied to the rope, there was actually a Buddhist cultivator. He simply sneered at Kushui's actions. Peizong, you don't have long to live, right? Before long, you'll be dragged down and become a maggot. Hey, Peizong, were you tricked by such a small fry to become our enemy? I admit that this little monk has some methods. However, even if a mere soul formation cultivator chanted for 1,000 years, it would be useless. Let us go quickly. Otherwise, when the five of us escape, we'll definitely kill you 1,000 times and turn you into a zombie. The five Earth Immortals wrapped in dark clouds mocked the three people on the ground in disdain. However, Jiang Li and the other two were still unmoved. They sat down and chanted. 2 hours. 4 hours, 6 hours passed. Kid, you don't have to play tricks here. It's useless for you to trap us now. In a few days, the other old friends will come back to life. At that time, it'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Among them, an Earth Immortal wrapped in dark clouds with his head facing up was still cursing tirelessly. However, he gradually realized that something was wrong. It seemed that since just now, the other four Earth Immortals had been especially quiet. Why did they stop cursing? Old monk, what did you see? At this moment, he asked. He could not see what was happening below, but the faces of the other four were facing down. Perhaps they had seen something that suddenly caused this. This was especially true for the old monk floating above him. The expression on his face was something they had never seen in all the years they had known each other. The dark cloud that came from Concubine Yun sealed all their abilities, so they could not even use the simplest probing method. The other companions completely ignored this unlucky cultivator's question. He could only stare into the old monk's eyes and see the scene on the ground through the reflection in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his pupils constricted. 3 illusory chains that were tightly connected to Tragic Death City appeared on Sword Head Peizong's body. Chapter 597 New Hope 1. Illusory chains connected their souls to this city. Although their abilities were sealed, their vision and knowledge were not lost. They had seen this scene in the Blood King Palace. The chain looked illusory and invisible. If not for special methods, one would not even be able to see it. However, the essence of this chain was to firmly bind the rules of this city to these billions of people who had died in vain. It could not be broken with brute force. When the Tragic Death Soul first came to Tragic Death City and was revived in a daze, the first chain would appear on its body. Every time he revived, a chain would appear on his body. The more he revived, the deeper it would be bound to this city. At this moment, 3 chains appeared on Swordhead Paizong's body. In other words, he had died twice after coming to Tragic Death City. They knew all this. At that time, the Blood King Palace had used the method of raising the level of borrowing lives to temporarily transfer the chains to other living people, allowing them to leave Tragic Death City and return to the world of the living. However, that was something that could only be done with the help of a heaven rank artifact and a special building, the Blood King Palace. Now, a small monk chanting scriptures could actually cause a chain phenomenon. This was simply unreasonable and incomprehensible. What happened next made them feel as if their heads had been smashed by a hammer. They were all stunned. The Buddhist chanting of Kushui continued. The first of the 3 chains began to tremble violently, as if some unbearable force had acted on the chain. Om Mani Padme Hum. As he chanted the Buddhist mantra, a golden light surged and enveloped Swordhead Paizong. A chain connected to his back suddenly shattered. The shattered chain slowly dissipated without any intention of reconnecting. How is this possible? This is not a trick. This is true. The 5 former Earth Immortals of the Blood King Palace could not believe their eyes. However, their spiritual senses told them that everything in front of them had really happened. If this little monk could cut off 1 chain, did that mean that he could also cut off a 2nd or 3rd chain? If he cut off all the chains, wouldn't that mean true freedom? It was even possible that they could elevate this fake resurrected body and regain their freedom. That was no different from a true resurrection. If they could do this, why would they still need the Blood King Palace? The Blood King had secretly been in Tragic Death City for thousands of years, but in the end, he was still a dead person. At most, he could temporarily send them back to the living world. Compared to what they saw now, it was far inferior. Who was this little monk? The Buddhist mantra was not an ancient secret technique. That old Earth Immortal monk who had died thousands of years ago knew it too. Therefore, he clearly knew that it was not only the power of the mantra that had done this. Otherwise, he would have broken the chain and left this damned place long ago. The miraculous effect was due to that little monk. They suddenly regretted cursing so harshly just now. After cursing for so long, they had probably offended him already. What should they say now to ease the situation? The 5 people who had lived for thousands of years and were extremely experienced were suddenly at a loss for words. On the other side, in the netherworld void, in the recent war, he had fallen into the city god's hall and was slowly floating in the endless darkness. However, unlike ordinary cultivators, the dignified heaven rank artifact did not lose all its mobility. As long as they spent some time, they could still cross the void and escape. At this moment, only a few experts who had reached the end of their lifespan remained in the Blood King Palace. However, under the protection of the city god's hall, they did not become maggots. The other Earth Immortal experts all turned into white lights and were summoned back to Tragic Death City when the city god's hall left. As a result, the cold hall seemed especially empty at this moment. The Blood King sitting on the main seat closed his eyes tightly. His 7 brothers had transformed into miniature dragon pythons and were circling behind him. The power of the 8 kings slowly surged through their bloodlines. The Blood King was trying to find the corpse of the Polar Mountain King again. As long as he regrouped, he planned to follow his senses and find it. While snatching back the corpse, he could also kill the masked man who appeared out of nowhere. However, the corpse that could be found in an instant even if it was separated from the netherworld and the living world had already been sensed for several hours with his eyes closed. This result was very strange. He could vaguely sense the existence of the corpse. This meant that the corpse was not destroyed. However, the distance between him and the corpse seemed to be extremely far. A blood cult fog enveloped them. Every time he wanted to approach with all his might, countless chaotic and crazy wills would surge into his mind in the blood cult fog, forcing him to stop sensing. Damn it. That damned guy. Where did he hide the corpse? The Blood King's eyes were red and he was a little exasperated. If Jiang Li heard him, he would tell him, "Young Blood King, that's another world. If you want it, go find it. Fame, authority, and corpse. I've placed everything there. Chapter 598 New Hope, 2, Blood King. How is it? Where should we go next? At this moment, an expert approached and asked clearly. This was not his problem alone, but on behalf of everyone who was still in the Blood King Palace. Their nest had been destroyed, causing their confidence to be greatly reduced. If the Blood King still wanted them to continue helping, he naturally had to give them some confidence. After several fruitless attempts to search the corpse, the Blood King could only suppress his impetuous mood when faced with the questions of the experts. He released a wisp of dragon chi gloomily. This was the prince's dragon chi that he had extracted from the corpse when he possessed the Polar Mountain King. Now that he could not find a complete corpse, this might be his last hope. He had to nurture this dragon chi strand so that the 9 dragons could become one as the key to open the Ipang Palace. The best solution was to find a descendant of the Polar Mountain King's bloodline and plant the dragon chi into his body. In Tragic Death City, on an empty space near the city wall, dense Buddhist words danced in the air, emitting a dignified golden light. Around this empty space, 20 to 30 people had already gathered. They were all staring intently at the front without blinking. In the middle was Kushui. The law chains binding the dead were indeed terrifying. It took 6 hours to break the first chain, and 12 hours to break the second chain. Nearly 24 hours had passed before the last chain finally began to shake. This did not mean that the chains were harder to break the further one went, but because Kushui's injuries were constantly recovering. When he broke the first chain, he still had the help of the 3 cult Buddhist light. When he broke the second chain, there was only cult Buddhist light. After breaking the second chain, Kushui's status had already recovered to more than 50%. The last color of the Buddhist light naturally dissipated. Without the help of the Buddhist light, the speed at which he broke through the chains decreased again, dragging it out until now. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Jiang Li, Pei Zong, the 5 fellows floating in the air, or the surrounding people with different statuses who were silently watching, they all stared fixedly at the last chain. They surrounded him and did not dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would affect Kushui's chanting. This was because whether this chain could be broken was related to too many things. Om Mani Padme Hum. After the same 6 words, the last chain broke. At this moment, the entire Tragic Death City seemed to tremble slightly, but it was as if nothing had happened. Sword-head Pei Zong suddenly opened his eyes in disbelief. Now, he felt as if he had shed his heavy shackles and his entire body was relaxed. Moreover, he did not transform back into a ghost. He was still in his fake resurrection form. It's really broken. It actually succeeded. It doesn't seem to have changed. Pei Zong. How are you now? Pei Zong, quickly try and see if you can leave this place now. The golden light dissipated, and the other onlookers finally could not hold it in anymore. The few people who were still hanging in the sky like kites by Jiang Li also asked without any regard for outsiders. During this period of time, they had also figured it out. Since the 2 young people did not kill them directly and instead let them see this with their own eyes, it should not be purely to make them happy. Presumably, he had something to ask of them. As long as they satisfied the conditions of these 2 young people, they would sooner or later be released from their shackles. Well, no, if he really broke the restriction after trying. Jiang Li glanced at them. The place they had chosen previously was closer to the border. Not far away, there was a continuous city wall. He gave Kushui a look and understood. He did not do anything, but a door suddenly appeared on the huge city wall. Apart from Jiang Li, everyone was stunned. What was wrong with this little monk? He could actually control the Tragic Death City to this extent. They had stayed in the Blood King Palace for so long and had never seen such a scene. However, such a phenomenon also made them more confident. With trepidation, Sword-head Pei Zong stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The obstruction that he had expected did not appear. The cliffless Sword-head actually walked out naturally. It's actually true. Even if their cultivation and mind were extremely tough, The experts who saw this scene could no longer maintain their calm expressions. Of course, congratulations, Swordhead Pay, for reviving. However, in the following days, it'll have to trouble Senior to continue to contribute to the Great Mountain region. Jiang Li was happy from the bottom of his heart to pull this benevolent Senior back to the mortal world. At the very least, in the future, he would no longer be the only one in the Great Mountain Alliance. He also walked out of the city gate and slapped his hands on the ground, summoning the Gate of Hell. The city opposite this door is called Fengdu. It's also my place. I've already arranged that. Swordhead, please recuperate first. I still need to stay here for a period of time. Not to mention anything else. Just removing the shackles of the other 3 seniors would take a lot of time. Not to mention that there were many huge treasures waiting for Jiang Li to excavate in this city. After sending off Pei Zong, Jiang Li returned to Tragic Death City. At this moment, the surrounding gazes were already filled with burning desire. After leaving Tragic Death City, they could no longer enjoy the treatment of resurrection. If they were killed again, they would really die. However, how could being able to be reborn be compared to being locked up in this boring cage? Previously, they were all willing to submit to the Blood King Palace for the sake of hope of resurrection. Now, Jiang Li and the little monk's methods were even more direct and powerful than the Blood King Palace. Jiang Li faced these gazes calmly. Previously, when he got Ku Shui to break the chains of the Tragic Death City, he did not find a place to hide. Instead, he casually found a place by the city wall for this. During this period of time, the few Earth Immortals from the Blood King Palace who were the first to revive found the golden light. However, there were several experts who were originally on good terms with the seniors of the Great Mountain region and many experts who had just died in the attack. Even Tragic Death City could not resurrect so many Earth Immortals at the same time. They did not have the advantage in numbers, so they did not attack immediately. Later on, after seeing what Ku Shui was doing, they threw everything to the side. The Blood King Palace was not as important as the current matter. They only wanted to see the outcome. While seeing hope again, they also had some thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Li, who had entered Tragic Death City again, looked at them. There was no need to guess to know what they were thinking. Everyone, let's see if you can capture the 2 of us. If you have the ability to force my brother Ku Shui to let you leave Tragic Death City, there's no need to curry favor with us 2 juniors in the future. He directly exposed the thoughts of those experts from the original Blood King Palace. The expressions of those few people quickly changed for a moment, but in the end, they did not choose to attack. No, no, little friend, you must be joking. Yes, yes, yes. The Blood King Palace is already in the past. Since it's already in the past, we're naturally no longer enemies. We were also muddle-headed and were tricked by those kings. They have already left, so we naturally have nothing to do with them. Little brother, don't worry. We definitely won't attack. Of course, it was not that they did not want to attack. After thinking about it repeatedly, they felt that the success rate was too low. First of all, there were many experts present. They were the helpers of these 2 young people. Apart from that, in the previous battle, a few of them had seen Jiang Li and Ku Shui's strength. In a real battle, they were not inferior to ordinary Earth Immortals, and their defense was extremely shocking. Most importantly, they had their backs against the Tragic Death City wall. Ku Shui still had the ability to open the city gate at any time. They were not confident in capturing these 2 experts. Once Jiang Li and Ku Shui escaped out of the city, they would not be able to leave this city. At that time, they would be helpless. Then, these 2 juniors only needed to release the news. For example, well, help whoever avenges us leave Tragic Death City. They believed that they would definitely be hunted down until the end of time. After existing for thousands of years, their experience allowed them to make a good judgment. At this time, the probability of success was extremely low. Chapter 599 Dream Cover 1 If you really won't attack, then please make way. After Jiang Li discovered that the group of cultivators from the Blood King Palace really had no intention of attacking, he actually looked a little disappointed. He turned around and spiritual light surged in his hand. He stuck to the wall and built a secret room for Kushui. It was enough to spread the fact that they had the ability to break the rules of Tragic Death City in such a small area. If too many people knew about this, it would be easy for variables to appear. There was naturally no need to put on a show in broad daylight. I believe everyone knows that what you've seen these few days is very important. Everyone, please keep this a secret. If word gets out, it won't be beneficial to anyone. Kushui entered the secret room, leaving Jiang Li alone to face everyone. He made a request to a group of seniors who were at least 1,000 years older than him. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this young junior. Of course, fellow Taoist. Don't worry. We'll naturally keep our mouths shut. In fact, even if Jiang Li did not say it, they would still keep it a secret. This was because after Kushui finished expiating Swordhead Pei Zong, he showed an extremely weak appearance and said that he needed a long time to recover. In other words, although Kushui had only spent less than 2 days to successfully revive Pei Zong, he actually still needed a long cool-down time. Even they themselves had yet to be ranked in Jiang Li's list, so wouldn't the more people who knew about this, the more people would compete with them. No matter how kind a person was, they would not compromise on an important matter like life and death. Not to mention that they were just strangers. Even brothers had to fight to save each other's lives. It was naturally better to enjoy such a good thing first. As for how long Kushui needed to rest, that would depend on Jiang Li. This was because the longer they waited, the more precious the quota would be. Only then could they truly squeeze out these guys' value. After instructing them, Jiang Li did not explain about Kushui's condition, nor did he make any requests or conditions. He only turned around and ignored them. This made the group of experts from the Blood King Palace feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. They were not afraid that Jiang Li's request was too much, but they were afraid that he did not have any. A few days ago, their relationship was still hostile. They did not have anything to fill the gap. It was obvious that these two young people would not help them revive. Jiang Li turned around and walked towards the previous sect master of the 100 Tempering Mountain, Situ Yukeng. Beside him were more than 10 alchemy masters who were on good terms with him. They were discussing something urgently. When they saw Jiang Li come over, they stopped and introduced themselves with benevolent faces. If it was any other proper alchemist, they would be shocked to the point of gasping when they heard these names. However, although Jiang Li had once been a registered disciple of the Alchemy Hall for a period of time, he had only tested the medicine and had never really learned anything. Therefore, he only found 2 or 3 names familiar. He had only heard it a few times when he was participating in an auction and listening to those auctioneers introduce the medicinal pills. He only knew that any medicinal pill related to these few people could often be auctioned at more than 80% of the market price. It could be seen that their alchemy skills were indeed extraordinary. Senior Situ Yukeng, I have a pill formula here. The materials have been prepared. I still need your help. Jiang Li handed over the pill formula for the dragon transformation pill to the few alchemists. These masters had no reason to refuse to begin with. After seeing Kushui display his ability, they were even more afraid that they could not help. They took the pill formula carved on the Flood Dragon's scale. The few masters gathered together and carefully studied the pill formula from beginning to end. Then, 2 alchemists with the best techniques and the highest status stepped forward to vouch for him. Alliance leader Jiang, don't worry. Although this pill has been passed down from ancient times, the refinement method is related to the bloodline of divine beasts. It's unique. However, we've also practiced some ancient medicinal pills. It's naturally not a problem for us to take action. These few alchemists were enough to enter the history books of the cultivation world of the Eastern region when they were alive. 1,000 years passed after their deaths. Because their cultivation could not advance an inch and they had nothing to do in Tragic Death City, they could only study the Tao of Alchemy painstakingly every day. It was equivalent to them having been in seclusion for 1,000 years. There were also many people of similar standards who exchanged experiences and secret techniques. Such a blessed academic environment was unique in the outside world. 1,000 years later, not only would their alchemy standards not lose to the current cultivation world of the Eastern region, they might even surpass it by quite a bit. Of course, Jiang Li did not understand what was going on. He only knew that the cultivation of these two alchemists was above the earth immortal realm, and they looked very reliable. Thank you for your trouble. Alliance leader Jiang, too polite. We old fellows feel our hands itch when we see the pill formula. There's no need to trouble ourselves. I remember that there's a group of cultivators who claim to be from the Dragon Transformation Island in the northern part of the city. They'll go extract some mixed dragon blood from their bodies to practice so as not to destroy Alliance leader Jiang's materials. Right. I know the place. I'll lead the way. Kushui hid in the secret room and pretended to adjust his breathing to recover. Jiang Li quickly finished discussing the matters of alchemy and was about to follow the few alchemists to their pill chamber to take a look. Chapter 600 Dream Cover 2. Seeing that Jiang Li was about to leave, the other experts of the Blood King Palace who were gathered around could not stand still. An expert from the original Blood King Palace hurriedly chased after him and took out a bundle of purple bamboo from somewhere. Fellow Taoist, wait. I have 2,000 kilograms of gui water purple bamboo here. After this bamboo is ignited, the temperature will be stable, and the flames will be gentle. It's extremely easy to control and won't injure the medicinal properties of the spiritual materials. It also has the effect of removing the impurities of medicinal pills. I'm willing to give it to you. I hope you succeed in refining pills. Jiang Li stopped when he heard this. He picked up a purple bamboo and looked at it, and he noticed that it was actually old bamboo that was at least 800 years old. Using the gui water purple bamboo that could be directly refined into an artifact as firewood was really a luxurious and expensive method. After asking a few alchemists, he knew that what the other party said was true. Burning the purple bamboo directly indeed had the effect he mentioned. Jiang Li did not stand on ceremony. After receiving the pile of purple bamboo, his originally cold expression eased a little. Thank you for the treasure, fellow Taoist. If the pill succeeds, I'll repay you. After all, he was the first enemy to express goodwill to him. Jiang Li naturally had to give him enough respect. Only then could he give the others a role model and confidence. Sure enough, when the other experts saw this scene, not only did none of them show disdain, their eyes even lit up. So as long as there were benefits, they could ease their relationship. That was too simple. They might have cared about the dignity and reputation of their seniors when they had just died. However, after being locked up in this damned city for 1,000 years, they had long recognized reality. Those illusory things like pride were nothing. They could all join the Blood King Palace for the sake of resurrection and attack their former sect. They would not hesitate to kill their blood relatives and descendants. What was there to hesitate about at this time? Fellow Taoist, I have 13 drops of Nirvana true blood here. It's the true blood of the heart refined after killing a phoenix seed demon king. It contains a trace of the ability to undergo nirvana. With this, fellow Taoist doesn't have to worry about failing in refining the pill. As long as you have a drop of true blood, you can allow the medicinal pill to be reborn. Every time it is reborn, it will have the divine effect of increasing the quality of the medicinal pill. This group of old antiques who had died for more than 1,000 years really had an extraordinary amount of good things in their hands. Jiang Li looked at the 13 drops of Nirvana true blood that were beautiful like rubies. While he was pleasantly surprised, he felt a wave of pity. There was too little true blood. After repeated refinement, there was no longer any demon blood. It could not be used as a material for the beast blood diagram. It was really a pity. There's also me. I have a stainless stone that I'm willing to give to you. I have the hollow cicada jade shedding. If I throw it into the pill furnace, it can remove the shell of the pill and make it real. This is the black-yellow dragon flame. Fellow Taoist, In the battle a few days ago, I took the opportunity to bring out the earth-rank pill furnace of the Blood King Palace. I believe you will definitely need it. Amidst the various dazzling treasures, Jiang Li looked at a normal soul formation cultivator in the crowd in surprise. This guy had been silently hesitating, but in the end, his words were shocking. The Blood King Palace was indeed filled with talents. This guy was originally an ordinary alchemist who stayed behind in the Blood King Palace. Due to the fact that medicinal pills were not very valuable to dead people, they were not very popular and were considered invisible. He had never enjoyed the benefits of the Blood King Palace, so he naturally did not have a good impression of the Blood King. This time, seeing that the Blood King Palace was in danger, he decisively abandoned it and fled. Before leaving, he took away the best treasure he had seen, the best pill furnace in the Blood King Palace. He did not expect that in the intense battle between a group of Earth immortals and above, including a heaven-rank artifact, and the leader of the Cloud Manor, a soul formation cultivator who was inconspicuous and could be killed by the aftershock at any time, would actually pick up such a huge opportunity. Although that pill furnace was good, it was useless in his hands anyway. If other experts discovered it, it might be the source of the calamity. Now that there was a chance, it was better to directly give it to Jiang Li in exchange for some goodwill. He had indeed succeeded. An Earth-rank pill furnace was much rarer than ordinary Earth-rank artifacts. It could definitely be of great help to his dragon transformation pill. The few alchemy masters immediately became energetic. They followed the soul formation cultivator to the pill furnace and checked carefully. It was indeed an earth-rank pill furnace. As soon as he opened the lid, a dense pill fragrance seeped out, making one feel comfortable all over. Using a pill furnace of this level to refine pills was not an exaggeration. Even if he casually threw a few flower balls in, he could casually refine a pile of high-grade yellow rank and even profound rank medicinal pills. This was because the pill chi that had accumulated over the years had extraordinary effects. Cultivators with slightly lower cultivation would have a nosebleed for a long time if they smelled it. The few alchemists immediately rubbed their fists and prepared to open the furnace. Jiang Li did not wait for them to find the pirates of the Dragon Transformation Island and directly took out more than 100 barrels of dragon beast blood that he had prepared long ago. After controlling the Dragon Transformation Island, he had never lacked such things. This is the blood essence of dragon blood demon beasts. Masters, you can practice it first. After you familiarize yourself with it, you can officially start the refinement. The spiritual fire of heaven and earth rose, and flames rose from the earth-rank pill furnace. Refining a top-grade dragon transformation pill that was enough to have an effect on a true dragon bloodline was a tedious and long process. As a result, Jiang Li stayed in this city for 2 months. He finally had a period of quiet time to sort out his cultivation strength. His comprehension of the 9 Nether Dao scripture under the state of death had become deeper. This was very important for his upcoming breakthrough. At the same time, he was still using his own strength to excavate another treasure in this city of tragic death. After the destruction of the Blood King Palace, Tragic Death City quickly recovered its calm after a short period of chaos. This calmness was not obvious in the inner city where cultivators lived. However, in the wider and more shocking number of people, the outer city had undergone a tremendous change. The mortals who had originally formed groups and established themselves as kings were forced to put down their disputes under the powerful intervention of Jiang Li and the other cultivators. The scene of 1 million people fighting had never happened again. In an area of the western district of Tragic Death City, from the streets to the end of the alley, there were mortals lying on the ground and sleeping. This strange phenomenon was still spreading like wildfire. At every moment, hundreds and thousands of mortals fell to the ground. They did not die, nor did they turn into white light and were retrieved by Tragic Death City. They were only sleeping and dreaming. Not only were they not in pain, but they also revealed happy smiles on the faces of the mortals. Compared to the usual constant battles, to be able to sit in their dreams and quietly enjoy their dreams was already a great blessing for them. In the dream world, countless colorful threads weaved into exquisite spider webs. spider webs connected with each other, forming an extremely huge dream network. The subbodies of more than 10,000 dream spiders were climbing the complicated three-dimensional spider webs as if they were flying, tirelessly guiding the power of the dream. Moreover, they continued to weave new spider webs without stopping, pulling the souls of mortals over and binding them. They were the cause of the large-scale sleep of the mortals in tragic Death City. With the help of the huge dream network built by these dream children, Jiang Li could absorb a vast amount of dream power every moment. The Bodhisattva Heart Sutra that had always been progressing steadily had been circulating at full speed for the past 2 months without stopping. The dream power of 1 or 2 mortals might be dispensable to Jiang Li. However, the number of mortals in tragic Death City was impossible to count. Even if his current dream realm only covered a small area, the number of mortals enveloped was already very terrifying. Under such circumstances, in a short 2 months, Jiang Li's dream world had swelled to more than 10 times its original size. It was practically not inferior to his original mental world.